What is up, YouTube? So, give me just a second. I gotta change this. There we go. We are gonna go. UK of I is supremacy. Is global supremacy. I'm about to go live on the TikTok. So, give me just a moment. Booyah. All right. There we go. Let's do it. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we are back again. A falsamo axiom. What's up, y'all? It's been a minute, been a couple of minutes, but we're ready to rock. Let me get my Tickfinity going here. Connect. Let's see if this thing's gonna work. Now let's go to tools. We're going to turn this biatch on here. Let's see. 120. Bam. Cool. All right. Per coin. I'll do that to 1.6. And then per follow per share. 0.05. No. Yeah. 0.05. Actually, we'll do it this way. What's up, y'all? We're just getting started, so give me just a minute. I got to get a couple of things set up that I'm not able to do. That I'm not able to do until I'm live, so forgive me, but here we go. Okay, so that's working. Let me move my... And I don't know what's going on. It looks a little weird on my end, like hazy. So I don't know if that's just, I don't know what that is. I don't know what's going on. But we're going to figure it out. Fuck it. Okay, so we did get a rose or something, or a heart me. Oh, thank you, Lena, for the heart me. Appreciate that. And hello, and good morning. All right, now let me go search for myself. Let me get my stuff shared out. I was on a banana for 3 days. I've been bananaed. And I'm pretty sure it was from a jackass liberal who got butt hurt when proven wrong. But, yeah, who knows? Who knows? But if once you get in, if you guys would please just share the live out, do all the things, repost, you know, all the stuff, and start tapping the screen, I would greatly appreciate it. We were going to have the man panel yesterday, but, you know, shit happens. I didn't want to do it on my alt because nobody would show up. I thought about doing it today, but I don't know. We can just move on. And if there's demand for it, we can do it later, or we'll do it maybe next week. We'll see. We are live. I'm still sharing this out, so give me just a second. We'll get started here shortly, guys. The phone call, Lena. What phone call? I'm unaware of a phone call. All right. But again, I actually been playing The Last Caretaker like all weekend, so forgive me. That game is highly addictive. Between Netanyahu and Trump, I'm not aware of a phone call. Let me look this up real quick. Netanyahu. Are you talking about when, like, Trump said that Netanyahu would do whatever he told him to, and allegedly Netanyahu was pissed off? Is that the phone call you're talking about? Because that was like, God, that was like a week ago. Trump called him crazy. Oh, yeah. So I think that may have been, he told him to stop hitting Lebanon. Okay, so maybe this is a newer phone call. Trump phone call. Because the last I'd heard, Trump had said Benjamin would do whatever Trump wanted him to do. And of course, I mean, you know, two narcissists narcissisting each other, assisting each other. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay, so here we go. Trump cursed at Netanyahu and call over Lebanon. That's interesting. Okay, so maybe there's some maybe they're breaking down there because this is the second week now that we've seen this, because a week ago they were at odds. Let me pull this up here since I'm looking at it. President Donald Trump cursed at Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu during a roughly 15-minute phone call on Monday, multiple sources familiar with the call told ABC News. Trump accused Netanyahu of being ungrateful and calling him crazy, sources familiar with the call said. Yeah, you think? You think? I mean, really? Let's see. At one point during this tense call, Trump asked Netanyahu, "What the fuck are you doing?" Axios first reported, "He's doing whatever he wants, Donnie boy. And that's what he'll continue to do, is whatever he wants." These people believe that they are superior to all others, and Donald Trump is no different. News emerged on Monday that Iran was threatening to call off talks over Israeli conduct in Lebanon, where they're completely destroying the infrastructure there. They're literally leveling towns in Lebanon, if you aren't aware. They're just leveling them, just like they did in Gaza.
Legal battle over artificial
because these people are gross.
Safety, very topical.
Let me mute this. I don't know, fucking randomly start playing a fucking video. Must be run by a fucking Zio. Now I forgot what I was saying. But yeah, they're just leveling Lebanon because they're going to take it. They're going to take it. And Donnie's like, but I get to make a whole bunch of money, so you do what you want. And now he's realizing, holy shit, his approval numbers are in the toilet. Even Republicans in Congress are now starting to say, guys, this isn't going to work out so well. Because surely at some point they're going to have to break away to make a name for themselves that isn't related to Trump. Because technically speaking, he only gets 2 terms. So we'll see how that goes. Fucking hell. All right, let's see. Let me scroll down here. He looks like he lost a little bit of weight. The Iranian negotiating team will suspend talks in the exchange of texts through mediators, the semi-official Tasnim news agency reported. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi did not confirm the report, but posted on X saying that a ceasefire between Iran and the U.S. is unequivocally a ceasefire on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Yeah. Good luck with that. Because this, I think, Netanyahu realizes is his final push to really just dominate the region. I think he realizes he can't stop at this point. I don't think he can stop. I don't think that... he knows that his legacy in the shit of Israel is at odds with everything else. Like, the world has woken up to this nonsense. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps also said in a statement that Iran considers crossing the red lines in Lebanon and Gaza to mean direct war. Trump brushed the warnings off, insisting he couldn't care less, but behind the scenes, the president told senior administration officials he wanted to speak with Netanyahu, furious that an escalation in Lebanon could derail any progress made in the talks. The president has just made edits to a proposed peace plan and had sent it to Iran for consideration, like paying them $300 billion. Did you guys see that from last week?
Thank you for following.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, did you guys see that $300 billion he was willing to pay them? Like, he rips up the agreement that we have, starts a war with them, causing oil prices to skyrocket and people to be really harmed across the world. And now he's like, we're going to figure it out. It's going to only cost us $300 billion. Crazy. And will unfreeze Iranian, this was like the last proposal, will unfreeze Iranian assets, which is like, I don't know, 30 billion or so, which he campaigned on and against Democrats over having given them all this money, and here he is now offering it. But, it's different. It's different when Trump does it. This is crazy. Our position remains the same. At the same time, the IDF will continue to operate as planned in southern Lebanon. Of course they are. But Trump, I don't know. I'm not even sure that I buy this, like, surely Trump is smart enough to know that Netanyahu was going to do whatever Netanyahu wanted to do. So you got, let's assume for the moment that Trump didn't realize that. Right? So you just thought that, them dragging you into war was for the betterment of something. I don't understand how stupid somebody could be, because I'm a nobody and I see it. And just like, and by the way, the prompt says the UK is completely controlled by them too. This Zionist bullshit. Watch this shit, guys. Watch this dumb fucking loser piece of crap, Michael Rappaport. This guy has a very smackable face, okay? This guy has a very smackable face. I just got to say.
Oh, yeah. Hassan Pricklip Piker and his uncle Chunky Chunk. They won't let you into the UK. You good. You guys want to be martyrs? You want to be truth tellers? Good. You want to be troublemakers? Well, now you got trouble. And go walk your dog, Hassan.
I just want to smack him.
Go walk your... Videotape it. Because I don't know how the you're allowed to have an animal in 2026 after what you've done to your...
This boy's mouth has written a lot of checks.
Like that in UK, you got to get your priorities straight. You don't let these two dogs in. You won't let Kanye West come perform, but you're infiltrated to the gills with anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish...
Oh, I'm sure you love him, Headley. He's got hair.
You won't let these in, but you let everybody...
Morning, T-Beans.
Figure it out.
Yeah, so I'm like, what the fuck is this jackwad talking about, right? So I look it up. Sure enough, right, here we go. Let me pull this back up on the screen. UK blocks visit by pro-Palestinian U.S. streamer Hassan Piker and Cenk Uygur. Now, that's not in this article, but Cenk Uygur also. They were set to go and speak at Oxford. And they decided, no, we're not going to let them on there. They are, this country, the blue and white, these pieces of shit, are controlling all of this stuff. And we all know how they do it. Through monetary manipulation. You can't say that, liberal loudmouth. That makes you an anti-Semite. Well, then I guess I'm a motherfucking anti-Semite. If speaking the truth about what's happening in the world makes a person an anti-Semite, then I guess I am one all fucking day long, because I'm never going to stop speaking the fucking truth about what is going on here. You're opposed to genocide. And they're like, oh, wait, we can't be having you in our country because it's gonna cause unrest in the people, eh? What unrest? What about the unrest in Gaza? What about the unrest in Lebanon? What about the unrest in the United fucking States? The blue and white did this to us. And Headley's down there jerking it to my hair. These weird fucks. These are weird, disgusting people. Headley, you're welcome to come up here. If I know it's been a minute, but I'm all about pleasing people, okay? And I know you got a thing for my hair, so you're welcome to come up and have your time if you'd like. One thing I didn't do is grab my alt. Let me go grab my alt. But I mean, seriously, like these people. When you point out that this country, for whatever reason, has control over all of these industries, they want to call you a bigot. In what other way do you get called a bigot for, like, saying the truth about something? Isn't that weird? Isn't it weird that we've gotten to that point? I don't really know what to say about that other than, we're just going to keep on keeping on. Fucking crazy shit. Here, let me pull my alt up here. Let me request Hobie's forehead. I see your request. Give me just a second. There we go. All right, now I got that out of the way. Usually I do that right at the very beginning, but I got sidetracked from Lena's comment. And thank you for bringing that up, Lena, because it really plays right into what I was talking about anyway. Hobie's forehead, welcome in. How are you, sir?
I'm doing okay. How you doing?
Doing all right. It's nice to be back. I was in the doghouse for a couple of days, but, I scratched my way out, as you do. Thank you, Brianna. So what say you about this shit? Like the Netanyahu, because I don't know. Part of me thinks that this is all for show. This is just bullshit. Trump knows exactly what's going on. I just have a hard time believing he's just now realizing, oh, Netanyahu's going to do whatever he wants. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. What do you think? Fake? Not fake?
I think it's real. Like everything is another agenda, because so I think it's a front. I honestly think it's a front. I think that he's kind of pretending to be all like mad and upset. But what other news article just finished breaking? Well, apparently Congress was advancing the U.S.-Israeli military integration plan, where they're going to combine armies. So it just so happens that he visibly gets upset at the Israeli army, at the Israelis, for doing things as this is advancing in the background. So I don't know. I think it's a front.
So
I don't buy it.
More Zio-lighting bullshit, really, is what it boils down to.
He's playing both sides. He's playing both sides. Yeah.
Well, I mean, do you think? Because I don't know, because Netanyahu is a lot more clever, in my opinion, than Trump is. That's my view of it. Or at least their intelligence agencies are a lot more clever than ours. But I don't know. I have a feeling he's just part of it. That he may have converted. Somebody else has the theory that he converted into Judaism at some point, and that was why he wouldn't put his hand on the Bible. Which he didn't do, by the way. I don't know if anybody saw the video of it, but yeah, he didn't swear on a Bible.
I think it's like that The Apprentice theme song. It's all about money.
Good morning, Wrath.
And I think that he knows that without activity, and activity can take form in many ways. It can be war. War is the most popular. There's not going to be any flow of U.S. dollars, and he wants more flow of U.S. dollars to more countries, because then it props it up and it makes it worth more than it really is. And what is he doing even with the area of Gaza, right? What does he want to do? He wants to flood the markets and that economy, with U.S. dollars. I think he wants to do the same thing with Iran. He wants to do the same thing with Cuba. He wants to do the same
Argentina.
thing with Argentina, which I think, and I don't think you want to segue into Peter Thiel, but I think that's one of the reasons he's going to Argentina, too, because there's
to exploit them. He's going to exploit them.
To exploit them, but also he understands there's a blue wave coming, right? So he's like, I might as well go now.
Well, I mean, because think about Argentina. They're pushing Milei's bullshit as if Milei has done some great and wonderful thing. He hasn't. They are still on the hook with both the International Monetary Funds and the United States, which is backstopping their lack of ability to pay for their shit.
Yeah.
And yet they're propping this up as if, oh, look at these libertarian policies. When you get rid of all of the socialism, even though Argentina is not and really never has been for a while a socialist country. It's always been a capitalist country. It's so in my mind, they're going down there to take advantage because Milei knows that he owes Trump and he owes these probably tech bros as well. Probably knows he owes Israel too. So that to me is all tied in together. I think you're right on that. Now, Shane, let me get to Shane. What's up, man? What say you?
Well, I kind of put some patterns together, connected some dots whenever I woke up and found out about his call. And one thing I think about is the fact that so we have supposedly they're working on the third vote in Israel to essentially rid themselves of Netanyahu. It's I don't know the terminology. It's something about the disbanding the Knesset or something. I don't know nothing about it. So supposedly that if they had this third vote, which they've already had 106-0 vote twice, if they have this third vote, it's essentially supposed to say you're done and move the elections up to till September instead of October. And then you take into account that Trump has definitely brought up maybe I'll be the PM of Israel next.
Which was interesting.
So, and then I do question, I swear, and I could be totally off on this, but I swear at one point, whether it was his first term, right after his first term, I swear that they said that
Thank
he
you,
converted
Brianna.
to Judaism.
There's a lot of people theorizing that. Yeah. So you think that they're setting Netanyahu up to look like the crazy guy that's causing all these problems. Trump's going to come in as a savior, even to both the United States and Israel. In these countries, do you think they're going to combine?
Well,
because it's kind of the way it's going.
Yeah, definitely a concern when you consider what they're trying to do with our military under the table in Congress. And I can tell you for sure that is nowhere near a good idea, because every time we've ever done a coup d'etat anywhere in this world, generally it was at the direction of the I country.
Crazy. I hadn't really thought about that, but, because I took the prime minister comment that Trump made seriously in terms of like where he was, where his mind was going with that. But now with the integration of the militaries and now turning against Netanyahu, it's not outside the realm of possibility that they're just going to, absorb each other or whatever.
Now, the one thing I would say that I would have to question about that too is this. What you said, the blue wave is coming regardless. And it almost makes me wonder if J.D. Vance is essentially trying to ride this out just long enough to get out of this year, which would affect terms, and then turn around and Trump resigns, goes to Israel, and we get stuck with Vance.
Crazy. I mean, imagine though, like a president going to run another country and the vice president taking over. That would be fucking weird. Now, real quick, Sparky and Hush Puppy both. Is anybody else seeing the live like bouncing around or moving or looking or acting weird in some way? Well, to Hush Puppy and Sparky, Brianna is now. What's it doing? It's like jumping. I don't understand. Because it's not doing that on my side. I don't. Live restricted for some audiences. Reason harassment and bullying.
Wow.
So
now,
do we expect Netanyahu's going to run to Argentina?
Who the fuck am I bullying? Netanyahu? Oh, wait, that's right. Michael Rappaport. That little punk. Yeah, now, what did you say, Shane? I'm sorry.
I said, do we expect Netanyahu to run to Argentina to get away from the ICC?
Well, that's where all the Yahtzees go, so maybe. And it's interesting because I don't know what it is about Argentina, but the Zionist, kind of mentality group, this colonize everywhere, Argentina was a major hub for them long prior to World War II. So I don't know what it is with Argentina, but they want it.
So I would say, just based on what's happening right now, the best way to resolve everything here and there would essentially be if the ICC put a warrant out for Trump and Hegseth And then essentially what would happen is we're getting rid of most of our problems all at one time as soon as they are out.
Oh, I think I see. Okay, I see that's weird. Let me show. Is this what y'all are seeing this here? Is that what y'all are seeing?
We're good on the panel.
Yeah. Do you see that though? Isn't that weird?
BNC seeing it, yeah. That is weird.
What the fuck? Maybe I need to restart.
See,
I mean, look, they're coming after the account because now I have two community guideline strikes. After another one, they'll probably take my account. So I've no doubt that they're fucking with it. So I don't know if I should restart or what, but that'd give me a fucking headache to have to watch. So I tell you what, go to my profile. I'll just end the live since it's restricted anyway. Might as well, and then we'll come back. Unfortunately, I think that'll reset the time here, so I'll have to adjust that. But crazy. All right, we'll be right back, guys. Thank you. All right, let's see if that'll work. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we're back again. So it didn't reset, so that's good. Cool. We'll just, I guess, continue where we left off. I know these fucking losers don't like the truth. You can't handle the truth, as they say. Oh, there's somebody named Lil Loudmouth. That's funny. Are they? That's weird. Okay, I've never seen that before. It's probably one of my one of the people that love me. They just love me. They can't get enough of me. Like that video I did this weekend. I don't know who it is. This big group of people just started like commenting on my video about that fucking $99 baked potato. And they were like, somebody sent a message in this huge group chat. It wasn't about the video, it was about you. And I'm like, oh, look, more people that love me. Anyway, what's up, Hobie? Welcome back. Did you feel bullied while you were up here? I'm just curious. Oh, shit. Look at that. Thank you for that meteor shower. Holy shit. Well, hopefully it registers. Oh,
yes,
it didn't register. That's weird. Do you see? It should have changed that, but it didn't change that. Nor did it go into the bottle. Oh, you know what? I bet I have to. Yep, I got to click connect again. That's my bad. Damn it. There we go. It should work now. Let me see. Okay, yeah, it should work now. So if you send a large gift, it should go in there now. I'm sorry, my bad. Anyway, I don't even remember what the fuck were we talking about.
Well, you were asking me if I felt bullied.
Oh yeah.
So, but hold on, processing. Please.
Oh
wait.
shit. Well, thank
There we
you.
go.
Now the meteor shower, apophysis.
Now the other one appeared too.
Sweet. Oh,
Yeah,
interesting. That's
Interesting.
cool. I wonder how it knew that. You know what? I'm not going to question it.
It just went.
It worked. So that's cool shit. Yeah, if you guys, if you're liking, it'll show up there in the middle. So start tapping that screen. Let's get this going. Let's get out to the FYP if we can. Oh, thank you, Leanne. Anyway, so like we think that Netanyahu is like this stuff is for show.
Yeah. So I think it's more than that, Liv. I mean, I think that we just don't have the economic activity in this country that we should have, and a lot of it is because people are saving their wealth and or investing their wealth, and we know that GDP drivers are those people who spend, right? The rich people, they're not really spending, so right now. So they're consolidating wealth. The lower the middle class is spending, but the lower and middle class are the ones getting hurt. So we're not going to have as much activity. So we're looking for global conflict, and we're looking for emerging opportunities. If you take Kevin O'Leary, for example, right, the guy from Shark Tank, the one that was talking about like, well, maybe you shouldn't pay like $7, $8, for coffee, and save your money, and then you got a lot of flack for it. All of these guys talk about investments in Abu Dhabi, investments in the UAE, and they always say, look, these are the emerging countries, the emerging markets that we're investing in. And once this conflict is resolved, like
Thank you, Ref.
For example, their investments are going to return, not going to have a substantial return. So I think this is intentional. I think that they are disrupting the Middle East and for profit. And I think that's how they're shaping global influence. So that's honestly how I think.
Well, and it appears that that they're like trying to, or at least make the appearance that Europe is diminishing as well. But then I see this shit with Hassan Piker and Cenk Uygur, and I'm like, they're all in it too. And now real quick, I got to give a shout out. Jesse just posted, I've joined your fan club for 1 year. That is, so we've got a year long. I've only been doing this for just over a year. Thank you, Jesse, for being around for so long, and I appreciate you. I really do. I wanted to give you a shout out. Have you gotten your year yet, Hobie's forehead? How close are you?
I don't.
You would have probably come maybe a month after that, so you may get one in a month or so. I think, yeah, maybe. I don't know if there's a way to see who's my longest fan person, but it would have been Paula, but she found her way out the door, didn't she? Yeah. Where did you go, Paula?
Where'd you come from, Cotton?
I need to figure out who's been on my block list the longest, and we can celebrate that when they hit their year-long anniversary on my block list. Motherfucker. Just kidding. Anyway, moving on from that. So, Shane, let me get to you, and then we'll get to Grunkle. To what Hobie was just talking about, what do you think? Shane.
That was deep.
Thank you. Thank you, Shane.
I had to turn my mic on. There's no doubt it's a grift across across the Middle East. That is definitely the intention. But I think it's interesting too that we pretty much know that one way or another Trump's on his way out, and probably by the beginning of the year, even J.D. Vance will probably have to 2050. But what's interesting though is this: I've kind of already started seeing things where J.D. Vance is ready to throw in the towel on making another run, which kind of lines up with Peter Thiel running out of the country. But the other thing that I'm seeing is how would Marco Rubio even hold any of this up? Because he, to be honest, has looked really weak in trying to convince us.
Yeah, all of them in his cabinet may have fucked up any chance they ever had at a bigger political position. So I don't know, but look, we're seeing some weird Twilight Zone shit, and so I'm not going to make any predictions about that, because who fucking knows? For all I know, Starlink has got some kind of weird shit going on, and they're able to flip shit and whatever, do all that shenanigans. I don't know. So, I guess midterms, we'll see. Grunkle, what say you about it from Magaverse?
What up, my brother? Honestly, it just sounds like a classic, one of the classic laws of power playing out to me. You know, I mean, when you put it in the context of my man Don T, he's taking a huge risk, but desperate times call for desperate measures. We're literally at the breaking point with our national debt. We've got to be able to somehow get ahead of it with growth, with prosperity, and you know, like Argentina, you mentioned that, Venezuela, Iran, you know, these places, and even with China, you know, the negotiations going on over there between, you know, to get better trade deals. So he's taking a huge risk with all these deals happening all at once and all of this turmoil. And it just reminds me of the law of power that says when everything goes right, take all the credit. Everything goes to shit,
Blame
find somebody to
somebody
blame.
else.
And I believe that's what we see playing out right now.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
So
do
that's my take on it.
do you think that Trump's approval numbers and kind of the state of the country, do you think that actually bothers Trump, or do you think he just doesn't give a shit?
The approval rating itself, like as in the polling, or
Just as a whole, just kind of how, you know, just the vibe of, you know, the president and how they're doing that kind of thing is kind of what I'm getting at.
from what I understand about you know, Trump and his business dealings in the past and his MO, you know, from the business world and bringing that into politics. No, he's not concerned with any of that collateral damage or approval ratings or any of that. He's focused on the deals. You know, usually it's just one deal that he's taking on at a time, but right now he's focusing on all these deals all at once. And so, yeah, there might be some collateral damage, but if I was him and I was in the same situation, I'd put all that
Thank
out
you
of my
for
mind and
following.
Thanks for the
and
fall.
plow forward, you know. And I think that's what he's doing. It's basically he's laser focused on the deals he's making. So yeah, there might be
Yeah,
some fallout,
well,
but
speaking
you know,
of deals, if we have to pay Iran $300 billion, how would that sit with MAGA, do you think? Will they find a way to pretzel that into it's okay land?
They will. They will. They will.
Grunkle
They
says,
will
of
pretzel
course.
themselves, and I will too. Because what I think is gonna
I love the
happen-
honesty. Can we give
Oh,
applaud
Yeah,
kudos for honesty,
that.
sir?
Hey, you know me, man. I'm honest as the day is long. You know, I'll get it to you straight. But the way I think these deals are going to turn out is that we're going to get something in return. You know, yeah, we might go over there and rebuild Iran's infrastructure. You know, but that's probably going to be American companies, you know, doing that, American contractors, American goods, American steel, everything American. So if it works out
American
like that,
steel.
and
It's such
Yep.
like a manly
American
thing.
concrete, everything.
Bunch
So
of
if
people
they-
on
if-
Viagra, they're like, we like that American steel.
But that'd make a good cologne, wouldn't it?
American steel.
Yeah. And but
That's
anyway,
fucking
long
stupid.
story short is if MAGA can see a benefit to the United States in a tangible, concrete way, no pun intended, yeah, they'll probably justify it, like everything else.
Well, Hobie's forehead and Shane, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what Grunkle just said. It's very interesting.
Shane, you want to go first?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's. I guess my question for you, Grunkle, do you subscribe to Mike Makes Right?
He broke
Grunkle.
up really bad on my end. I don't know if that was me or
do
y'all.
you-
I didn't hear exactly what you
It
said.
could have
buddy.
been me. Do you mind? Do you subscribe to the doctrine of might makes right? So like, if we have the power to do something, like
American steel.
No,
Yeah.
no, I don't subscribe to that. No.
okay, all right.
Interesting.
So
Okay.
it's I guess you said. I mean, it's. I don't
Thank you,
think
Rigo.
that I understand that when you're a president, you know, you have a duty, you know, to the people. But at the same time, I think we also have a duty, you know, to the world as well, you know, to act in a moral way, because you know that matters. I think that's how the strongest alliances are forged. And I don't think, for example, that, you know, if we had the power to do so, that we should, and we would win, that we should just take over every other like country, right? I mean, it would benefit our people, you know, arguably, especially if we could, you know, extract wealth from these countries. But
Thank you for
there's a
following.
particular line.
Thank you, Muhammad.
I mean, would you agree with that?
Would I agree that we should look at it through a moral
Thanks, Shane.
lens instead of a beneficial lens, like I am looking at it through?
Well, you can't.
Well,
don't you have to
if
look
something,
through it-
well, let me ask it this way: if something is beneficial to you, but morally questionable, do you do it?
Well, I mean, that would be on a case. That would really be on a case by case basis. But I can give you an example of where I think Mike made right, and we did get a benefit from it. Venezuela, we got their oil. It's coming here. So, in that instance, we benefited greatly from it. It's coming to Pascagoula, being refined. We got it's. I mean,
Do you think that that was moral?
I do in the grand scheme of things. Yeah.
So theft is moral.
No, the government does it all the time, man. It's called confiscation. I don't know. This is no different.
Yeah, we confiscate our own people under our laws, but we don't confiscate other sovereign property.
Right. Thank you, Born. I was going to say the same thing. It's a little different. Civil asset forfeiture.
We don't?
I would argue, yeah,
We don't do that.
it's not our stuff to take, man. Like,
Okay.
I don't
okay.
even agree with civil asset forfeiture the
All
way
right.
that they do it. Do you agree
get
with
it.
civil asset forfeiture? If you're driving
Not
down
in
the
every
road,
case.
you pulled out $30,000 from your bank account to go buy a car, cash, and you get pulled over, and the cop's like, hey, ain't no normal person's running around with $30,000. So we're gonna take this, charge the $30,000 with a crime.
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying.
We don't like that, right? You don't like that? Like, that's a problem. Yes?
Yeah, I don't like that, but the person in the car
Now what?
driving down the road is a United States citizen with all the rights afforded to the United States citizen, and that other motherfucker was just a dictator. So not really quite
But-
apples to
but-
apples,
but-
buddy.
We're
He was
talking
the
about
leader
the
of a
oil.
sovereign.
Well, that's
It's
two
okay to
separate.
steal from a
sovereign-
dictator.
That's
on-
two separate instances, though,
It's
isn't
okay
it?
to steal from a dictator.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Yes.
No, we
It's
got
fine.
the dictator. The dictator is no longer there, right? Assuming he's a dictator, and I don't even buy that.
Okay.
We're still stealing the oil. So now you're stealing
And?
from people. You're not stealing from a dictator.
The people weren't getting out. The people weren't getting old to begin with. Don't even play that.
Yes, they
No,
were.
You know that. You know as
Yes,
well
they
as I
were.
do
Yes, they
that the
were.
average person on the street in Venezuela was not getting any benefit from that oil being sold. You know that.
Yes.
Come on.
That's how the country operated.
Okay,
No,
then
that's
what
not
benefit
actually
were
true.
they getting?
That's not actually
Thank you,
true.
What benefit were they getting? Like what?
GDP, it went to their GDP for their
That's
services.
exactly right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It helped pay their bills.
And
Gotcha.
they would have gotten more had the United States not been intervening and sanctioning them
Okay, we're not
and
going to agree
having
on this
them.
point, loudmouth.
Well, that's
We're not
fair,
gonna
but
agree on
I'd like to make the point that had we not been sanctioning them, they would have been able to sell it at a fair rate on the global market, but they weren't able to do that because the United States said no. So they had to sell it to quote unquote bad actors, which we then used as an excuse to turn around and say they were bad people, even though we were making them go to those places. Make that make sense.
So
We're getting the oil. It makes sense.
Can I
So
say
you
something?
know, under the definition of international law, this has made us a rogue nation, snatching a
Rogue.
sovereign leader.
Question or a statement?
It's a statement. It's a fact.
Well, it is noted for the record, sir.
Snatching a
American
sovereign
steel.
leader is illegal under international law, regardless of any of our indictments. And if we do it to Castro, to Raul Castro in Cuba, it's the same thing.
That's true.
And
Oh,
Okay.
Like
his
the host
forehead.
was
Go
saying,
ahead.
if we took
Yeah,
the
and Grunkle, I just want
Oh.
to say, like, by the way, I hope you don't think that I'm attacking you. I'm just trying to understand in hopes that maybe I'm missing something. So definitely appreciate you being as responsive as you are. So thank you.
how would you feel if
Yeah,
China went to
no,
Taiwan
well-
and snatched
I don't.
their
Let me
president?
just say, I don't feel attacked in any way, so it's cool.
Yeah,
I want
no,
to ask you a question.
There you
I
go,
wanted
Teddy.
you to make
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, man. I
No,
want
you're
you to make
good.
sense of this. I want you to make sense of what you said when you said the people wasn't getting the oil, right? Like you said, we took the dictator out. So why can't we put the people that you said wasn't getting the oil? Why can't we put? Why not us? But I'm just saying, why couldn't that country go ahead and just take the oil while we got to take it? We shouldn't be managing that.
Because actually, what Donald Trump is doing is stealing the oil back. The government of Venezuela stole the oil from us in the first place, so we're just stealing it back.
Okay, so is that oil located
So-
under our
Wait,
crust of earth or theirs?
Are you just
That doesn't
spouting
make any
lies
sense.
now? Like, what the fuck?
wait. Did you say that Venezuela stole oil from us and we're stealing it back? Did I hear that
It
wrong?
was American and British. It is American and British companies who built the
No.
whole oil infrastructure for that.
So they
company.
can't kick them out. So they can't kick them out. Have we
Then the
kicked countries?
government, then the government
Let's-
came in and nationalized the oil infrastructure and stole it away from us. So it's our oil to begin
So,
with.
well, let me,
I don't know what we
Grunkle. Then let me get this straight. So TikTok, China, should harm the United States because we forced a company out, didn't we?
Well, they can try,
So
I guess.
why is it that we get to do these things, push a company out and tell a country you can't own businesses here? You have to give it off to somebody else here in the United States. Why are we allowed to do that, but no other country is allowed to do it? Can you explain that to me?
Oh, America, freedom. There you go.
American steel, is that what? Okay, you realize how much of a hypocrite that makes us and you for saying it, yes?
Since when did MAGA start worrying about hypocrisy? When did that become a thing?
Well, I mean, never. I'm just putting it out. I
Okay.
mean, it is what it is. All right, well, panel,
Awesome.
have your go ahead.
I tell you what, if I was say like me, right? Say for instance, I don't like the way your house is running. I don't like the way you running your house. You know, the way you treat your kids and your wife. And I said, you know what? I don't like that. I'm gonna come over there. I'm gonna walk in your house, kick you out, and take over your family. That's exactly what the United States is doing in Venezuela right now. Is
And
that
let's
fair?
be honest.
Okay.
I'm asking you, is it fair?
So why did we go after Maduro? Let me ask you a question, Grunkle. Why did we go after Maduro? Like, why was he indicted? What did we claim that he was doing to the United States?
It was a narco state, and he was the head of it. So
Okay, so have you heard of Hernandez, the president of Honduras, the former president of Honduras?
oh, the guy that Trump pardoned? Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so he brought 400 tons of nose candy into the United States, as well as illegal pew-pews. Okay, so don't you see that as hypocrisy?
Didn't we just go over the hypocrisy thing like 2 minutes ago?
Dude, that doesn't make any excuses, okay? It makes it even worse.
I'm not making an excuse.
You just want to go over it. Okay, so this guy smuggled, or didn't even smuggle, okay? He sponsored narco-terrorism in Honduras, and he brought 400 tons of nose candy into this country. You know how many lives that probably took? Okay, you know how many addictions
Lots.
that probably caused? Okay, he also
Lots.
smuggled in illegal pew-pews. You know how many lives it probably took? You know how many gangs that
Many.
probably like empowered?
It sounds
And
pretty
Trump
bad, doesn't it?
pardoned him after he was sentenced to
Doesn't
42
sound
years
bad.
in prison
It is
by
bad.
federal court. Okay.
Right. It
So
sounds
why aren't
bad
we
and
in
it is
Honduras?
bad. I
And I'll
agree
tell
with
you
you.
why we're not in Honduras, because Honduras does not have oil. We really
Okay.
don't care about bananas, do we?
Not anymore. We
I
used
never
to.
said we did.
We used to.
I've said from day one that us going into Venezuela and Iran was about the oil. I've always said that. Liberal loudmouth can back me up on that.
But is
Okay,
that
so that's okay to do that. When we are the largest oil producer in the world, we produce 11 billion barrels a day. Okay,
Well,
the
At the
largest.
risk of being a little
Why do we
obtuse,
need
let
it?
me answer your question with a question. Are we doing it?
And is it wrong?
Probably. But
Right.
we're still doing it.
It's like, oh,
Okay, so
am I
so right
smurdering people? Am I smurdering people? Am I? Like, don't
So,
question the
kids in a school
legitimacy
got,
of it.
wiped out.
You know, I mean, it's the school
A bunch of kids
pupillers.
in a school
They're
got
doing
wiped out,
it.
so there's that.
Right there, that makes us
They're
a
doing
rogue
it.
nation. You just
So-
defined a rogue
Right.
nation.
Well, Grunkle. Okay, so like
Okay.
I see the
What do you want me to do besides
I
be honest
see
with
the
you?
rhetorical tact that you're taking, right? Where you're like, yes, it's hypocrisy, and it is what it is. How do you expect people to take seriously what you say when there's no fair consistency with what you say? You just apply different standards to different situations just to justify behavior. How does that work?
Whatever Trump does is right. Until it starts affecting me personally.
Until it starts affecting you. Okay. I mean, look, you said it, not me. Whisper, go ahead. I saw your hand in the comments, so go ahead, Whisper.
Yes, please. Sorry about the barking dogs. I cannot get them to stop. I've tried.
It's like nails
Okay, I got
on a chalkboard. Go ahead.
Grunkle. So is your position just that? Sorry, is your position just that you're like a piece of shit human and you don't care? Because that's what I'm picking up from you. Like, you don't care if we're violating morals. You don't care if you don't care if us as a country is doing something wrong to another country because they can't do it back to us. And like, it seems like you're just okay with whatever as long as you can get away with it.
And it's beneficial to you.
Well, sometimes it bees that way.
Thank you, Brenda.
No.
Okay.
I'm asking a question. I mean, I'm not attacking you, sir. Don't take it this way. But I have to ask this question because I'm sitting here thinking the way you talking. Okay, I'm just asking. Please don't get offensive with this. Were you taught to think the way you think right now about other things that only you should benefit off of?
Was I taught that?
Yeah.
From like an early age, or was that how I was raised? Is that what you're asking?
As you was growing up and you get to understand things, was it I'm not, like I said, I'm not attacking you, but was it your uncle, your brother, your cousin? Somebody said something to you to make you think the way you think right now, and it doesn't seem really rational or any kind of sympathy.
Yeah, I can see how it would come off that way, but what you got to understand is I do not see the world as the fairy tale that everybody thinks it should be. I see it for what it is, and it's not pretty, and it's pretty damn just let me land my plane, buddy. And it's pretty damn hypocritical.
Well, that's called cynical. That's the definition of cynical.
Anyway, as I was saying, if I could just land my plane, please.
Go ahead.
I mean, I won't go too much longer. But yeah, I mean, what do you want me to do? I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say MAGA is based on facts. No, MAGA is based on feelings. Okay?
It's true.
And if whatever Donald Trump does, as long as he can make the case that it benefits America and Americans, MAGA's probably going to be okay with that. Okay. So yeah, you can call it hypocritical. You can try and shame MAGA. You can try and I don't know, whatever you want to do, but none of it's going to work. None of it's going to work because I mean it just is what it is.
But why they follow him like that, though? I mean, these are grown people following something. He's telling you what he's going to do before he do it, and then do it, and then y'all. I don't know if you MAGA or not, but then they
Is that
they,
what
they
you're going with
follow
that?
they follow the stupidity.
Why?
I'm not. I don't know if you got the answer or not, but I'm just saying though,
Oh, I got the answer.
stupidity of grown people
Are
following
you
one
prepared
guy.
to hear it though?
Yeah, of course I am. I'll be quiet.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Well, after
Well,
I say this,
he was going to answer, and
he
then
wants
yes, you
to
can
know-
ask your
Sorry,
question.
I apologize.
No,
my
you're
good
good.
man to
Go ahead, Grunkle.
Please go,
the
Grunkle. I'm
next
sorry.
to me was asking why MAGA is this way. Because, well, number one, it's based on feelings, as I said before, and feelings, as long as MAGA can feel a certain way about a certain thing and see the benefit, they're probably going to, and I am going to continue to support Trump, So why is MAGA this or that? MAGA is literally the exact opposite side of the coin from hope and change. That's what a lot of people don't understand. And hope and change did not get us fundamental transformation. Fundamental transformation of America is the actual coin. And Donald Trump is accomplishing that. He's accomplishing what President Obama never could.
Destroying the country, yeah. He's doing a great job.
He's doing a great job.
Good job,
In fact,
Trump.
I mean, he can't accomplish getting any bands to perform for him except for Ice Ice Baby.
And Milli Vanilli, for crying out
No,
loud.
I think Milli Vanilli dropped out. I'm dead serious.
Oh, wow.
I just thought there was just
real
one
quick,
Milli.
can
I thought Vanilli offed
make one
himself.
comment?
But anyway,
I just
I
wanted
was
to
going to
say,
say, if
So okay, so I don't know who did what first, but Born Rich wanted to ask
I
a
wanted to be
question.
gentleman and let the lady go first,
Okay,
please.
she did have her hand in the comments, but I didn't see which came first. So Whisper, go
It's
ahead,
okay.
and then Born, you take it right after. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, that what he said about MAGA is the reason, that I don't speak to my family who are MAGA anymore, because the only thing I have to hold MAGA accountable is social type things. So I am not going to associate with people like that. I want, to me, they are pariahs and need to be treated as such. That's all. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Born Rich, go ahead. I think you had a question or
Thank
something.
you. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, so Gonko, I guess that your position is that because we're the most powerful military force in the world, that we can basically go in and take what we need as far as resources. Is that correct? So if we need the oil, we're going to go get the oil. Like in Venezuela and now in Iran.
That's a pretty good thumbnail synopsis, yeah.
Yeah. So you know who did that in the 1930s into the 40s? You know who rolled into Czechoslovakia and then rolled into Poland and then rolled into France, rolled into Belgium.
Mm-hmm.
They rolled into the African continent, rolled into the Middle East because they needed the oil to fight their WAR. You know who did that?
I really
I'm telling
appreciate
you,
the
man.
confetti, but fuck, it's everywhere. Look at that.
Thanks, Rigo.
Hitler did it. Hitler did it. So we're pretty tantamount to the fascist regime of the Third Reich. We're taking on the same behaviors. So how do you feel about that?
I don't care.
Okay, well that's great.
And what's crazy about that is that, prior to World War II, they started setting up, places around the world like Argentina or whatever to do this. And like in Argentina was a big one of those hubs. And when the Yazis left, they went to Argentina. And now you've got these same people essentially acting in the same way as Hitler did while they claim that they were the victims of Hitler, as they act exactly the way Hitler did and went to the same place that they had gone prior to. Thank you, Pam. It's a weird, it makes me question all of history, to be quite honest with you.
So are you referring to Peter Thiel buying a big estate in Argentina?
Well, I mean, that's one thing, but I'm talking about prior to World War II, a guy named Baron de Hirsch put $9 million. He created what was called the J Colonization Association, and he sent a bunch of J people into Argentina, into the Pampas. They at one point they had like 150,000 J people in Argentina for quite some time. And then it kind of dwindled after that, after World War II, when the Yazis showed up over there. They went to the same place that the Jays had been funded to go and colonize. Fucking weird. And now you've got Teal jumping down there. You've got Millet getting stroked off by everybody and their dog and paid off, basically, to do what he's doing. It's a weird... I don't really understand it, but it's very weird when you put all those things together.
Hey, I'm
Isn't
gonna ask you a question, if you don't mind that. And anybody can answer.
I would like to say something real quick, if I may.
Go ahead, I'll wait.
Okay. My good man asked me, he said, oh, there's a lot of parallels between 1930s Germany and, the evil mustache man and blah, 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 and all that. Let me just point out that, at least during my lifetime, I am 50 years old. My party...
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. My party, the Republican Party, has been compared to the 1930s Germany movement. And I've done the research on this. Fun fact, every single Republican candidate for president since Eisenhower, it goes back that far, has been compared to evil mustache man. So when you say all these things, you might be right, actually. But at this point
I've
in time,
never heard
I
any
am
other
so...
president compared.
Grunkel, I'm
You
62 years old. I was vice president of my college Republicans. The first person I voted for was Ronald Reagan. I voted for 3 Republicans in my lifetime. Okay, I would not support somebody who was like Hitler. I have never heard that.
You want to bet me $100? A loudmouth can put me on the big screen. I can find an article somewhere in mainstream media comparing whatever president since Eisenhower to evil mustache man.
Okay,
I'm
so
willing
Reagan.
to make that bet.
Did you know Ronald Reagan couldn't even get
I'm looking this up, actually. I'm going to look that up. I haven't heard that claim before.
Please do.
That said, this is also why it's important
Mitt Romney,
to use
George W. Bush.
to use language appropriately. Of course, but the comparisons now, I mean, are you telling me that there are none with Trump to Hitler?
I literally just told you that you might be right.
Well, no, you said you might be right, but you didn't say whether or not you see the comparison and that it is a valid comparison.
I understand the argument because it's the same argument that's been made for at least 50 years, and I'm 50 years old.
I see. Is anybody else seeing Kenny flash?
So,
or is that just me?
If I could just finish up by saying, I'm sorry.
No, I was just because on my screen he's like flashing. Kenny, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Good morning.
Okay, I just want to make sure because for whatever reason on my live studio you're like flashing. Anyway, Grunkle, go ahead and finish what you were going to say.
All I was going to say is, having done the research on that, you'll forgive me if I'm a little jaded by now by these accusations from the 1930s Germany movement, and we're in the middle of it right now. So I don't know what to tell you. You could be right, but the left has cried wolf so much that doesn't matter at this point. Probably not.
I wanted to ask the panel a question, if y'all don't mind. Just anybody can answer.
Sure.
What Trump is doing right now, and I'm talking about for the Republican Party. I'm talking senators, House presidency, with the Supreme Court, how they all favor him, even though they know it's wrong. How long do you think, or if the next president that comes through as the Republican, you think there's gonna be guardrails? I mean, really good guardrails on both sides?
In the next, you mean the next president, or after we get rid of these? Maybe I missed something from your question.
Well, I mean, if I can answer that, I think what we learned with this administration, especially in the second term, is that we need guardrails. I think for a long time, again, I'm 62, for a long time I was naive to think that we would never see an administration like this in our country.
It is crazy. Now, let me ask you again, at what time period are you talking that we'll have guardrails? Because we currently have none. I mean, I think we all realize that. I think even your question was implying that.
I'm sorry, guys. I had got another phone call on my other phone. Did anybody answer it?
Well, I asked for clarification. What time frame are you talking? Like just the next president, or
no? Just period. I'm talking about period. Any Republican person that runs the presidency, with the way the Supreme Court is, the House and the Senate. Do you think there will be? I don't care if it's after Trump or 10 years after Trump, do y'all think it's going to be, if we're still here, y'all think there's going to be more guardrails because this is a big lesson for both sides to learn and not let this happen again? If we don't destroy it in the next 2 years to where it's going to take us another 40 years to even try to think about getting it straight.
I think the only guardrails that we're going to see are going to be when we put them in there. And they're going to have to alter probably the Constitution to ensure it. Either through, making sure that they have time limits, which I believe Congress can do. I don't think, and I'll have to look again, but I don't think it's written into the Constitution. It's lifelong. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think Congress can actually write that into law. Yeah, so until there's somebody willing to do it, a Republican is going to use this to their advantage.
I did notice.
Well, I think a Democrat will too, frankly. I mean, I'm a Democrat, but I'm not going to pretend that Democrats are going to be innocent in the future. I think, I think that there will be some retaliation. I think that they're going to go on, I think the Democrats will go on a revenge tour too. There's an awful lot of anger on both parties, on both sides.
We're talking about the court, though. This court is not going to help Democrats do right. This court isn't going to help Democrats do what's on their platform. They're going to vote against them. They will give Republicans something, and then if Democrats ask for the same something, they'll deny it. I guarantee you. This is an activist court, so they're going to have to figure something out there. Biden should have stuffed the fuck out of this court. That's one thing that they can do is stuff it. Just ram these fuckers through.
I don't think he had an opportunity to, but there's two things. There's a number of things, in my view, with respect to the Supreme Court that went wrong. One is, Ruth Bader Ginsburg should have, she should have retired a lot sooner than she did. I mean, she was very sick and she was elderly. Also, when Mitch McConnell basically put the kibosh on, I'm trying to think, on Obama's appointment because he said it was too close for election, and then within a month of the next election, he let Trump make an appointment. I mean, that was politically genius, but it was highly unethical.
It was what they want to do. They do what they want to do as long as they keep the people convinced that they got to say so. It isn't who votes, it's who counts the votes. Never forget that.
I heard Senator Ro Khanna is wanting to expand the Supreme Court after midterms. I did hear that.
Yeah, they're going to have no choice. Because until they can get somebody in there, to whatever. Of course, if they expand it, somebody else is going to expand it. They're going to have to put these guardrails in, and you know. But we're seeing that this country has problems, some serious. And you know what? That's the only silver lining to Trump that I see, is he is showcasing where all of the gaps are. And right now we've got cups, and we're tossing out the water, you know, with little cups. And at some point now we know where all the leaks are. And then we have an opportunity to patch it if we get to that point.
Well, I mean, if they expand the number of seats on the court and the Democrats don't have the Senate after the midterm, but Trump will be able to pick all the, you know, then Trump will be able to put like nominees forward, and the Republican Senate's going to pass them. So that would make matters even worse. I mean, they got to wait until the next presidential election.
The first thing I would do before I try expanding the court is do term limits.
Yeah, for sure. Well, real quick, to Grunkel's point earlier, so Ronald Reagan had compared Kennedy to Hitler. Richard Nixon, let's see, McGovern said the DNC break-in claimed Nixon was, the kind of thing you'd expect under Hitler. Ronald Reagan also had been compared to Hitler by a PBS documentary. Bill Clinton was compared to Hitler. George Bush was compared to Hitler. Barack Obama was compared to Hitler. And Trump, obviously, now. Joe Biden even was compared to Hitler. Just for the record.
Yep.
That's wild. But I will just say I've never heard I've never heard the general public referring to a president that way.
Yeah, well, you know, and that's more like policy based.
Two people making a thing, making a documentary, or saying a thing isn't the same as what's happening now.
No, and
so you see.
Well, I want to be clear about this, though. When those comparisons were made, they were talking about a policy or a thing that was done, right? And it was usually just that one thing that got compared to, that's something that Hitler might do. You know, that sounds like something Hitler would do. What we're saying about Trump is he is doing exactly what Hitler did. And it's like it's like every policy, every action, all of his rhetoric, the words that he uses, the way he delivers his speeches, his charismatic shit, his, scapegoating an entire group of people, all of that, everything that Trump exists as is similar to Hitler.
Yes, liberal loudmouth. It's the classic.
There was something really
but he really is.
But don't
it's
you
really
think,
happening now.
Doesn't it
right.
More so,
that's
resemble, feeding the crowd at the Coliseum, though?
What do you mean?
So did you guys see where Trump
the violence at the Coliseum, the hold that he's got on the Republican, but the thing that's different right now is his rhetoric when it comes to treating members within his own party. Do you know how many Republicans actually would love to stand up in front of a microphone and tell that man he's batshit crazy? A bunch of them, elected officials. But they're scared to death.
These are grown people, though. Why don't they just say that? What are they going to say?
Their number one priority, when you talk to fellow elected officials over the years, as I have, their number one concern is not what they want to do for you today or you tomorrow. It's, what do I need to do to get reelected this upcoming term? That's the conversation.
That's true.
That's what happens when you're out on the golf course. That's the conversation that transpires while you're fishing on a trip.
And that's why we have to have a better metric with which we choose not only candidates, but also representatives. The candidates for being representatives and then the representatives themselves, because, but then again, it's a certain type of person that runs in the first place, and it's those kind of people that want to do for themselves.
I didn't learn all this stuff about Trump.
Thank you for following.
Thank you, Ted.
The television. I listened to the primaries within his own parties, and then they watched. They just rolled, and I thought, you guys have got to be kidding. How can you follow this? Now they're so scared they've created such a mess. They don't know how to get themselves out of it. And it's going to take them a long time to come to that realization. Oh my God, look what we've done. That's a tough pill to swallow.
And not even just for re-election purposes, but he can drain their bank accounts by bringing legal action against it. I don't know if you guys saw this or not. Let me read this. This is from the Don Lemon's search warrants. The search warrants that they put into place. This is what they were asking for. Let me bring this up here. Let me scroll in. The court was concerned when these 3 search warrant applications were originally submitted that the request for search and seizure of subscriber information meant the government was seeking to compile a list of who had viewed the videos produced by these 3 defendants. They literally were trying to get a search warrant to get his list of subscribers to do something with that list. And they wanted all the information from those subscriber lists. Their IP addresses included. This is what Trump is willing to do, and this is why they're so freaked out, because they know that everything that they've done, all of the skeletons in their closet, all of the grinder profiles that they have, it doesn't matter. Everything is up for grabs with this piece of shit. And that's scary to a lot of people.
Can I follow on that for a second?
Sure,
Trump
go ahead.
just appointed Bill Pulte, okay, who is a developer. You guys ever hear of Pulte Homes? He's a billionaire.
Yes.
Of course, he just appointed him as interim director of national intelligence today. This is a guy
I saw
who, okay, this is a guy who has been a Trump sycophant for years, a huge donor, and also took on a private revenge tour against a number of Trump's enemies, claiming that there was mortgage fraud, because that's what he's in charge of. He's in charge of the national housing and mortgages right now as director. Okay, he's going to have a dual role between his current role, basically managing our federal-backed mortgages and running the basic collection point and reporting point to the president of all of our intelligence collection. Now, do you feel safe having a guy who has no experience in the military, no experience
in intelligence,
in any type of intelligence collection?
Right.
Do you feel safe about having this guy in charge?
Trump feels safe. I'm sure.
Exactly. He is going to put this guy on a like revenge tour on steroids. One reason why Tulsi Gabbard had to resign was because she would not do that for Trump.
Right.
She would not do that for Trump. Do you remember how he sent her down to Georgia, the DNI, to go look into potential fraud for about the 12th time? He did that a couple of months ago, and she would not cooperate. Well, Bill Pulte is going to cooperate, and he's going to bring the power of our intelligence agencies against people domestically. Guarantee it. Guarantee it.
And real quick,
America.
Somebody in the comments said, and I don't necessarily want this to derail, but this is fucking hilarious. Somebody asked, damn it, where was it? Asked about the live. Hecate said, have you seen the alien live map from this regime? I hadn't, but I Googled White House or whatever. This is an official White House website. whitehouse.gov/aliens. And what fucking
we should be paying.
This is for 60 years.
If you read that,
the U.S. government has kept a closely guarded secret. This guy.
I actually read that. I believe it's about illegal aliens because they kind of lead you on, and then at the end they talk about how great Trump has been.
Oh yeah, here we go. They shopped at the same stores in this right here. Everywhere you go, and you cannot close this. You can't close this. You have to refresh the page to get this to go away. This sick bastard.
I gotta say, that's pretty cool.
Is it? How the fuck is that cool? Your gas price is about to go $6, $7 in the next couple of months. It's going to get real bad.
No. In the next
Are you going to
couple
be
of
like?
weeks. So
Are you,
the
I don't know if it'll go
inventory is down
up
to critical
$2
levels.
in 2 weeks. I don't know if it'll go up to 7 in 2 weeks. It'll be above 5 in 2 weeks.
My hard line in the sand for fuel prices is $18.26.
Get out of here.
If it goes to 18.27,
so you have no hard line.
18.27, I'm gonna have a problem.
So you're trolling now. I guess you don't own a car.
I'm making a joke. Come on, chill out.
Well, it's not a joke when people can't afford to buy groceries. I mean, they have to make a choice between groceries and gas to get to work. That's not a
They're
joke.
already making choices like that. We're past that.
And are they happy about it?
Hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life.
He continues to show exactly what I said when I first came up.
What's that?
What I said about his character when I first came up, he continues to show that.
Who? Oh, Grunkle? Well, I mean, he was. Look, to his
doesn't care
credit,
about anybody.
he's
Anything.
honest. Yeah, I mean, he's saying it. We don't have to question where he's at on it. I'm not saying that's a good thing necessarily, but it's rather better that than him lie to you and make you think that he's a friendly,
Hey, Grunkle, how much are you paying for gas for your truck right now?
He's like
'Cause I
a
see that you're a trucker.
sociopath or psychopath or something.
How much are you paying for like diesel right now?
It's around $5 in the KC area.
Yeah.
I did, interestingly
I paid
enough, I
$5.39
passed
for
by.
my farm truck the other day. So how does that eat into your profit as a trucker?
It doesn't.
Well, how far can you possibly press? Okay, so how doesn't it?
I'm a company driver.
Okay, so how does that eat into your company's profit?
I have no clue.
Okay, so what happens when
car,
companies
they pay
start
for it.
losing profit margin?
What?
What happens when companies start losing profit margin and their operating expenses go up and their revenues go down?
They pass
Things
the
become
cost
tight,
on to
man.
us, and we swallow
Things
it.
become
Well,
really
I
tight.
know, but there's another thing, Kenny, and I know that you know this, called price inelasticity, okay? You can only check their prices so far, right? So after that, what happens is they start laying off drivers. And they pull
Correct.
rigs off the road because it's not profitable.
Man.
And they'll start pushing
good.
real hard. When that happens, Trump is going to start pushing real hard for autonomous trucks. And then your job won't
Not
be there
looking
when
good
you
for
get
the home
back.
team.
Nope. And you're
Yeah,
like,
Not looking
good
but
for the
it's
home team.
good. But it's good.
It's great.
It's not good.
Now, wait a minute.
In the
Wait a
long
minute.
run, it actually
Liberal, I
doesn't.
just jumped up. I've got to jump straight back down, but everybody keep tapping the screen.
Thank
'cause
you.
This is one of the better
Is-
lives on TikTok. Best lives on TikTok, but we need to keep
Thank you,
tapping
thank you.
to help with the algorithm. But Liberal, that website, it's for real, but it is so outwardly. It's evil. They're literally representing
Thank you for following.
immigrants as
Thank you, Kenny.
thank you, Kenny, as a alien, dirty. Though if you read the text, the way they describe people in the context of aliens, and the way that they feel about them and how it's an us and them issue, it is truly sickening. People need to go and read it. And they've also got an alien live map on there where you can keep up to date with the latest fascist arrests of innocent people across America in live context. That's what that is. They've got a map for it too.
So now, is that different than what I had up there?
It's attached to it somewhere. Like you can get to it from there somewhere, I'm sure.
I see. And now
People
when
are
I
sharing it.
refresh it and
Yeah.
it's not even pulling up the words anymore, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They know your IP address. Those
But you're
it's not
showing
really.
up.
So wait, are
You
they like
redirected
wait,
so much.
are they doxing the, quote unquote illegal aliens? Is that what they're doing?
They're marking the arrests on this live map so people can keep up to date so I don't know how much personal information they're putting on each one, whether they're just saying 2 males arrested here, a female there. I don't know that much yet, but they're keeping track of their arrests and celebrating
like
them on this
mobile
live
patrol?
map. Yeah.
It's like mobile patrol.
Mobile
I don't
patrol?
know about that, but it's like fascism to me. It's very dangerous.
Mobile
If they're
patrol
doing this,
is a website that does a similar thing, but it's for like petty crimes in your area.
oh, okay, yeah, but this is for innocent people being lynched. So
Okay.
it's and that they're celebrating it, and the way they call it alien live map is diabolical. Anyway, I'll jump down so I can keep tapping while I'm working, but I don't want to get
Yeah, thanks, Ikate.
Okay.
I appreciate
love
it.
to all. Okay, bye.
See ya.
Loudmouth, when you pull up that website,
Mobile
does
patrol
the
is shit,
X-Files theme start playing? I'm just curious.
Does the what?
Does the X-Files theme start playing when you go onto that landing page there?
Not that I can hear it, no. Let me see.
Well darn.
3.1 million encounters, alien arrest map. Oh, this is the arrest map she's talking about. Let's see. Total arrest 7. That's crazy. Okay, so this is really fucking weird. Let me see here.
It's called a twisted agenda. Who's on the agenda next? Is it people over 65 like us?
Okay, I think I figured this out here. Yeah, so
think it's gonna
total arrest in Oklahoma City. Arson, assault, this is criminal charges. Countries of origin, it lists all the countries. Gang affiliation or not. And no links to anything, right? No links to anything at all. So, that doesn't even make any sense to me.
I wanted to say the next people on the agenda is anyone that doesn't think like them.
Well, you know what's interesting? I've got dual citizenship. I have 2 passports. I have an Irish passport and I have a U.S. passport. I was born in the United States, but my father was Irish. And he put me on the birth registry when I was born, so I became an Irish citizen immediately. And I'm always thinking that, like right now, like Ireland does not make you give up U.S. citizenship, and we do not make people with dual citizenship give up theirs. But I keep thinking that someday I'm going to have to make a choice under this administration as to which citizenship I want to give up, and it's going to be a tough choice.
They weren't little green men. These aliens are the millions of illegals who invaded our country under the cover of darkness. President Trump told the truth. The cover-up is over. Secure the border. Deport them all. This is fucking stupid. This is absolute. This is like, what the fuck? Grunkle, we paid somebody money to build that website. Do you think that is worth a damn? What,
Well, it's propaganda, and propaganda is always worth it, don't you think?
Should that be propagandized, though?
Apparently so.
I mean, because it doesn't
I
give.
gotta step out for a little bit.
It doesn't. Who is that?
Shane, I got to step out for a little bit.
All right, thanks, Shane. I appreciate you being up, man.
Yes, sir.
KK, thank you for the likes.
Following.
Yes, sir, buddy.
Thanks to that. I appreciate it, man. We'll see you later. Yeah, I don't see the point in it. Yeah, I mean, propaganda, sure, but the president shouldn't be like pushing that kind of bullshit, because when you go through there, it doesn't actually. Yeah, and it shouldn't be legal. I mean, it's just like Hatch Act violation crap. I mean, he's basically campaigning because none of that information is valuable in any way to the average American.
Yeah.
One thing I can't understand: why is he still campaigning? He knows it's his last term, unless he's going to really actually try to get a third term. You know what I mean? Presidents.
I think he
Democrat,
will.
You know what I mean? Democrat.
I don't think he'll be around by then. I really don't. His health is horrible.
Well, Theodore, do what? Theodore was talking. Do what, Theodore?
I'm sorry.
You know how many Democrat presidents in the past, like Obama, Clinton, Jasmine, all of them going to jump in on the bandwagon. As far as when it comes to like if he's still campaigning, even though he can't by the Constitution go a third term, but if he did try it and they try to twist it some kind of way to where he can, he gonna get dog. He gonna get dog white. I guarantee you.
Now, Born Rich, what were you saying?
I'm sorry to interrupt before. No, I was just saying that, it's interesting. I want to ask your uncle about something because, a federal judge has basically put the kibosh on a number of Trump's initiatives, like the Ballroom Project. He's ordered a stop to that. The Kennedy Center, he ordered, the federal judge ordered to take Trump's name off of it. Most recently, the J6 felony slush fund. So do you think the federal judges should have priority over the executive with respect to any decisions that the executive or that they should have judicial power over the executive? Federal judges up to the Supreme Court. So if the president does something, you think the Supreme Court should be able to say, no, you can't do that?
I'm not sure I understand your question, really.
I guess I'm saying that if the president takes action without congressional approval, okay, which a lot of the things that he's done, he would have needed congressional approval. And the court says that's unconstitutional. Do you think that he needs to respect that?
Well, of course.
Okay, because some people believe in absolute executive power. I just wasn't sure as to what your position is on that.
Well, somebody has to check that executive power. That's what the checks and balances are for.
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
If something
I've just heard a lot of people who are MAGA supporters, big hardcore MAGA, say no. The executive power usurps any of the judiciary power under the Constitution.
That's ridiculous. Well, Grunkle,
it's ridiculous, but I've heard the argument.
Yeah, Grunkle is MAGA. Grunkle, what do you think? You think at the
That's
court?
who I was asking. I'm sorry.
Oh,
yeah, it's okay. I respect your answer.
I think the executive branch should respect the courts and their decisions. I have been, it's like, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, when it comes to these types of executive branch, quote unquote, overreaches or something that's questionable, I believe it would be better if that was on an expedited docket, to where it could just zoom on up if it gets appealed and they overturn it or whatever, to where it can get to the SCOTUS as quickly as possible so that they can get a ruling on it. That's where I'm at with it. But yeah, of course, the courts should be respected. And I can't really think of one time where Donald Trump has gone against the Supreme Court or any
tariffs.
Court,
yeah, no. You're absolutely right. You're right.
Well, I mean, he should also abide by the lower courts too.
Well, I can't think of one time where he hasn't. Can you?
Well, you were just saying that it should be fast-tracked to SCOTUS.
How about when he deported people despite an order not to?
Yes, that is a good example.
Abrego Garcia, that's right.
He had a whole plane full of people heading for some godforsaken country, and the judge said, turn that plane around, and the plane never came back. At least not with the people on it.
Okay, well, that's...
And I believe he had that order before the plane took off.
I think he did too, yeah. I think he did.
But at the end of the day, when the Supreme Court handed down its ruling that that Garcia should be, that he should facilitate the return, he did that. So,
yeah.
I mean, everybody's saying he's acting like a king. I don't see it.
Well, he shouldn't have gone that far.
You don't see how he's acting like a king?
Ricky.
Well, he's respecting the court's decision.
No,
not
really.
If the only example you can bring up is Garcia, which when the judge handed down that order, the plane was already in the air.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's like, no, we're not turning that plane around. But when the Supreme Court ruled, he did facilitate the return. So I don't.
It took him a long time.
Where he's a king.
It took him a long time.
He didn't do it quick enough. He didn't do it quick enough.
Let's go through the list of things of the ways that he's gone against the courts. Okay, it's not just the Garcia case. Okay, so I just did a quick Google search. Okay, Donald Trump has gone against the courts through verbal attacks following unfavorable many times, defying foreign aid freezes 2025, immigration raids 2025, verbal attacks on judges in the system 2018 to present, birthright citizenship executive order 2025, challenging subpoenas 2020, and the list can go on and on. So, Ricky, I really don't want to hear this argument again and again and again from you that you just want to sit here and simp for this man, because I have heard this for you for 3 freaking years, that no matter what this man does, you are going to find an excuse that you will defend him and find a way to tell me that he is just doing what every other president does and blah, 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 blah. Because you know that what he's doing is wrong. You know. And you just want to sit here and say, well, he is the president, and that's what we voted for, and he's just doing what every other president does. Well, you know what?
Voted for sure.
You know what? Presidents have always tried to test their limits with the courts. You are absolutely right. But you know what? When that court has made a decision, it was the final word. It was the final word. Donald Trump says F you to the courts. It's my word.
Yeah, and even when he goes before grand juries, even when they go before grand juries, the DOJ officials are they're just lying. They'll lie. They will, say whatever they need to say to get the grand juries to do what they want. And now the courts are stopping. They're not trusting the DOJ anymore. So when those DOJ lawyers now go into court, they don't give them any benefit of the doubt anymore. They've had judges come out and say this. Because they've lied, they've cheated, they've manipulated, they've left information out, all on purpose to get what they want. And the courts have finally gotten fed up. So we'll see what Trump does once he realizes that even his DOJ officials that go and represent his administration in court, when they aren't even allowed to do anything.
Well, most of the good prosecutors have left. The more seasoned prosecutors are left. The only ones left at the DOJ now are very unseasoned sycophants who are not going to be successful in bringing indictments. And a judge is going to see right through it.
Yep. I mean, so yeah, he has no respect for law. He has no respect for the system. He has no respect for anything. He's just going to do whatever he wants to do. That's what he's been doing. And apparently, Grunkle, to you, that's okay, because the end justifies the means. Integrating Israeli military into our own, perfectly fine. Going and stealing people's oil, perfectly fine. Arresting and capturing moms and dads and kids and going in front of fucking schools and destroying people's lives. That's totally fine. Like, at what point does your heart and your ability to, empathize with another human, when does that kick in, Grunkle?
Might not be for a while.
Why? What happened to you? Who fucked your life up so much and how that caused you to just not give a fuck about anybody but yourself. What happened? Because we aren't born that way unless it's, pathological, which is generally, psychopathy. What happened, Grunkle?
He's been like this for 3 years. He was on.
Well,
he was
I believe
on
it. I believe it, but I'm asking what happened to him. That's what I'm asking him. I'm asking him. MBW, I am asking him a question. What happened to you, Grunkle? Something happened. Or you were just born a psycho.
I'm a pretty happy person, actually. It's what I told you before, liberal loudmouth.
No, something in your life.
For what they are.
Because
not the way I would like them to be.
No. You justify stealing people's property. You've justified that. Do you steal people's property? Would you teach your children to steal people's property?
Oh, no, not me, but I don't have a military, helping me out do it. So, it's a little different.
So if you had a military, you would go around and steal people's shit? Is that what you're telling me?
If it was dictators, probably.
May I ask Grunkle a question? So our military is very powerful. What would you do if the military start kicking down doors here and taking away people's pew-pews?
I would be very upset at that, sir.
Okay, so that's kind of the same thing. So you don't think the people in Venezuela are upset that we are now absconded their only economic resource? You don't think they're upset? I mean, don't they have a constitutional right to their own property?
Nah, maybe. But
because what you're saying is that power prevails, right? Well, the power in this country is our military. So maybe, so maybe a future president says, Second Amendment be damned. I'm going to unleash my military. I'm going to kick your door down. I'm going to take your pew.
Are you saying that power never prevails? Is that an absolute?
No, I just said power does prevail. So maybe a future president will say.
Apparently it does.
Okay, so maybe. And I know I said power does prevail, but abuse of power is very different.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why it's
and I'm
called
saying maybe in the future, a future president who has it out for the Second Amendment will have his military or her military kick down your door and take away your pew-pews. Because I don't care what pew-pew owners say, and I'm actually one of them, you're not going to be able to. I don't care how many you have in your house. It's not going to work.
Right.
I think we're just spinning our wheels here.
What's your point with all this, buddy?
My point is that your view is that if you have the power, then you can take what you
sometime in the
want.
future, a president might do this or that. I don't know where to go with that because it's kind of a fairy tale you're laying out there.
It's an example of the abuse of power. And you seem to support abuse of power.
Same abuses that we're seeing now, Grunkle. If you're okay with this, down the line, the other thing may happen because you may get a Democrat in there that doesn't want pew-pews in the hands of people. And they'll just take them.
I'm telling you.
And he'll put loyalists in his military.
That would be bad.
Stealing resources from other countries, unaliving presidents,
with the best of them.
unaliving children. You're like, that's fine. But then you draw the line at a pew-pew. That doesn't really make any sense to me.
Okay.
No, but he'll spend he'll spend all his tax money on weapons and everything
So you
else,
guys are
and
expecting
ignore
MAGA
Gaza.
to make sense?
Ignore Gaza. Just ignore Gaza.
Hold on. You guys are expecting MAGA to make sense? Really? And you're like surprised when it doesn't make sense. It sounds like you're like really surprised by that. I mean, how long have you been talking to people in MAGA? How long have you guys been dealing with MAGA?
Oh, I know people.
You're surprised. I think you sound surprised because I'm saying the quiet part out loud.
No,
that's what I think.
It's not surprising. It's not surprising. But it's problematic either way. Whether you think that, well, it's fine because we're just going to pretzel and we have no moral compass. We have no restrictions on our own things that we do. We just know what we want and we will kill anybody in the way to get to it. That's your MO. But then you turn around and you're like, oh, don't take my pew-pews. It just makes no sense. There's no consistency in your argument. There's no consistency in your belief system. You have none. It's whatever Big Donnie tells you, whatever Don tells you to do. You're like, yes, Daddy, give me more Kool-Aid.
I've been telling you that for months now, liberal.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I've been telling you that for
It's
months
not
now.
surprise. It's criticism.
But
Here's another thing, Grunkle. Hold on, Grunkle, because you can't take criticism. When somebody criticizes you for being the way that you're being right now, you get upset. You do get upset. If you're going to be that way, it shouldn't surprise you that people criticize that. There's a lot to criticize there.
I don't think I sound upset, do I? I don't think I've gotten
I mean, not right
upset
now, but I've seen you do it before. You do get upset. And you're like, why are you asking me these things? I've been honest with you. You do that.
Hey, Grunkle, what tangible benefits?
Okay,
I know
fair
you've
enough.
mentioned
I get
tangible
upset
benefits.
from
What
time
have
to
you
time,
had?
But I'm not upset right now, so
Yeah, but I've seen Runkle or whatever the fuck his name is upset. Yeah, it's not the first time. I've been watching this just one live.
Are you surprised that I'm human?
2 hours. Yeah, man.
Are you surprised that I have emotions?
He seems calm right now, but he's beating his head against a wall.
Well, he is.
It seems like I'm calm because I am.
Look, I don't hate Grunkle. I understand Grunkle. And he's telling you, and look, Grunkle is like the viewport into MAGA. If you want to understand why MAGA thinks the way they do, Grunkle will tell you because he has no shame in his game. There's some benefit to it, I guess, to have that.
Look, I've read all the books about MAGA and QAnon and whatever, man. I've watched this shit coming for 20 years, man. All the way back to Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity on AM radio, man. I've watched this shit coming. So I'm not surprised.
Now, real quick, so Cog in the comments asked what explain the prompt. So UK of I is supremacist. I don't know if you guys saw that this morning. And we're kind of derailing a little bit here, but we were talking about it earlier, and then we kind of got off topic into MAGA land. Let me play this video of this very smackable face, which apparently is harassment and bullying, but I don't give a shit. Here's Michael Rappaport, this little shit stain.
He is a giant piece of shit, you know.
Yes.
What a giant
well,
piece of shit.
I'm playing this video, so hold on.
Oh yeah, Hassan Pricklip Piker and his uncle Chunky Chunk. They won't let you into the UK. You good. You guys want to be martyrs? You want to be truth tellers? Good. You want to be troublemakers? Well, now you got trouble. And go walk your dog, Hassan. You.
Oh, you guys can't hear? You can't hear it? Well, that's not good.
Man, I hear it perfectly, man.
Yeah, well, the people in the comments can't hear it. Hold on, I don't know why. You should be able to hear it. Can anybody in the? Okay, Jackie can hear. Okay, so some people are able to hear. Here, let me fix this real quick. If it's now, can you hear nothing or it's just quiet? There's a difference between I can't hear anything and it's just really quiet. Okay, thank you. I see that. God, that's going to be way too loud. Yeah, it shouldn't be. I don't know why you're not able to hear it. Here we go. Let's try it again. I'll rewind this shit.
Oh yeah, Hassan Pricklip Piker and his uncle Chunky Chunk. They won't let you into the UK. You good. You guys want to be martyrs? You want to be truth tellers? Good. You want to be troublemakers? Well, now you got trouble. And Go walk your dog, Hassan, you Go walk your... Videotape it. Videotape it, because I don't know how the you're allowed to have an animal in 2026 after what you've done to your pets. UK, it's good that you're not letting like that in. UK, you got to get your priorities straight. You don't let these two dogs in. You won't let Kanye West come perform, but you're infiltrated to the gills with anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish, radical Islamic.
That guy. Okay, I think I had muted my microphone, but this guy is such a piece of shit. The UK blocked Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker from going. They were going to do a speech or something at Oxford. And so UKFI is still a supremacist fuck, because I'm telling you, the strings that are being pulled are centralized, or at least they were, in fucking Europe. And they still are to this day, even though they've kind of tried to, shy away from it. Oh, well, the U.S. is this and that. They're still fucking infested with this sick disease known as Zionism.
Yeah, Israel is not real.
That's right.
That is not real. Told the United Kingdom not to let these two people in.
That's right.
Right? And do I got it straight?
Yep.
Is the UK said don't let these people in, and the UK has been locking up retired people and everything for holding signs that say free Palestine.
It's like you can be a racist piece of garbage and be a white supremacist, totally fine. But if you say that you can't commit genocide in Gaza, you're not allowed to be here.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely insane.
It's gross.
Insane. Man, it makes me so mad. I get kicked off so many lives because I got opinions like, hey, maybe don't commit genocide. Hey, maybe look who this author is, or this author is, or look at this documentary about Syria, or blah, blah, blah,
And this is
I get kicked in the nuts all the time, but people like that can stay up here for an hour.
Look, they call me an anti-Semite. I'm apparently the biggest anti-Semite on TikTok aside from Chip Barnes. And so you're, if you have things that you want to get off your chest, you're welcome to come here, because they can call me an anti-Semite all day. If telling the truth is anti-Semitic, then I'm anti-Semitic. Okay? We'll just put it out there that way. I really don't give a shit if they call me that. But the fact that it's a fact is a fact is a fact. Doesn't matter. Crazy. Anyway, anybody else want to weigh in on that? Grunkle, I saw your hand up.
Oh, yeah, I just was going to say thanks for having me on. My sleep meds are starting to kick in, so I don't have much longer to go. But, yeah, I mean, you guys make a lot of valid points, and you could be right. There could be a
we are right.
What time is it where you are?
We are right.
I mean, no, I'm just saying, your prediction about the future, Democrat could get in there and, take all the pew-pews.
Or Trump could.
And
that's not happening.
Well, he would take it from Democrats. He would try to take it from Democrats. He's already trying to do that, where he's like, oh, if you've ever smoked pot in your life, you can have a pew-pew. They're already arguing that in court. Trump is already doing that. Right. It starts small, and then it gets a little bit, but let's go after these people. Let's go after these people. Let's go after these people. That's what they do.
Right. It's just like when
if I could just land my plane.
Yeah, go ahead and land
just like when the first Holocaust
happened. Hold on, Bama. Hold on, Bama.
Anybody else?
Hold on, Bama. Hold on. Okay. Grunkle, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I do, and I actually agree with the standpoint or the sentiment that it's a damn shame we've gotten to this point where MAGA is like, fuck it, we're gonna ride this shit till the end, no matter what. But I mean,
ride it till the wheels fall off.
Again,
Grunkle.
Again, you know, what alternative am I being given either in the midterms or 2028? I don't see much of an alternative. So
Are you in Texas?
Here
Are you
I
in
sit.
Texas?
Y'all have a good
Are
day.
you in Texas, my brother?
Take it easy, Grunkle. We'll see you later, man. Well, he said he was about to pass out. Chip, welcome aboard. This is a perfect topic for you. Did you want to respond to anything? It's been a while. Good to see you.
Yeah, I've been busy. Good to see everybody. Well, I just want to say that term that gets thrown around, it's lost its meaning, obviously, but it used to mean somebody who was not very fond or was mean towards or had a hatred towards Jewish people.
Aww.
Now what it means is when anybody says something that a Jewish person doesn't like to hear that may reflect reality, they call them that to try to stop the conversation.
To take no accountability for what they do and how
They
they
never address
operate.
the issue that's being raised. They just call you a name to try to shut
That's
you down.
right. Oh, you're an anti-Semite.
you'll,
Michael Rappaport,
and-
can we all agree that this dude's face is a face that we would all take pleasure in smacking?
Oh
That
yeah,
guy's-
man. I agree 100%.
That dude's face, man. I
don't think anybody has taken any form of pleasure from Michael Rappaport's face ever.
Like, I don't know. He is a funny guy. Don't get me wrong. I think he's pretty funny. I like him in shows, but no, thank
Do
you.
you remember when Greg Abbott, this is a long time ago. Do you remember when Greg Abbott, when he was governor of Texas, he put razor wire in the river?
Yes. Oh, Hot Wheels. He fucking zoomed on down to the river.
Yeah, he put razor wire in there. I'm not talking about barbed wire. I'm talking about concertina wire in the river to
Yes.
drown people on purpose.
Yes, we remember that. What does that have to do with Zionists? Or were you
because
just
they got the same agenda. They're working the same way. You know,
That's true. Yeah, 'cause it's starting to come out.
I'll get somebody to hate everybody, and I'll do whatever I want, man. And fuck the rest, man. Look what's going on in Lebanon now. Look what's going on. You know.
Well, it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise what's going on in Lebanon. This is something I've been saying on this show for a while. They're going to keep going. It's not going to stop with Gaza. It didn't stop with Gaza when they went into the West Bank. And nobody said anything about it. And then it didn't stop at the West Bank or Gaza because then they went into Lebanon and Iran and fuck it, all of those countries around it. They're going to infiltrate, just like the J Colonization Association, where they started placing these individuals in all of these important countries around the world. Am I wrong, Chip?
No, there's plenty of examples in Asia where they go to vacation and then they start to stay, take over parts of the country, fence off stuff. They just bought some property in Albania, Jared Kushner did, where they're now fencing it off so that it's a very protected sort of ecological island in South Albania.
No, actually, Chip, I'm glad you're up here because I couldn't really understand the love affair with Argentina because I learned about Hirsch, Baron de Hirsch, spending $9 million basically, or euros back then. This is 1800s to place Jays in Argentina. Do you know what it is about Argentina? Have you figured out why?
It was one of the destinations
It's in the name.
when the founders of Zionism were trying to figure out the next step. It was one of 5 or 6 locations they were targeting for that. They were able to get Javier Milei installed, who's Netanyahu's
Right.
cousin. And
Is he really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're
that
related.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and so they're
Yeah, I'm not
creating
saying,
they're creating sub colonies all across to protect themselves in case the worst happens. They're doing it in Ukraine. They're doing it in some places in the
Like
in
a
the
virus.
This is what they do: is they move into territories. They're a vast minority. They use their wealth, power, and influence, and sort of this "we're better than everybody else" supremacy to cordon off
I'm gonna
land.
say Argentina and Nazis. Final answer.
Okay, well, okay. Here, final answer is stop interrupting people. Chip, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to bring it back to what you said about the 2 gentlemen who were not allowed to enter the UK. Obviously, I think we all know there's an increase in mass surveillance, and there's a connection between the intelligence agencies And I think as time goes by, obviously these are very noteworthy people with large followings, but I think in the end with AI, one of the points of using this system is going to be for exactly that, just pre-screen people and categorize people. So even people like us who aren't big fish are going to be put into a certain bucket or a file that we've said certain keywords, or we visit certain sites, or have known associations, or whatever. And politically, we're going to be more and more put to the margins based on these systems that'll just pop your name up on a terminal and say no, as far as whatever that thing is you're trying to do. And that's where we're headed, I believe. And this is foreshadowing of that's going to apply on a much broader scale.
Yeah, so you think that the choosing of, and forgive me, I'll let the other person, that Argentina was like spaghetti on the wall to see which of them stuck. Basically, just go spread and see where you can be most effective in what we're trying to do. Is that kind of what you were saying about why
they were seeking a homeland for self-determination, and they used the biblical narrative to try to grease the skids into Palestine. But the people who founded the ideology had nothing to do with the biblical prophecies of Judaism. They could care less. They were atheists from Eastern Europe, and they just wanted land for Jews.
Crazy. Okay, now I heard another voice that jumped in there. Go ahead, whoever that was.
Well, I was just going to say the Department of Homeland Security is serving subpoenas in Texas trying to get our voting records. Now, you tell me, what's the purpose in that?
To know who to go after at what point in time.
You see my point?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very sophisticated and coordinated. Oh, go ahead.
They're getting ready for the Tellerico Paxton election. That's what they're doing.
They're scared to death.
Yeah. I mean, Tellerico,
And see, I'm not sure. I don't know. Something about Tellerico just doesn't sit right with me.
I like it more than Paxton.
Oh, well, that's for sure. I'm just saying, like, I don't know that whole choir boy thing. I don't think so.
He's a Harvard. Well, he graduated from Texas. He went to Harvard, got his postgraduate degree. He's an educator. He's a school teacher, is what he is.
Yeah,
the guy's got his
psychotic criminal.
He's a squared away cat so far until he proves me wrong. But he's a squared away cat.
There's no such thing.
Yeah, Tellerico.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Tellerico is so far right that he's pretending to be left.
They're gonna have a hard time with this.
I was gonna say
Oh, I heard a female voice. Go ahead, female voice.
me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I was in another live, and a black woman who seemed like she had a really good head on her shoulders and was really smart said that she knew him personally and that he was really a good guy. So I've kind of trusted him since then. I don't live in Texas, so I didn't get to vote or anything, but I wanted Jasmine Crockett to win. But now that he's the Democratic nominee, of course, like, he needs to be the winner.
He's a hell of an orator, I'll tell you that.
That was kind of what made me trust him.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like what he says. Obviously better than Paxton. I mean, that's not saying a whole lot though. But I don't know. I just don't trust that because at this point in time, people really don't exist in that way. It's a facade when you go out in public and you know what I mean? That like whole I've never done anything wrong in my life bullshit is, I don't know. Maybe that's just me being cynical.
Don't tell me who you are. Show me who you are. Well, sir, you're James Tellerico, but you changed your name as an adult after you looked into going into politics in a heavily Latin area and changed your name to your stepfather's name. But again, you did that after college, after becoming an adult. Weird.
Yeah, it is kind of weird. I don't know. I'm hopeful, but with all the shenanigans afoot with this fucking country, I wouldn't put it past them to put this guy forward as if he's the great white hope, as it were, and he's all, you know what I mean? He's just going to get in there and do the same shit that we're always seeing. Because to me,
Yeah,
that
to be
blue,
honest
that
with
blue,
you?
the blue, what's that?
At this point, all I want is a Democrat voting in that seat in the Senate.
I mean, that
Oh,
would be better
don't worry
than
about
not.
that.
Yeah.
Miriam is going to make sure he is in a very good position for that. You can even actually look up pictures of Tallarico and Marian Ackerson.
So I've heard this. I haven't actually seen definitive proof that he got money. Chip, have you looked into that at all? The claims about Tallarico and Adelson?
Oh,
I don't follow retail politics.
I would never defame somebody's character, but he was paid for a speaking engagement. You can't hold that against a man, right? It's not like it was a donation. He was paid for his labor.
Let's see. So here's Politico. Dim Darling showered with Miriam Adelson money. Group funded by Adelson was the biggest donor to James Tallarico's campaign last year. I think he may have come out and told them not to or something. See, Adelson, the widow of late Republican mega donor Sheldon Adelson, is one of President Trump's blah, 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 received a total of $59,000 from Texas Sands PAC through donations in February and December of 2024, according to state campaign finance records. That makes the group both his biggest donor last year and one of his largest since he first ran for state legislature in 2018. Asked about the funding, Tallarico spokesperson Esparza said that the state representative pushed for campaign finance reform, but he will not unilaterally disarm and let Texas Republicans play by different rules until the law changes. Okay, so, I mean, there's an argument to be made there with what he's saying. So, you know, because the laws are what they are, why would you cut your leg off because it's a one-legged race, you know?
Well, I mean, there's also the fact that he's friends with a guy named James McGurry. He was a part of a thing called Hip Hop Government. And in 2019, he was convicted of finance fraud because what he was doing was getting money from donors and giving it to elected officials directly to their pocket. Do you know this guy is also a very close friend of James? And literally, when I was in Austin a few weeks ago, he said that James was so far right that he was pretending to be on the left.
Now, who was this person you're talking about?
James McGurry. He had a
McGurry?
I think it's McGurry.
Tallarico. Well, I'll look into that. I hadn't heard anything about that, but not that it even matters. It's not even my race. I don't, I have no say in the matter. I just don't want, another Democrat to take office that's full of shit and lies to them, because what that does is disillusion everybody and makes it even easier for them to take over. But Chip left. I was going to ask him what he thought about something, but that's fine. Anyway, moving on from that,
you got to understand where he's from too. He was born and raised in Williamson County, which is just north of Austin. That's the most conservative county in the entire state. The
In
guy's
Texas?
for law and order. He's not a yeah.
I got to say, if the guy shot somebody on Fifth Avenue, I would still vote for him if I was a citizen of Texas.
Right?
I take the same approach that MAGA took as far as Trump.
Damn straight.
He's a seat in the Senate, and that's all I care about.
Checks and balances, my brother.
well, this is why primaries are so important, so that we're not put in that position. Right.
Well, I'm
If we
from
wanted to be
Texas, so
sure-
you guys don't know what's going on here unless you're from Texas, because Ted Cruz is a piece of crap. He's destroying the state by representing us with the Zionist freaking movements. And
That's
on top of that, Greg Abbott goes to Israel and bows to the wall. What governor of a state goes and bows to a freaking wall? And he's siding with Trump, and Trump is a freaking tyrannical king that we need to get rid of. And he's right now fighting with Netanyahu. I'm hoping this relationship breaks up so we could get out of this war that so-called MAGA say, "Oh, we're not going to start another war," was blaming the Democrats for starting all this. But you know what? The MAGAs are the ones that are war mongrels that we need to get rid of. And this state needs to turn blue, which some of you guys don't understand. I've been in the state for 15 years. I'm tired of the red. I'm tired of these Republicans destroying this state. We need to get back our state like Ann Richards back in the day. That's what we need, a blue state again in Texas.
That was the first lady I worked
So
for
you
when
were
I came to this
you're
state.
for Tallarico?
Sonny, I
Turkish?
agree.
I am 100% Tellerico. I'm hope that's better than I'd rather have Tellerico than any of the damn
Absolutely.
Republicans that are freaking ruining the state of Texas. Especially Greg Abbott. That piece of garbage needs to go.
I'd rather have a toadstool than another Republican.
Well, you know what? Toadstool is okay, but James
Could I just
Tellerico is
make
much
one
better
point?
than anybody else that I know right
That's,
now.
I mean, that's true.
I agree,
just,
100%.
and look, if I was in your situation, I would vote for him as well. But I just that whole when remove Turkish warriors live.
Sorry.
What the fuck is it? What
I
happened?
didn't say anything. I don't know. They've been hunting me on TikTok. I tell the truth, and they've been. I don't know. I'm sorry about that, brother.
Let me see. No, it says harassment and bullying.
Who am I harassing? I'm not harassing anybody, but
I don't know. I'm not going to drop you. We'll just wait out the 10 minutes. Fuck them.
I apologize, brother.
It ain't your fault, man. Earlier, I got a harassment and bullying for the live for 10 minutes. And I just restarted, but for nothing. We're I guess maybe Rappaport, because I said he had a very smackable face. That piece of shit. Anyway, go ahead. I heard a female voice.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask also what we can do is look at Tallarico's history, the things he's done, the things he's voted for. And yeah, I mean, I wish Jasmine Crockett was the candidate, but I am rooting for Tallarico.
Thank you, Linda.
I was on the phone with Jasmine last week. We were praying about some things. I've lost an election, and I know how she felt. Anyway, she's on board, and she's going to be swinging that big stick this year. She's a good person.
Who? What was her name?
I believe it.
Jasmine Crockett.
Oh,
don't get me wrong, guys. I like Jasmine
I'm
Crockett.
having a hard time
go ahead.
She's a firecracker, man.
Yeah.
Please, can you?
She's awesome. So she's the one who went at it with Marjorie Taylor Greene on the House floor. It was hilarious.
Exactly. She'll call you on your bullshit.
Yeah.
Bad built
I like
butch
her.
body or whatever the fuck. That was pretty hilarious.
We're going to see her again. I wouldn't
Yeah, but
worry
when
about it.
Tallarico was asked would he vote
No,
for
well-
impeaching Trump, he couldn't answer it.
Yeah, now real quick, guys, I need to do some house cleaning. I don't see any hearts coming up over here. That means nobody is tapping the screen. We got 80 people in here. Not a single person is tapping. Tap that motherfucker, please. And if you want to support the live, if you like what we're doing here, if you're entertained, or if you're pissed off, you can gift the live. That's the best way to support it. It pushes us out to the FYP so that other people can see us as well. And please make sure that you're taking care of any panelists that you like. Send them some money. Send them some gifts. If they don't want to keep it for themselves, they can turn around and gift it to other panelists or creators that they enjoy too. So make sure you're taking care of them as well, and then share it out, repost it, do all the things, and leave comments. Now I want to say comments, likes, shares, and follows also will push this timer up. So we only got an hour left. If you want to see this go up, you can keep liking, you can comment, you can do all of those things, and it will increase that timer right there by fractions of a second for likes and stuff. But it does happen. And earlier we ended up being on for 7 hours. I think it was because of the damn likes. Everybody was tapping so hard. Thank you all so much. I appreciate that. Now we'll get back to regularly scheduled programming. Go ahead.
I was going to say too, brother. This is how I want to turn the state blue. I actually voted for Beto. Beto was running, and the thing is, Beto is not a bad candidate. He just he needed a better election advisors. I already want to call those people that helped this party. I helped him in general, not the party, but I helped him in general because Beto could have beat Ted Cruz, but Beto just had people following. He needs better people helping him. That's what I'm trying to say. Overall.
Yeah, no, I've always liked him, and he just couldn't win. I don't know what the hell I don't know what's up with that.
I think
seems
it's people that it's people he's going with. Yeah,
it's crazy.
Were you talking about Colin? Because Beto never went against Ted Cruz.
Yeah,
Abbott.
I don't know who he ran against. I don't remember. Was it Abbott? I think
Abbott.
didn't he run for governor? Yeah.
And he won. But because Ken Paxton defrauded things and then was pardoned by Abbott, he didn't end up actually winning.
Wait, what? You're saying that
You can look it up, I'm not kidding.
Beto O'Rourke won, and what did they do? This is news to me.
Yeah, news to me. I
The
live in
exact same
Texas.
shit he did.
Go ahead.
The exact same shit Ken Paxton did for fucking Tallarico when he had them close the polls even though the people were told they could be there and vote.
Interesting. I didn't know that. That's
Okay,
news to me. I thought,
so they were election shenanigans, but you don't know that he would have won. You're saying that they were doing things to make it more difficult. Is that what I'm understanding?
During the trial of Ken Paxton, it was brought up that there was about 50,000-ish votes that had magically disappeared that would have decided in Beto's favor.
Oh, interesting.
In what county? Where?
All I know is it's Texas. I
I'll
don't know where in Texas.
I'll look it up. I'll try to look that up. I'm
Okay.
interested now. Yeah, I'll try to look that up.
Disappearing. Yeah, I haven't heard that before, so I don't know.
Well, right now the Democrats are pushing hard right now because Kim Paxton has a lot of issues with women and other issues.
I wonder why.
Yeah, go figure.
I can't find this anywhere, by the way. When I don't even know what it is that I should Google. At this point, guys, this is a claim unsubstantiated that somebody has made on the panel. So
No, I'll look it up later.
take that for what it
apologize.
is.
Liberal, I'll look it up later, and then I'll come back with you. On here live again. I'll figure it out.
Sure.
But
Thank you,
no,
Rico.
Kim Paxton is a piece of garbage. He's been he cheated with his wife. Anyway, I don't want to get his whole. You guys know about Kim Paxton. I don't have to go there with Kim Paxton.
Well,
You guys all
Paxton
know.
basically had three issues. He had an ethics violation
There you go,
because of
that's
an
one.
affair. He had securities fraud violations for
That's two,
insider
yeah.
trading. Okay, and the third one was bribery.
There you go. That's three. I couldn't believe all that.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
So that's the trifecta right there.
Yep.
And he was pardoned by the Republican, what was it, the state Senate?
State Senate. Yep, that's correct. Republicans are partying each other. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
But when
very
Democrats-
convenient.
Yeah, when Democrats party each other, it's a crime. But when the freaking Republicans,
I don't
party-
know.
Well,
No.
I didn't like Biden's pardons at the end. I didn't like that, but
No, agree on that one too.
I
Swalwell's
I understood
gone,
them.
right?
Yeah. What about Swalwell?
Swalwell's gone.
Yeah.
Like they didn't look the other way on that one. Bob Menendez is in jail. The Democrats. I mean, they'll sacrifice their own. They'll eat their own.
Al
The
Franken?
Republicans tend not to do that.
What they
Franken,
did to Al Franken was gross.
It was horrible. That was. Look, I'm not trying to pick on a movement, but that was during the peak of the Me Too movement. Which I think had some credibility. But that
did.
was just that
Who's to
was
say
just an
that?
overreach.
Who's to say that wasn't in and of itself a ploy to get Democrats to start chopping off their own people?
Born,
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Born. Do you agree? Do you guys? I have a question for the whole panel. Actually, the whole panel. My problem with Camilla running against is I think the Democrats should have had a primary. I think Biden just threw Camilla in there. I think we should have I think we
Camilla?
were robbed. Yeah, I think we should have had a primary. Like, if Biden was going to drop out of the race.
Oh, Kamala
It's
Harris?
okay. Kamala. I always call Camilla.
Oh, I thought you were talking about somebody else. I was like,
No,
who
my
the hell
bad.
is Camilla?
I said it wrong. I always but no, I think we should have had primary. I think that Biden, if he was going to drop out of this race, he should have primary. He should you know what I'm saying? We should have had somebody else. I think it would have been better against.
But
Trump.
look, that whole scene was such a shit show that the DNC won't even release their autopsy report. It was
Oh, they
terrible.
did.
That was malpractice.
No, they released it.
I think it was cleaned up quite a bit. I'm not so sure, but
No, I've got it right here. It wasn't
Oh,
cleaned
really?
up at all, and it was an absolute fucking shit show. Matter
Yeah.
of fact, I can pull it up and I'll show you.
I mean,
just
I don't think we needed the report to know that. I mean, the thing was political malpractice from the get-go. They should have told Biden, no. We're not going to fund you. We're not going to support you. You need to retire, and we need to go through this process.
Exactly. That's what I said too. I agree. We should have like a primary.
Biden and Jill Biden was the fault for that.
I agree. No, I agree with Bourne on that. We should have primary.
Just
yeah.
Biden's time is over.
Slightly.
Let me here. I'm
backtracking slightly, but
oh,
I
go
mean,
ahead.
if Biden won, if Biden won, Harris was going to be president by now because Biden is very sick.
Could I say something real quick, Turkish, just to help you out? Because I know that you want to say her name correctly.
Yeah, go ahead.
How I remember to say it correctly is it's just like a comma, the punctuation mark.
Yeah.
And
comma. And
that's what
Abdullah.
MAGA does.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris. I got it now. I got you. My bad.
Yeah, so let me pull this up real quick. This is on every page of this document exists this red disclaimer, okay? It says this document reflects the views of the author, not the DNC. The DNC was not provided with the underlying sourcing, interviews, or supporting data for many of the assertions contained herein, and therefore cannot independently verify the claims presented. All throughout this piece of garbage is, they'll circle something or highlight it right here, like a range of publicly and commercially available data, no source material or data provided. Unsourced claims cannot be independently verified. This person would put numbers up there and they're like, these numbers do not reflect what's publicly available. All through this 192 page document. And that's why Ken Martin said he didn't come out. One of the things that was missing from the autopsy was the word Gaza. Not mentioned at all. Not once. I don't even think Israel was mentioned. I don't think, the Middle East or anything like that. So they just acted as if that wasn't, or the person that wrote this, like it wasn't a problem. Fucking wild. That's crazy. So
it gets to the root of the problem, I think. We mentioned Jasmine Crockett a little while ago, and Jasmine Crockett, I like her sort of her spirit in terms of her ability to fight back. That's good, especially in a place like she's Texas, right? Sorry, U.S. politics is not my ball game generally. She's Texas.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, she's Texas. Yeah. I think that's good, but it is always worth bearing in mind that it's the American Israeli Education Fund has paid for trips to her to go to Israel as well, and I don't know about her stance on Israel. I think it's something I would watch and be cautious of, just because of some of her connections to the AIEF, which is a subsidiary of AIPAC. It's not the same organization, but AIPAC will often do this thing where they'll put money through other organizations with slightly different names to be able to hide the fact that they're essentially coming from one organization, which is more or less funded by the Israeli government. I did, of course, want to come up to talk about the topic. The UK of I is supremacist, because, of course, you can probably hear from my accent, I'm from the UK. I think there is a bit of a complex picture here because about a week before this, or maybe 2 weeks before this, Valentina Gomez, who's another far-right figure, and a few other far-right figures were blocked from coming on to the UK to go attend a Tommy Robinson Unite the Kingdom rally march, so the far-right march here in the UK. But it was very different in terms of proportion, in terms of what the things that those people have said were so much worse than what Hassan and Cenk Uygur have said. And ultimately, I think it does come down to this thing of the UK and the US would do anything for the spoiled child that is Israel's affection, and the UK and US will literally do anything so that Israel acts as their military outpost in the OPEC region, in the oil producing region. I think that plays a big role in all of this. I did have a question about the 6 million figure, though. I don't know what that's in reference to.
I'm still trying to figure that out as well. Let me play. This is a TikTok video that I made, from which I, made this little joke. And for the record, the number below the 1011011 is binary code for 6 million. They've trademarked that as well, I'm sure. Let me pull this up so that you can understand the reference to a degree. Give me just a second.
I'm suing my neighbors because they cut down.
All right, Scooter Girl. That was some random TikTok video that just pulled up there when I opened TikTok. Let me...
Oh, I'm host.
Here we go.
APAC recently posted this. APAC and...
Okay. Yeah, hold on. Let me play this video and then we could get to it because I feel like that'll pull us down a road. Here we go. Watch this video.
APAC recently posted this. APAC and our 6 million grassroots members, Democrats and Republicans from all 50 states. Probably every human on earth has heard 6 million before in relation to Jewish people, which relates to APAC. But I bet you most people on earth don't know that, in fact, Jewish people have mentioned 6 million of themselves more than 200 times prior to the final solution in World War II. Did you know that? That's right. Over and over and over and over again, for some reason, they reference 6 million all the time, constantly, all the way back to at least 1900. Don't believe me? I'll prove it right here. 1900, this was published June 11th, 1900, New York Times. You can look it up yourself. There are 6 million living, bleeding, suffering arguments in favor of Zionism. They come not to beg, but ask for that which is higher than all material things. They seek to have satisfied the unquenchable thirst after the ideal. They ask to become once again the messengers of right, justice, and humanity. In fact, they go on to state here, of Israel and Zion, one thing is true. They can conquer. Doesn't end there either. This is the Jewish Monitor, posted in 1921, and it says, down here at the bottom, right here, Russia's 6 million Jays are facing extermination by massacre. This was in 1921.
And it's, again, you get the gist of it. Over and over again, they reference. Now, Captain, you say you know why they say 6 million? Please.
Yeah, my grandpa was in the camps when he was 3. Yeah, it's because it was the total estimated amount of Jays in Europe at the time. Because people don't go. You ever seen the movie with Barbara Streisand where they're dancing and God, got the name of it. Where it's they were basically rival factions of Judaism. The Orthodox, which are the same people in power right now who are the hardcore conservatives, they did not appreciate the fact that this new progressive wing of Judaism were having women even potentially being rabbis. Absolutely unheard of. That's why they left for the Havar Agreement in 1938 and moved to British Palestine with the help of the Nazis. And the rest of
but that does explain. So you think that they used 6 million just because they stated that's how many there were? Because literally in 1900 they said 6 million Russian Jays. Jays didn't just live in Russia. I mean, if 6 million was the number in Europe, it's literally it's always like 6 million. Even when
Europe, which it was the old term for Russia.
Well, but that's what Poland and Hungary and
for Russia.
Right, but there were other countries there where J people existed in Europe.
Yes, but when they talk about that 6 million figure, you've got to bear in mind as well, because census data, especially if you're talking about the Tsarist era of Russia, if you're talking about pre-revolutionary Russia or just post-revolutionary Russia, you're talking about a time when demographic figures weren't as well compiled, and so that 6 million figure stuck around because it was because it was like an estimate taken like just prior to the Russian Revolution, and then the Russian Revolution happens, and suddenly the like conflict between the West, who of course had backed the Russian White Army against the Reds, and the ongoing Russian government was very strained. So data sharing became a massive problem until like 1989 when the Soviet archives opened up.
Were there more than 6 million Jays in Europe in 1900?
Yeah, but the claim isn't
Yes.
the claim isn't that they were just in Europe, right?
Right.
It's
Well,
talking about
no.
Central
That's
Europe,
what
which
Captain said. That's what Captain said. The
is the
reason
old
they
term for
used the
Russia.
6 million, but Russia is in Europe. Russia is in Europe, but Russia isn't Europe.
No,
she
but
said
it's,
that she
when
said
people
they're
talk-
referencing because even after Russia split into Poland and all the other countries, they still were referencing 6 million. And when the H cost happened, they referenced 6 million, and AIPAC still to this very day is still referencing 6 million.
Well, this is actually a fairly recent thing. So, according to AIPAC themselves, their membership
Thank
was
you,
about
Adams.
2 million. Their membership was about 2 million about 5 years ago, but they did a big publicity push to bring, and it brought them up to 6 million. Is it a coincidence? Yes. Is it, is it a weird coincidence? Yeah, sure. But also the 6 million figure when we're talking about Holocaust,
Right.
H cost, protect your life. When we're talking about that, right? That is well documented. Like it's fairly well documented.
No, it's
fairly
not.
well backed up.
It's
like
not. It's not.
No. I'm a historian. I can promise you, having studied the Third Reich for 4 years, and I'm somebody who's pro-Palestine, like outrightly pro-Palestine. I've been on TV, like
It's an
arguing for
estimate.
Palestinians' rights.
Is it an estimate?
No, it's an estimate, but it's well backed. So
It's
the
an
Nuremberg
estimate.
trials, based on the evidence. Wait.
And they
based on the
settled
evidence presented
on
by Justice Jackson,
and they settled
put the
on
figure of Jews who died during World War II as 5,700,000. Right. Then the scholar Lucy Davidovich, who you can look up, compiled in 1977 a memo for the American Jewish Committee, which compiled all of the records that had been collected from the end of World War II to 1977, and the memo states that the round number of 6 million has subsequently been generally accepted.
Generally
the assumption arrived at by
accepted.
various estimates of Jewish people
generally
and post-war
okay. Generally,
populations. Wait, there's
hold
more.
on.
There is
well,
more.
I don't,
There is
listen,
more.
Well, you're not going to monologue whenever I'm trying to speak, right? Generally accepted and an estimate. Hold on, Cog. Generally accepted. You've acknowledged that it's generally accepted that it is an estimate, and it just happens to match the same number that they continue to reference for fucking 20 years, over 20 years. Well, actually, I guess technically almost over 40 years prior to World War II, in publication after publication after publication, and they continue to reference that number to this very day. Just coincidence. That's called ziolighting. Bullshit.
Wait. Hang on.
Bullshit.
No. Hang on. It's
A
not
bunch
just,
of
hang on, it's not
Z's, a bunch of white people from Europe declared that this was the truth, and because they were the arbiters of everything that was correct from Europe, that means that you must accept it as fact because I am from the UK, and when I speak, it is truth. Is that right, Cog?
Liberal. Could I be allowed to finish? Could I be allowed to finish?
Sure. Go ahead.
Am I allowed to continue presenting evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
I give you permission.
Like it's not just an estimate provided by the Nuremberg trials, which again was 5,700,000. So not the round 6 million, which you would expect if it was a conspiracy, right? Everybody would just say 6 million, right? It's not just the
real
figure
quick. Let me
compiled
pause you real quick. You said 5.7 million was the figure, and they rounded to 6 million. You said somebody said 5.7. You know what's funny?
That's the one the Nuremberg gate.
In 1900, in that New York Times article, there were 5.7 million Jays in Russia. And they rounded it up to 6 million.
Could I be allowed to finish?
Yes, I just wanted to point that out. It's just coincidence, though. Go ahead.
Of course. So It's not just because again the estimate was of Central European Jews at the time that had been taken in the early 1900s was 6 million, like that was the number. But anyway, we're talking about the Nuremberg trials, which were again one of the biggest trials of the 20th century and have been scrutinized like considerably since then. We're not only talking about that. And Lucy Davidovic's figure from her 1977 memo for the American Jewish Committee, which also compiled a lot of evidence. But we're also talking about the Nuremberg document PS 2738, which is an affidavit from SS Major Dr. Wilhelm Hotel, quoting Adolf Eichmann as having told him at the end of August 1944 that, quote, approximately 4 million Jews had been killed in the various extermination camps, while an additional 2 million met death in other ways, the majority of which were shot by operations of the security police during the Russian campaign. So this is from the Anglo-American Committee of Inquiry this is also corroborated by the Anglo-American Committee of Inquiry, which in a report on the April 20th, 1946, put the number of European Jews missing at 5,721,600. Right, all of these numbers are from both the SS, right, from Adolf Eichmann, from the Allies, from scholars at the time, from the Nuremberg trials, are all adding up to 6 million. Now, I get it's weird when there's these coincidences in history, but sometimes they are just coincidences. And I'm somebody who is, again, firmly against Israel and the current genocide that it is committing in Gaza. Like, firmly. There is footage of me, people can check my profile. I appear on TV quite regularly arguing about this stuff.
Yeah, I want to point out Adolf Eichmann actually had gone to Palestine prior to, was in secret, in fact, and they have this documented. And one of the Yahtzee coins, actually, he was given, this is the guy that you're citing as a source, the guy that was secretly dealing with the administration in what would become Israel, who was also a Yahtzee. That guy?
Well, I don't think it was. I don't think the Israeli administration. It's
just coincidence, guys. These coincidences, they just happen in history, for the record.
Yes, they do. I'm sorry. This is the thing about like learning history. It is full of coincidences. It just is.
Yes.
I'm sure Captain would be willing to back me up. It seems like she has like family who suffered within the
I'm gonna, sir. I'm gonna take your ball and throw it out the park. But not on your team. You see, you have to look at the fact that, for one, you had the Harare agreements to begin with, right? So you have an agreement that literally spared them from ever fucking being in any camps, from ever being a part of any atrocities, because they were already where they wanted to fucking be. They were already in Palestine, making fucking money off of the Jays who were left to suffer in Europe, because they were the wrong kind of Jays. They were poor Jays, and they were the wrong kind of worship of Jay. Like, people don't get it. It's not like a uniform task force and everybody Jay and we're getting along. No, there are people who didn't get down the way they wanted them to, and they were happy to see them go. Do you know some people celebrated the unalivings that were taking place in Europe from Palestine? And those were not Palestinians. No, those are people from the Harare Agreement.
Yeah, I fully acknowledge the Havara agreement, but like it doesn't undermine the point that the day. Well, it doesn't undermine the point that the and by the way, that the Third Reich administration, the Third Reich regime, also like betrayed the Palestinians as well. Like the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem spent most of World War II having fled to having fled to Germany.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that today, Israel engages in propaganda around the world?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, of course. But like,
and you're telling me that you don't think that the history that was written for us to consume wasn't propagandized? Not possible. Even though it's the same people. Same people.
Well, it's not that all history. Hang on, it's not. You're making two slightly different claims there. Does,
No, I'm not.
Does the Israeli administration Does the Israeli administration engage in propaganda efforts around the world? Absolutely, 100%, no doubt about it. Right. However,
and they
like
have since 1948, at least since the administration.
However,
right. Since their existence, they've engaged in this. Yes.
Not to the same extent they do now, like not in 1948. You've got to bear in mind, like Israeli, like the attention of the Israeli government, like in post World War II, was very much focused on the crimes of the Nakba. Like they were committing the Nakba at the time. They weren't sort of like focused on like propaganda to the West. Like support for Israel, it's really after 1960.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize, but I have to interrupt there because you can look at Operation Susanna and the Levant affair and see that they were very much focused on the West and maintaining the military positioning from both Europe and the United States, even by means of subterfuge or creating false flag operations that unalive their own people in various Arab states and blaming it on the Muslim Brotherhood, this and that, when in reality it was Mossad, and it was proven.
Yeah. So, like, this is the thing. I don't disagree that they were committing a lot of crimes, but they were also focused very much on that, and the infrastructure of the Israeli Secret Service was very much not the scale that it is now. And also, what's that term for propaganda? Remind me. Hasbara. The Hasbara efforts were, it was considerably smaller at the time, like just in scale. Like, I'm not denying that there were some efforts. What I'm saying is it's considerably smaller in effort, smaller in scale. And also, you've got to bear in mind that a lot of these sources come from different areas around the world, including, by the way, directly from the SS themselves, who were no friend of Jewish people. Like ultimately
So what are we arguing right now? I'm not sure what our point is here. What are we talking about exactly?
Well, the point is you made the claim that history, history has these coincidences in it because
you made that claim.
Controlled by no,
I never said that. No, I never said that. Don't you dare put words in my mouth.
There is no 6 million figure. So there's no 6 million figure. That's
what
not something that you drew as.
No.
Are you not drawing a correlation? Are you not drawing a correlation? Hold on, Cog. No, did I? Did I make a correlation? Did I?
Yes, you were saying that there's 6 million. 6 million in Central Europe.
Said. Yes, quote what I said.
Well, you pulled up the video that said 6 million in Central Europe.
You're making
6 million in.
Okay, hold on, Cog. You're making an assumption about what I said. I said from the very beginning, I don't understand, and I even asked the question to which Captain responded and said because that was how many people were in, how many Jays were in Europe. I never once said why. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about the number. I don't understand it. I literally said that from the beginning. And here you are ziolighting me right now relating to this figure, claiming that I said something that I never fucking said. Don't put words in my mouth, bitch.
Bro, I'm anti-Zionist. I'm not Ziolighting
I don't
you.
know. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I'm in favor of.
Yes, you are.
I'm in favor of.
You already listen, bitch. You're doing the same thing to me that a fucking Zio would do. Don't. That's why I'm calling it Ziolighting. You're putting words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth.
Not a Zionist. I am literally on TV.
Okay.
Again.
Then acknowledge that I never said what you claimed I said. Acknowledge that. Go ahead.
No, absolutely. Because what I was saying is that you were drawing this connection, right? Between the 6 million figure from the mid.
You notice this motherfucker can't even admit because Captain, shut up, Cog. Shut up, Cog. I'm going to keep you muted, and if you keep talking, I'm just going to drop you. So if you want to rebut what I'm about to say, you shut the fuck up so I don't have to drop you. Captain, when I brought this up, did I not show confusion as to what the number meant? In the video. Yes, in that fucking video that I played at the very end, I said, I don't know what it means. I asked people to tell me in the comments section. Don't sit up here and tell me what I said or what I believe, bitch, because I never said what you're claiming I said. You're doing exactly what the Zios do. Go ahead, Cog.
So when I say that the 6 million figure that's taken from the Holocaust is from three different sources. There are many different sources, but at least 3 different sources that have compiled that figure and come to around between 5,600,000 and 6 million. Right? When I say that, you went, oh no, that's just what they want you to believe because they control the history. You don't think they can rewrite the history?
They do.
Dude, you need to accept.
Do they not?
You need to accept when things. No. You need to accept when things are well evidenced and when they are not.
Listen.
I am not a Zionist. I am opposed to what Israel is doing right now.
Yes, you are.
I'm opposed to the
Then
state
stop
of Israel
doing
as it
Zionist
exists
shit.
right
Just stop doing Zionist
It's
shit
not
right now.
Zionist shit, bro.
Okay.
It's not. You've fallen for Holocaust denial myths. I'm sorry, you just have.
I didn't fall for Holocaust denial myths. What the fuck? You see what he's doing? Do you guys see what he's... Listen, no, Cog. Shh. It's not your turn anymore. Because what you said was that I said there was this grand cabal. I never said that. But are you telling me that the people who were the quote-unquote victors don't get to rewrite history? We know this is a fact, sir, because I'm living in a country right now that does it to this very goddamn day. And the people who won are in another country, and they're doing it to another fucking group of people. And in fact, and I'll argue this point, that I believe the people that have been leading that goddamn country are not Jays at all. I don't believe that they're Jays at all. I believe that they're fucking European white supremacists, cream of the crop from the very fucking country that you come from right now, motherfucker. And that's why they're doing what you're doing. And that's why there's so many similarities. Ain't got nothing to do with Judaism at all. These people believe themselves to be fucking superior to others, just as you sit up on my panel and do right fucking now. I don't know what it is with you guys. Well, I don't know what it is with you fucking Europeans. I don't get it. You guys have something fucking wrong with you. You exist in this state of supremacy. You're sitting up here telling me what I said. Okay, I never fucking said any of that shit. No. You don't have nobody promised this to you 3,000 years ago, Cog. Nobody promised this to you 3,000 years ago, Cog. I know you don't care, and see, I don't care that you don't care, and see, you don't have any power around here. You're not going to do this shit. You may do this in your regular life and to everybody else, but you're not going to do it here because I'm not going to have you sit up here and make claims about what I said when I didn't say it. That's it. Hang on. I don't understand the 6 million number. I do not believe that it's 6 million. What the number is, 5 million, 4 million, fucking 7 million, I don't know. But what I do know is that the people who won telling me what to know are also now rewriting history as we speak at this very moment, and I don't buy it. What the purpose is, what it is, I don't fucking know. Your guess is as good as mine. But one of the sources that you gave, Eichmann, in 1937, went to fucking Palestine in secret, claiming to be a journalist. You can look this up. I don't know what they were doing. I know, but I actually believe. I actually believe at university studying this. I actually believe that the people in charge of fucking Israel are not Jays at all. I think they're just fucking Yahtzees rebranded. That's why they ran to Argentina, the same goddamn place that the motherfuckers put in the fucking early late 1800s. Put the fucking Jays in Argentina. And now they're, you don't like it when somebody else gets to talk.
I'm beginning to understand how you got your name. Okay, so in 1937, who was in charge of the region of Palestine?
Britain.
Who was in charge of that region?
I don't know if you saw my hand, but I'd like a turn.
Yeah, Whisper, go ahead.
Wait, hang on. You just yelled at me for like 10 minutes and then won't let me respond.
Oh, what are you going to respond with? None of that. That was just information. That wasn't even necessarily directed at you.
I'm sorry. Hang on a second. Because at the very least, you have to acknowledge that Palestine was ruled by the British in 1937. It was the British Mandate for Palestine, right?
Oh, I get it. I get it. The supremacy.
So we acknowledge.
We acknowledge the supremacy.
The Jewish people weren't the ones in power at that time.
Cog. We acknowledge that Europeans believed themselves to be superior, went around the fucking world, 90% of it, and colonized it. We got it, which is what you're doing right now. Go ahead, Whisper.
To fucking yank.
I wanted to ask Cog. I have a question.
Go for it. Go on.
You. Do you realize that like Israel unalived their own people on October 7th? Do you think that that's being recorded correctly? Do you think the events of that day are being recorded? How they really happened?
He acknowledged that they're
partially
currently propagandizing.
Partially because the American military-industrial complex, Israel itself, has blocked journalists and investigators from being able to go into the region and determine these things. Unlike in World War II, when we actually have like full records of all of these things, and we can determine at least estimates of the number of people who are unalived. This is the difference, right?
Estimates.
Like I don't disagree with you about the American military industrial complex. Dude, everything's an estimate. The number of Palestinians unalived in Gaza is an estimate. It's going to remain an estimate. Saying something's an estimate doesn't debunk the idea, right? The idea itself is still solid. The idea of the 6 million figure when it comes to the number of people who are unalived in the Holocaust is still a solid figure because it's based upon so much information and data that we have. It's not a lie, dude. I don't know how to tell you this, but like as somebody who's also pro-Palestine, you damage the cause, you damage the Palestinian cause when you link it to this Holocaust denial. You really do.
I'm not denying the Holocaust. What are you talking about? Nobody
you are
is
actively denying the Holocaust.
Listen.
Oh my God.
No, that is not true. Do you see what he's doing, guys? He's saying that I'm denying the Holocaust.
You are denying the Holocaust.
Cog, I have never denied the Holocaust. Nor would I ever. It happened. We've got video of it. What are you talking about? Holocaust denial?
Downplaying or questioning the numbers, the official statistics, is recognized.
And you know who does that? Cog, do you know who engages in what you're doing right now? Do you know who does that? Do you know who does that? No. Who does that? Where you say Holocaust denial is questioning this number that was used 200 times prior to World War II. Do you know who does that?
Yes, because
fucking
it was the number of centuries.
Zionists do that, guys. This guy is a plant. This guy is a fucking plant. I'm surprised he hasn't called me an anti-Semite yet. You're going to come up with that one, Cog? You come in. Listen. These people are very clever. I believe that Cog is a fucking Zio. I believe he is a fucking plant. That's what I believe. He's engaging in the same fucking behavior that these Zios engage in. Bitch, I don't deny the Holocaust. You using that language without the fucking I support Palestine. I don't believe you. I don't believe you because since you've been up here, and I'm continuing to mute you because your supremacist ass believes that you have a right to speak on my panel and you don't. I'm the one that gets to determine that, not you. You're engaging in the exact behavior that fucking full-on Zios do. You better fucking quit that. If you want people to believe that you're not a Zio, stop acting like them. How about that?
So you can't be pro-Palestinian unless you also engage in Holocaust denial. That's the position I'm getting from you.
What? I said it could be 7 million. Did you not hear me say that?
That's still Holocaust denial. I'm sorry. Questioning the numbers or trying to question the official narrative. Holocaust denial.
Holocaust denial. What do those two words mean? When you say sex denialism, what does that mean? I denied that having sex with somebody. When you attach that fucking word next to somebody, it has the implication that I'm denying that it happened.
Downplaying the numbers is still considered denial.
Whoa. You just said downplaying the numbers. I just said it could be 7 million. And he still claimed that it was Holocaust denial.
What does
You're a Zio. You're a Zio. You're a fucking plant.
Do fish fingers mean that fish have fingers?
Here you go. I don't have time to play that game. Okay? I'm just going to drop you. I know that you are European and you think that somehow you have a right to come up here and you're going to tell everybody what to believe and what's correct because you're a Brit and you got your fucking nose up in the air. Bitch, go back and fucking, I don't know, raise some fucking pigs or something. All right? Take that Zionist bullshit elsewhere. I don't care for it. That's ridiculous. And now he's in there calling me a pussy. You're a Zionist, Cog. You're a fucking plant. Stop going around pretending that you aren't. Saying that I'm denying the Holocaust is the most ridiculous statement I think that you've made since you've been up on this panel. Aside from claiming that I was stating that there was some cabal running these numbers, what I know is that victors write the history books. That's what I know. That is factual. Europe did it. The United States did it. Every other fucking nation on earth that was colonized by another nation fucking did it. It's a fact. Oh, he wants to come back. Yeah, go ahead, Captain.
Yeah. You don't have to be a pussy about it. It's fine. You don't have to be a pussy about it. You can just come out and say.
And see, now you're trying to speak to my manhood.
No,
now you're trying to emasculate. Now you're, and see, this is another Zio tactic, guys. Do you see that?
Cog, I don't think your name is Captain.
Captain, go ahead. Captain, go ahead. Cog, you're a white male, and you're letting listen. You're a white male, and your supremacy and your butt hurt. You know, let that shit flow through you, bro. Let the butt hurt flow through you, and let the woman speak, sir. Go ahead, Captain.
Is extremely engaged in the idea that historians.
Here we go. Historians, you will listen to me because I am a Brit. I am from British, and I get to tell you exactly what to believe. And when the woman speaks, she has to shut up because I am a man. In fact, I am a white man from the Brits, and I get to tell whenever somebody else speaks in somebody else's house because that is how I exist. You fucking loser. Captain, go ahead.
Sorry, but can you drop me real quick?
Sure, Whisper. Yeah, we'll see.
Thank you.
Thank you for being up. I appreciate it. Captain, go ahead.
Okay, so one of the things is the fact that if you combine the number of people who were in the Soviet Union as well as in Poland, you get roughly 6 million. But again, pointing to, as I was earlier, and the whole lentil thing, they've used their own people to justify taking actions when all they've done is continually create chaos around the globe.
Thank you, Daisy.
Point fingers. And then turn around and people don't even know things like the Lavon affair happened. People don't even know that even the week approaching before October the 7th, was when the biggest march or protest in Israel's history was supposed to occur against Bibi Netanyahu. But because October 7th happened, the leaders were taken out.
And now, I don't know that he's even liked to this day, even after that. I know they like the actions. I think the last poll I saw was like 80% of Israel is in favor of what's going on in Gaza. There was what was like fucking 60% said that they didn't go far enough, which blows me away. But yeah, even with that, he managed to hold on to power, but I don't think that they still like him. I think his days are numbered. And like we were talking about earlier, Hobie, do you remember who it was that brought this up? One of the panelists was talking about how Trump may take Netanyahu's spot and that this whole, charade is going on.
I forgot who. It wasn't Grunkle. I forgot who.
Shane. I think it was Shane.
I think it was Shane. Yeah.
which is a crazy thought. Now, Cog, look, I'm going to bring you back up, Cog, but I'm going to need you to like chill out, because when you just start monologuing, you don't allow anybody to speak. It's hard to run a panel, right? That's why you're getting dropped. I just sit there and just hit mute over and over again. I can't do that when it's time for somebody else to speak. So I'm going to let Hobie speak, and then I'm going to bring you back up so that you can say your piece. So Hobie's forehead, go ahead.
Yeah, I call it maybe like the tail end of that conversation.
I think he's a secret Zio. To just explain it, because the 6 million, I played the clip, that TikTok video. I don't know if you saw, of me. I don't know why they used the 6 million. I don't know what it is about the number. Campton claims it's just because that's how many people were in Europe, even though there were more than 6 million people in 1900, but that was what they referenced in Russia. And then 200 times they publicized 6 million, referencing them. I don't know why. I don't understand it. And then that's obviously the number they came to with the H cost. And by apparently not understanding this is the same as Holocaust denial. Pointing out the fact that, like, the victors rewrite history, right? Which is what they do. Europe did it. America's doing it right now. Donald Trump is going around the country, in fact, removing, information when you go to these parks as it relates to slaves. They're doing it in real time. So we know that this stuff happens. Whether it's true or not, whether that's true, I don't know. But I don't think there's anything wrong with questioning it and saying it's very curious, that this number keeps popping up over and over again. I don't think it was just populations. I think there's some symbology there, but who knows?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, thank you for that recap. And you saw that video that I had sent you about the 6 million children signed up for the Trump accounts.
I saw that. That is funny. I was like, they're doing it again. I think that's coincidental, but because that number's obviously going to change.
Yeah, no, I don't think that questioning the number, means that you don't believe an event happened, right? So
of course it happened.
Yeah, no, of course. So it's like, it's almost like saying, hey, we yeah, so you have 3 members in your family instead of 2. I mean, it's we still have a family, so I don't think that changes things. But yeah, so I mean, that's all I guess I have to really say on the matter. I just wanted to see if there's another topic. So I'm like, what's going on?
I don't really even understand it, but it really is a Zio tactic, and whether Cog is a Zio or not, I don't know. He claims not to be, but he's certainly acting like they act when they come up on the panel. I mean, you've seen some of these people, how clever they think they are when they come up here.
Yeah. And I guess, like, to that point, like, even like maybe like I'll just like Cog directly. Look, I'm someone who identifies as as Christian. I used to actually view Israel very like favorably. That's it's a lot of common like ancestry. But I think silence is a dangerous thing, and I think that when you see a government in particular not being held to like a higher standard, especially as a U.S. ally, then I think that's a dangerous thing, because you're basically giving someone a blank check and carte blanche to do anything they want. Basically, they can do no wrong, and I think in life we have to be weary of those types of people and institutions. And call them out, but also question, some things, because that's how you get accountability, and that's how you actually, become a safeguard and instill some sort of morality in their actions. If no one calls them out, then they'll just continue as is, and then you'll get another Gaza.
Yep. All the narrative. Anyway, Cog, go ahead, man.
Yeah, sure. So if anyone wants to look it up, I'm going to put it again in the comments. If anybody wants to look up, just look up on YouTube. There's a video called Nana Akua, spelled Akua, Boots in capital, Ben McLean, that's my name, off air. He destroys her Zionist propaganda. You can literally see me getting kicked off TV for the crime of disagreeing with Zionists on TV. And this was over the question of a Palestinian state and the way that Israel were acting. This is like the idea that I'm a Zionist just doesn't work. Like you can look it up. It's me. It's my voice. It's my face. It's on my profile. Like I'm straight up not a Zionist. Like literally not a Zionist. And neither, by the way, are the many Holocaust scholars who have both come out to say that what's going on with the Palestinians is a genocide, and we recognize it as genocide as scholars of genocide, but also said that 6 million Jewish people is the recognized official number who were unalive during the Holocaust. These aren't contradictory positions. In fact, I would argue that it is the most consistent thing is to be anti-genocide in both scenarios. To be anti-genocide when it came to the Jewish people in Europe, who, by the way, were betrayed by the things like the Havara Agreement, by the Israelis, and Israel allies itself with so many far-right governments in Europe, as it allied itself as much as it existed in the 1930s with far-right governments who were in favor of pushing Jews out of Europe, right? So much of that is because the ends of the means by which Israel carries out the things that it does around the world is by making Jewish people feel unsafe around the world. It supports governments that make Jewish people feel unsafe. And let's not forget, again, these figures are recognized by those same scholars who, like me, are calling out both the 6 million figure, that's 100% correct, or near to the nearest sort of 200,000. It might not be exactly correct, but it's to the nearest 200,000.
Does that make you a Holocaust denier?
Calling out the genocide of the Palestinians? No, because the estimate is within that region.
But you called me a Holocaust denier because I'm not sure that's the number. That number was chosen for some reason. Maybe it's 6 million, maybe it's 5.5 million, maybe it's 12 million. I don't know. But that number continually popping up over time, right, is not bringing this up and asking what the fuck does this mean, which is the question I asked in my video because I don't know what it means. That's a Holocaust denial.
Sure, but when I present you, it becomes Holocaust denial when I present you with evidence from historians, from first and secondary sources, from the Nuremberg trials themselves, and you turn around and go, no, but history is written by the victor, so we can't trust any of that.
Correct.
That's when it becomes Holocaust denial.
And you know what? Every rewritten number gets stated as, well, that it's backed up by sources, by their own sources. Eichmann, you sourced Eichmann. Eichmann was the dude who, as you know, you said that you've looked this up, 1937, went into Palestine undercover as a journalist. Why?
Wait.
We don't really know.
We know why. It's because he was talking to the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, trying to arrange for the deportation of Jewish people to the region. Right?
Yeah.
This is not it's not
quote
conspiracy.
Unquote.
It's not secret. It's not a conspiracy. Like Eichmann went there. Eichmann went there. And this, bear in mind, this was before the Wannsee Conference. Yeah. This was before 1941, when they were considering other options. For example, like deportation to Madagascar as well. Like this is part of like the Holocaust history. This is not a it's not a good way of denying the Holocaust. And by the way, Eichmann's estimate.
And yet, they are currently doing the same thing that was done in the fucking Holocaust to other people. So and then couple that with this.
I agree with that.
In the late 1800s, Baron Hirsch put 9 million euros into the J Colonization Association, sent a bunch of people into Argentina. Where did the Nazis go? Argentina. Where are they at now? Who's meddling in Argentina right now? Israel is meddling in Argentina. I question the reality that we currently exist in, that whoever is creating this stuff has fed to us. Because when you start looking at it, these people over there in that country are starting to look a lot like the Yazis in 1930s Germany.
I agree with you. Israeli society has a lot of similarities, and I've made that comparison myself as somebody who's a scholar of Third Reich history. I've made that comparison myself. Right? You're correct in that assessment. It is a genocidal society, a genocidal ethno-state. You're correct in that assessment. But the problem is that doesn't mean that historians are lying or that there's some conspiracy about the 6 million figure. The 6 million figure is coincidence.
An estimate.
Yes, it's a coincidence that
and it's an estimate.
The same. Yeah, it is an estimate, but it's we know that it's within a few 100,000, right?
They counted the bodies, did they? They counted the skeletal remains, did they? No, they didn't.
No, it wasn't just remains. It wasn't just remains.
It was transportation. They used all kinds of sources, and just because you were transported doesn't mean that you were unalived. Right, and I'm saying
family histories. This is what Lucy Davidovich. Lucy Davidovich is a fascinating figure as a historian, and this
cannot
is what,
question. You cannot question.
She dedicated about
6 million
20 years of her life to it. Well, this is the thing. Lucy Davidovich dedicated about 20 years of her life to compiling a lot of these figures. And again, you can look at the. I'll put it in the comments again. You can look at the video. Nana Acquia boots Ben McLean off air. He destroys her Zionist propaganda. My anti-Zionist credentials run pretty thick. It would take quite a lot for me to be making this up.
Yeah. So does your white supremacy.
Wait, how is that white supremacy? What?
You exist with the mentality of being better than somebody else, smarter than somebody else, more appropriate than anybody else. That's how you come across.
On the basis
way
of
you're speaking,
knowledge. Well, yeah, but on the basis of historical knowledge, I might know more than you. There might be things that you know more than me about, but Holocaust history is something that I happened to study for 4 years at university, so I happen to know quite a lot about it.
And what university, might I ask?
I don't disclose that on TikTok.
Fine.
But it's in the UK.
There's a lot of universities. There's a lot of universities that actually were utilized. For example, the Rhodes Scholarship was to dispense essentially European supremacy across the world. Did you know that?
There's a lot about colonization and European supremacy.
So when you go to one of those colleges to learn, you're actually being indoctrinated into a viewpoint. Then I've got a piece of paper that tells me I'm Mr. Smarty Pants. So then you will not in any way whatsoever ever question yourself because you know.
Well, I have questioned it, and this is why I know these things. This is why I know where to look to discover where these figures came from. Mm-hmm. Lucy Davidovich's considerable historical career is one of the places that I'd look. And this is the thing. University, you're making the same mistake that Trump supporters make when they think that education is propaganda, right? Education teaches you how to think, not what to think.
Oh,
right?
no.
I've done a lot of this research myself. It's not been provided to me. I've had to write historical essays based on historical records.
Except I'm talking very specifically to the universities that exist where you are.
I want to combat that.
I don't know what you mean by that, to be honest.
European universities. You went to a European university? Yes?
There's lots of European universities.
A lot different than the universities we have here, although I will say that in similarity to the universities that you have there are Ivy League universities that we have here that have a very clear indoctrination attempt. Now, your regular everyday college isn't engaging in that behavior, but those colleges, those premier colleges, or with endowments to with these other institutions, they are indoctrination fields, and that's where all this networking comes from. Like you getting interviewed on some fucking panel somewhere. This comes from from a networking of, oh, we're the masters of the universe because we went to this college. That does happen. That does exist.
Then, hang on. How do you explain, if that's the case, how do you explain the massive protests that take place on your university campuses? The I've forgotten what they're called, but like the campouts that take place on university campuses that so many Israel-aligned politicians tried to have shut down. Like, how do you explain that if colleges are just places where people get indoctrinated into pro-Israeli propaganda? Like, it doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't say pro-Israeli. I just said indoctrinated into whatever it is that's being taught, whatever nonsense that they're trying to change, and it builds networks of other people, right? So that you guys become isolated. That's where elitism comes into play, and that's one of the issues the Democrats have.
Yeah, may I make two comments?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Hobie.
I think Cog, you had made the claim that education doesn't teach you what to think, but how to think. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's true for the most part. There might well be exceptions where people are like indoctrinated. I'm not denying that does exist on some level. What I'm saying is that certainly where I went, the idea was you are taught how to analyze these sources, and then you go away, you do your own reading. You can be pointed in the right direction by what we call historiography, i.e. the debate between historians, right? And you can agree or disagree with them and their arguments and see which ones you find most convincing on the basis of both primary and secondary evidence.
I understand. And with that said, especially I can only speak for the U.S., we have a big issue here in the U.S. where a lot of students are not critically thinking, especially in the age of AI. So they're being taught what to think, not how to think, which would be critical thinking, right? So you say something loud enough to now deeply believe it. And then second, I just want to speak to the significance of 6 million, because there is something that could be related to the 6 million figure. So 600,000, I'm starting there, was a significant figure in Israel. Did you know that? So like when the people of Israel, they journeyed from
you're a little bit quiet. Is there any way you can like get a bit closer to the mic or something?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, that's much better. Sorry,
okay. So you would agree numbers have meaning, right?
Yeah, I'd agree that numbers have meaning depending on the kind of story that you want to tell. I'm more interested less in the like the general numbers and more interested in, well, what story are you trying to tell and how well does that reflect? Yeah, how well is that evidenced and reflected in what we can call solid evidence rather than questions of coincidence, so to speak.
Yeah. So like in Exodus, right? Like in the Torah, the people of Israel, they journeyed from Ramesses to Succoth, and there was about 600,000 of men on foot. On the sixth day in the Bible, do you know what happened on the sixth day?
God created MAGA. And he was so exhausted by the shit he saw, he had to rest on the 7th.
Oh man!
I figured it out. I'm just kidding. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's so on the 6th day, right? That was the final day of creation. So why am I pointing this out? Well, what about 10, right? Because 600 times 10. I'm not saying that this is how they came out with this figure. Don't get me wrong, but you do understand that some historians could be influenced to round up or down. I'm not denying the event, right? I think we all believe that it happened. But what I'm saying is there could have been, some influence, there, and that's plausible. Even if it's like 5%, right? It's still a possibility. There's 10 commandments. There's 10 plagues, right? So 10 is a significant number. 10 times people, right? So that's a divine number in scriptures. 600,000 times 10 gives you the 6 million figure. So that could be related somehow. I'm not saying that it's probable or highly likely. I'm not saying that I'm pausing it that as a conspiracy theory. I'm just saying that that's an avenue that could be researched. That's it.
Yeah, so decimal numbers, of course, are common in a lot of scripture, but of course that's because decimal is convenient. Like 10 Commandments is convenient because we have it's not just that we have 10 fingers, but rather doing things in groups of 10 kind of makes sense. I think that's the sort of
like the prayer, right? 10 Jewish adults required to hold a communal prayer service, right?
Yeah. This is the thing. There's also a lot of significance to the number 3, for example, the Trinity, like Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and all that in Christianity. There's a lot of and the rule of 3 in rhetoric. There's a lot of ways in which we also assign significance to the number 3 as well. When it comes to the 6 million figure, though, we do have the evidence to back up why that would be the case, right? It's not just that it's convenient, and you seem to acknowledge that it's within that region, 5,700,000. From a lot of the estimates, around 5,700,000. It's not hard to see how they rounded that up and got to 6 million. And that 6 million was the same number of Jewish people that were recognized within Central Europe, within Russia, and apparently
That's
within.
interesting that you brought that up.
This is
right.
Yeah, but this is an estimate from earlier on in the 20th century, before a lot of the population explosion. And let's not forget that was talking about Central Europe, whereas what we're talking about is Jewish people from across Europe, the number of people on a much later date who were unalived, shall we say, across Europe.
Then I would land my plane with this. Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
Oh,
go ahead, Hobie.
Damn it. Okay. So I land my claim with this question. So do you think it's then plausible that it could have been, let's just say, 5.8 million or 6.2, but that there was maybe some influence to just say, hey, approximately 6 million because we have...
Just call it 6.
Just call it 6 because there is, symbolism behind the number, behind that number.
I think that it's probably less to do with symbolism and more to do with if you're rounding 5,800,000 or 5,700,000 up to the nearest million, you will pick 6 million. I think that's just a shorthand way of saying it's within that ballpark. It's but that's very different. A ballpark estimate is very different to saying because because this number keeps cropping up, there's some coincidence about it that means that it's some sort of conspiracy or written by the victors. Because also, what would be the benefit of this? What would be the benefit of inserting this strange bit of historical knowledge into the record just to fuck with people? I don't know. What would be the reason that they would do that?
So that if ever somebody questions the legitimacy, the pure legitimacy of actual 6 million or whatever, you get to turn around and say that they're a Holocaust denier. That right there is why. This is not even the number that's important. Here's a 1919 news article.
Sorry, Liberal.
Again. Well, I've had this up for a minute, so I'd like to speak about this
sure,
right here. Winter increases woe of 6 million Jays. Terrible conditions among starving Hebrews for past 5 years. Right? There's 5 years among the destitute Jews of Eastern Europe that have never been before. Now, 5 years prior to 1919, Russia was still intact. And in fact, it wouldn't be for another, 2 years that Poland actually declared its total independence, I don't think, from what was Russia just after this. So this number, and this also tells me that it was those people that came to these numbers, that this 6 million number was what they wanted to round up to because they've been using it for so long. So probably what's most likely is that because they had been publicizing 6 million over and over again, they had been used to that number. During that period of time, those people were probably used to seeing 6 million J's. And so if you get to 5.5 million or 5 million or 5.1 million or 7 million, whatever case is, just go to 6. Even if it was 6.2 million, just do 6. Right? Possible. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what the number is.
Well,
it's weird.
The more likely thing the more likely thing is that 6 million was from the early 20th century the estimate of the number of Jewish people within Russia and within the surrounding regions who were like either part of Russia or not yet part of Russia. But of course, the borders moved a lot in the early and mid 20th century. That's a question within itself. As to the benefits, I don't see how it would benefit them in any way to like use the 6 million figure rather than another figure if they were just sort of like estimating or lying about the figures. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like I don't understand what the benefit would be to them to either lie or and make it this 6 million figure that coincidentally pops up as the number of European Jews that were, which of course was mentioned a lot. There's a reason it was mentioned a lot. It's because it was the estimate of the number of Jewish people in Russia, which at the time was the only Soviet state, the communist state on Earth. And so there was like a lot of animosity towards Russia and a lot of quote unquote concern. There was actually a lot of like imperialism directed towards Russia. I don't think that that's wild to say that both those things can exist at the same time.
Yeah.
So if you acknowledge though that it's an estimate, does that make you a Holocaust denier?
No, but we're talking about an estimate within the margin of error. I also think that
what's the margin of error?
Probably about like no more than 500,000 either way, I would say.
So you don't know?
Well, I'm just going based off the Davidovic's estimate of the security police estimate of 5,721,600, which came from one side of World War II. Let's not forget. And the estimate from the other side of World War II, which was 5,700,000, which was the estimate given by Justice Jackson at the Nuremberg trials.
Which is the exact number of Jewish people who... Oh, Hobie's forehead, thank you very much. Wow. I feel like that should have given me more time than that. Hold on. Yeah, I feel like that should have added more time than that. Okay. I see the problem. Here, I think I can add. I certainly feel like that would have been more time. I don't know how much. I'd have to do. Oh, how do I do it? Well, okay, I'll figure it out. I'm gonna add another 15 minutes to that. Anyway, I'm sorry. I now forgot what we were saying. What did I just say? What had I just said? Oh, thank you, Hubby's forehead. There we go. There. And it must have added it before. Oh. And look at the ships falling over. Okay. Thanks, man.
I just want to respond to somebody in the comments said, why are Jewish people the only ones who are acknowledged when they weren't the only ones? I assumed the only ones to be targeted by Nazi genocide. You're absolutely correct that there were other people, and those other people are not often enough recognized, including Jewish people, gay people, trans people, Romani people, disabled people, who are all targeted by the Yazidis. Absolutely, we tend to talk about Jewish people because they made up the majority of the people who were exterminated in concentration camps.
But they weren't they didn't suffer the highest percentage of population loss either, though. I believe Romani had a higher percentage of people unalived, compared to their total makeup of the people.
That might well be correct, but
yeah,
just purely on
I think it was over 50% of them. Which to me, when you unalive 50% of a group of people, it's a bigger deal than just a sheer number of people, to me.
Well, yeah, but they tend to work off sheer numbers. But I wouldn't disagree with you that Romani people need a lot more recognition, and the persecution of Gypsy Romani people needs recognition. I wouldn't disagree with that at all.
I bet they could get along with Palestinians. Maybe we should create the space for them. kick the people out now and have them go to, I don't know, fucking Uganda or wherever it was that they were originally going to go, or Argentina. They can go back to the Pampas. They can become gauchos again.
Prior to the creation of the state of prior to the creation of the state of Israel, like Palestine was one of the safest places for Jewish people in the world. Like Jewish people and Jewish Palestinians, in fact, lived alongside Muslim Palestinians for many years. Like the idea that the problem is Jewish people. The idea that the problem is Jewish people rather than Zionism and Zionist ideology, which was created by Theodor Herzl, who was, like as you say, like a white supremacist. Like the idea that the problem is Jewish people rather than Zionism is
who said that?
Is incorrect. And
who said
that?
Well,
you sort of say, I don't, maybe I misread what you're saying, but like that's. I just want to make clear because I think that's an important distinction to make.
You did it again, Cog. See, this is why I'm questioning whether or not you're actually a Zio, because that's like the fourth time you've done that. You've put words in my mouth, sir.
Okay, sure.
I didn't say anything about kicking Jays out of anywhere, and yet that's what you just said. I said, sir. And I'm not going to let that one slide.
I said maybe I misheard you. Would you mind just you can obviously play videos on here, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Would you mind just searching for that video? It's called "Man Are Queer." Boots play McLean off air. He destroys her Zionist propaganda.
Listen, you going up somewhere it doesn't prove anything to me. If you want to prove something to me,
News. It's one of the most popular networks on British television.
Even if I watch that, and you come up here and you engage in behavior that I see as problematic, I don't give a fuck what you said somewhere else. I'm talking to you right now. Why would I listen to you talk to somebody else that I don't know? Why would I do that?
It's corroborating evidence with the idea that I'm not a Zionist.
Not.
I'm actually very pro-Palestine.
No, it's not.
Wait,
the corroborating evidence should be you. You're telling me that you aren't a source of your intention. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, no, but like you can.
I'm talking to you right now, Cog.
Okay, cool. What does corroboration mean? Do you know?
Do I know what corroboration means? Yes.
Yeah.
That's not going to corroborate anything for me when you're literally on my panel talking to me. I'm going to base my belief of what you're saying in the things that you say while I'm talking to you. I don't need to go watch you talk to somebody else.
Wait, but like, why would I be a Zionist on a panel in front of 35 people, like, and not a Zionist in front of like millions of people on national television? Why would I do that?
I don't know. You're acting like a Zio now. So I'm sure that you were acting like a Zio then.
Bro, the conclusion you have to come to at some point is that I'm not a Zionist.
Oh, I have to come to this? Do I?
Yeah, I'm opposed to Israel's genocide. Like, I'm opposed to Israel's genocide in Palestine right now.
A European telling me what I've got to do. Do you realize how fucking weird that is for an indigenous man to be told by a goddamn European in Europe that I have to do something? Fuck you. I ain't got to do shit, bitch.
Okay.
Ain't got to do shit.
All right. You don't have to. It was just
and
if
I'm
you were
not
smart,
gonna.
You would listen to me. It's okay.
Oh, so now you think do you
you
really?
You don't have to.
So you've been sitting
you
here.
Don't have to.
You've been sitting here talking to me for a while, and now you think that I'm not smart.
Yes, that is genuinely my opinion of you. I'm sorry.
Okay, if you've been sitting up here for this time talking to me for, I don't know, the hour, however long you've been up here, and you think that I'm dumb, that tells me what your intelligence looks like. You'd be the only one there, sir.
I try to educate the uneducated where I
can. He doesn't agree with me.
I think
if
you're willing to believe. If you're willing to believe that I would go on national TV and lie about being pro-Palestine, but I would come on TikTok and secretly be Zionist in front of 35 people. I don't know what to tell you.
Cog, your shit smells just like everybody else's. I guarantee it.
Yeah, of course it does.
Yeah, it does.
Cog,
But of course it does. I can't believe you think that's a point against me. What are you talking about?
Here's the part I don't understand. You said you're pretty well educated, right? So
barely not.
But here's the thing. I mean, you're saying that, hey, look, evidence is supposed to provide, this factual reality of what's really happening. The host is saying, okay, well, the logic is why. So why should he listen to you, right? So it's evidence versus logic. So, I mean, he should be able to discern based off of like what you're saying, how you're acting, the why he should listen to you in the first place. So, and I hope you understand that, right? There's more than one way to actually understand a person.
Do you not think that evidence and logic are somewhat intertwined?
Well, the logic focuses on the why, and the evidence is the what.
Well, the logic is focused on the why, but like we use a priori evidence, as the foundation of most of our knowledge bases, right? We're empiricists. We work off of evidence.
I have evidence, though. Let's not forget that I have evidence. I have evidence of what I have evidence to question whether or not you are, because I don't know if you are or not. Nobody really is going to know.
Evidence to question what?
Yes, evidence to question. Yes, because I'm seeing a pattern of behavior that is similar to the patterns of behavior of other Zionists that come up here, including those who claim not to be and are pro-Palestinian, yet still engage in Zionist-like behavior and still simp for Zionists, even without realizing it. You're engaging in that. I have evidence because I'm watching you do it.
Okay, so here's the thing. Nothing that I'm saying justifies in any way the genocide of the Palestinians. It doesn't justify the taking of Palestinian land.
That doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't justify what's going on in Gaza, in Lebanon, in the West Bank. Like none of that is justified by the idea
with like Zionism at this point.
Yeah, that like it's the idea that like being anti-Nazi is nothing to do with or rather is consistent with the idea of being anti-Israeli. Because I think the apt comparison, as you made earlier, is between the Israelis and the Third Reich. Like, I think that's an apt comparison. Now, why is it an apt comparison? Because they are both supremacist ideologies. They're both racially supremacist ideologies, right? These are not the opinions of somebody who is pro-Zionism.
Cog, you're okay. I'm so glad that you brought up that they're supremacist ideology. That's what you're giving off to me, Cog, is supremacy. You've done it over and over again for the last hour or two, and I've called it out every time you've done it.
Yes,
and then you question why I might question your legitimacy.
I'm sorry. Like, the conspiracy nonsense is ridiculous. You're just grasping at straws at this point. Yes, Cog did bring up his own degree, which is a legitimate degree, right? In his own field. And here
comes the other European.
Fine, right?
Cog,
hang on 2 seconds.
No, I'm going to mute you. Cog, because I want to make this point. Cog probably sent out a bat signal to his other European counterpart. We are going to come up here and we are going to colonize this panel because this panel belongs to us. We are Europeans and we know better than you because that's what we do as tea drinking Europeans. Now tell me, Neckley, go ahead. Explain to the indigenous bloke how he's wrong. Proceed.
A conspiracy theorist is you have to do things. You have to be grasping at straws. You have to mix up simple concepts of supremacy when talking to an actual academic about these things, right? So this is why every time you talk, liberal, every time you talk, I can hear the Illuminati fucking tune in the background because everything you say is fucking nonsense when it comes to linking Cog to a Zionist. It absolutely is. You say supremacy out of fucking nowhere. Cog has never said anything to do with Jewish supremacy at all. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And then the other guy coming in with the conspiracy about fucking what? The number 10 and the number fucking 6 million. It's absolutely ridiculous. And this is why anti-intellectualism.
It is tea time. And everybody must calm down.
Hang on, 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
The European
2 seconds.
bloke.
I know you're mad.
European bloke says we must calm down. It is tea time, everybody.
I know you're mad. 2 seconds. Right? This is why it's so important that we push intellectualism, because this is anti-intellectual thought. This is what leads to Trump. This exact thing is what leads to Trump.
It's what leads to Trump.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Tea and crumpets leads to trumpets.
I think if the new panel list was actually listening to what I was saying, all I said was that there's a symbolism behind 600,000 and 10. That's all.
Yeah. So why in a university you criticize this?
One second. Hold on.
You can't question the Europeans.
No, question it.
I need 2 seconds. I need two seconds. Is it Nickley?
Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
Okay, two seconds. And then I closed the statement by saying it wasn't a conspiracy theory. But you see, here's the thing. You assume that. And I can provide you evidence, arguably, especially in the world of AI, that I'm a woman. But logically, would you believe it?
Not a woman!
I don't give a shit what you can evidence. Are you evidencing this thing?
Well, I mean, it's the same kind of concept, right? Same line?
No. Evidencing intellectualism is so important, right? Because in university, this is the whole thing.
In university, and Europe.
Yeah, we know
we
you're
drink
mad host.
tea
Just
12
calm.
times
2
a day.
seconds. Yes, we love drinking
Host.
tea.
Yes.
It's absolutely lovely.
And we love going on to people's panels. That's what we do. We love going on to people's panels and telling them what they must think. And stating that we are correct, because that's what you do. You exist in a state of supremacy. And just like Hogg already said, and guys, for the record, I'm having to mute Neckley because he just won't shut the fuck up. 2 seconds, Neckley. 2 seconds, please. Reclaiming my time. Because this dude came up here and acted as if everything that we said was crazy and that we're not entitled to our belief about somebody's behavior. And I believe, actually, that Neckley and Cog may very well be the same person. Cog and Neckley, I'd love to hear you two talk at the same time. Can we do that? Let's get this one out of the way first, because they sure sound the same. Neckley and Cog, same time, go.
Baby, can you stop
the same person?
Okay. Thank you for proving that. I appreciate that. Okay, now shut up, Neckley. Yeah, I'll drop you just like I did Cog, and then you can call me the P word in the comments if you want. But here's what I know. I've got 2 Europeans have come up here with supremacist behavior. And earlier, Cog said it. Cog said that it is okay to make the connection between Nazi Germany and the way Israel is acting because they're both supremacist ideologies. And when both of them come up here with supremacist ideologies, now all of a sudden he doesn't want to use that as a metric with which I can question somebody's intention. Right. Do as I say, not as I do, because I went to university and I have a piece of paper. Go ahead, Neckley.
Hold on.
Let me explain. 2 seconds. Hang on. 2 seconds. Well, Cog, let me explain. Because this is what critical thought is based on, right? At university, your whole thing is criticizing everything that is written. Everything that you do is criticized.
Except when somebody is criticizing you, you are not allowed to do that, sir. You are not allowed to do that, you stupid. If you question, you guys, you called me stupid. You called me stupid for criticizing you.
No, I didn't. No,
that is a supremacist ideology.
I called you. Wait, do you know why I called you stupid?
Well, Cog did. Did you also call me stupid?
Do you know why he called you stupid?
Well, he actually didn't call me stupid.
Do you know why? I will say it right now. Do you know why I would call you stupid?
Yes, because you are a white supremacist and I am an indigenous man, and that's what you do.
Do you think all people calling other people who are indigenous stupid are just doing it because they're indigenous?
No, but I believe you from
so
Europe.
Then you might need to follow the actual logic
I'm
train.
sorry. You asked me a question. You didn't like my answer, so you decided that you were going to interrupt. And now you're on the mute again. You see, when you have a white supremacist coming up here saying white supremacist shit to an indigenous person, yes, there's a problem there because you are both supremacist. You are butthurt. And you need to let that butthurt flow right on through, buddy. Your butthurt that somebody is calling into question your superiority. We are elitists. We are the ones that drink coffee. We write the history books that you then read. This is what Europe has been doing for a long time. So when I have a motherfucking Brit come up here telling me a goddamn thing, I don't really care. I don't give a fuck if you're a historian. You could be a sex therapist. Yeah, and see now I'm having to go between the two. Okay, so now
let one of us talk.
No. You can request back up. The fact that I had to sit here and fucking click that goddamn mute button because your supremacy is just shining through and through, you sick bastards. To this very day, and there was a point in my life where I was like, well, Europe is coming around. They're finally seeing the light. They're not. These people have some fucking weird supremacy mindset about them. I think maybe from birth, maybe it's genetic. I don't get it. But they believe themselves to be superior to everybody. Morally, intellectually, historically, they just believe themselves to be. And they can't stand it when somebody calls into question what it is that they're saying. How dare you?
Can I ask a question about the prompt?
Sure.
I think I'm having a little bit, sorry, I just don't know exactly what it's referring to.
This is how it started with COG, for the record. Literally, that was the same question that COG asked. So let me play it again. I'll play the video.
Recently posted this.
You know what? That's a little long. So over 200 times, 6 million J's were referenced over 200 times prior to World War II. And my question was, what is it with this number? Right? I don't understand the symbolism. When Hobie had a thought about the 600,000. Now, where did you get the 600,000 number?
So the 600,000, there was, that was the number of like one of the original tribes. So I think I can pull it up exactly, but that's where I got the
I see. And then the number 10, 600,000 times 10 being 6 million.
Yeah. So then with the 10, there's 10 tribes of Israel. There's also the 10 commandments, but there was also 10 generations between Adam and Noah and between Noah and Abraham. So yeah.
And now let me be clear. I don't know what the 6 million means. We can come up with this stuff all day long, and there's no way to prove that it's correct or not, right? But it is weird that number is said over and over again. And AIPAC, because this only came up because AIPAC made a post that said AIPAC and our 6 million grassroots members, Democrats and Republicans. And I'm like, okay, what is it with this number? So really, the number part in green is kind of a joke. Really, it was meant as a joke, but the UKFI is supremacist is there because they recently told Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker that their visas are now revoked. They're not allowed to go visit. They were going to go give a speech at Oxford, and they're not allowed to because it'll cause disruption in the country because they are, anti-Israel. And Israel, in a big way, unfortunately, still has the hands of the people that are in charge of all of the nations that make up the UK. Does that answer your question? Confused?
It does, and it makes sense. I'm kind of confused about the people in the chat, though, that have tagged me and are trying to say that you're a HCOS denier. What is that about?
So, okay, so because to be fair to them, I didn't explain that the numbers really were a joke. But it should be understood when I've got 6 million in binary code on there, like it is kind of a meme to a degree. I didn't explain it to them in that way. The reason why they're calling me a Yahtzee is because I think one of them, COG, I don't think he's being honest with how he feels. And I could be wrong, I could be completely wrong, but his behavior is that of, if you question the 6 million number from the HCOS, you are now an HCOS denier. Even though he himself said it's an estimate, and that some people have said 5.7 million, others have said 5.2 or whatever the number was. Even though, and I'm like, the 6 million was written by the very people who are now engaging in the type of behavior that we're looking at and saying, well, what the fuck? Like with Gaza, for example. And yet, for some reason, he's stuck on this 6 million number because he learned about it in university.
So my question is then, do you believe that the HCOST happened?
Yes, of course I do.
Yeah.
And do you disavow white supremacy?
You were up here when I was railing about European supremacy. And
yeah, I just want to make it clear, just for the
Of course, I look. I'm indigenous to America. I'm Native American, and I don't really care for Europeans in general. I don't trust them. I don't treat them like shit, but I don't trust them. Just like when they come up here telling me I have to listen to what they say, that it's just more of that supremacist shit. It's elitist crap. You know, I've got a degree. You know what I mean? It's just, no. So no, of course I disavow white supremacy. That's the worst of the worst.
And if I could provide them with a quote, because they're spamming in the chat, Neckley and Cog. You know, there's a right, Dr. Joyce Brothers, right? The educated person is distinguished by his treatment of all others, whether they are above or below him in stature or ability. He has an inquiring mind and sincerely believes he can learn something from every person he meets. Apparently, they didn't feel like they could learn anything. So that's why I don't care for what they say. So.
Yeah, I'm. So you're saying that somebody had tagged you to come in?
No, they in the chat with their spamming, someone tagged me in one of their spams, and then they just kept going with the spam.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I don't. Whenever I had to drop in the first time, because Cog doesn't really realize it, but he got dropped because when he starts going, he'll just like monologue and he'll just keep talking, and 2 seconds ends up being 45, and he'll just like keep going, and I'll be talking, he'll interrupt constantly, and so there's no mute all button or mute and hold button, so I have to sit there and literally tap on my mouse over the mute button in order to get him so I can say something. So instead I just drop them, because then I don't have to sit there and do that. And of course, I don't know, it's bothering him, I think, that he's been sitting in the request box for some time. Let's let Cog up and see if he can behave himself. I don't know, he seemed a little better than Neckley. Neckley looks like a troll. Cog is less of a troll, I think.
Cog, I don't understand why you told me that this person is an HCOST denier if they just admitted that they believe it happened.
Yeah, it's because age-course denial, and you can look this up, like age-course denial is considered like the downplaying and conspiracy around the numbers as well, which is exactly what this guy is engaging in. He just won't admit it.
It's not, though.
It's not.
Right, okay. So what is your point about the 6 million figure then?
I've said it 5 times already, man. I don't know.
Right, so you're just highlighting a coincidence?
Yes.
Because it's a coincidence?
Yes.
You're not making any particular claim about it?
What claim have I made, Cog?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. This is
exactly.
The thing. This is what makes me think that you're engaging in conspiracy theory. Also, you've accused me multiple times of being a Zionist
conspiracy
and a supremacist. Do you recognize that there is a big distinction between supremacy on the basis of some claim to like racial superiority or something like that, or even like continent superiority? You recognize that there is a big difference between that claim and a claim to academic knowledge, which I have because I've been to university, I've studied this stuff, and this is why I know that Lucy Davidovich, the historian, drawing upon sources from around Europe, dedicated about 20 years of her life.
Now you're gish galloping. Land your plane, because I'd like to respond to something. Yes, it is. Yes, yes, it's exactly what you're doing.
Hang on, I'm trying to make sure.
No, you're bogarting the conversation
here. I'm trying to make sure that
you
confused
already
understands
said
here,
you
because,
don't need to go on for
like,
10 minutes. If you can't make your point in like 45 seconds, then your point really wasn't worth making. We're not talking thesis here. You made a claim that I'm a Holocaust denier because I'm downplaying the numbers, even though I never made a claim. I never said that. It could be 6 million. It could be 7 million for all I know. I don't know what the numbers are. The Holocaust happened. And by the way, I want to point something out because I'm about to make you look like a hypocrite fuck.
Yeah, sure.
The fact that you believe that even though I'm not saying that it didn't happen, right? I'm saying the Holocaust did happen. The 6 million numbers, I'm not sure that I believe them because of the coincidental fact that you pointed out that, over 200 times prior to that, right? But you just said that I was a Yahtzee because of this, right? Because of the Holocaust denier?
I didn't make that claim. I didn't make that claim. I said, no. I didn't say you were a Yahtzee. Neckley did, to be fair.
What was your question? What was your question? Confused?
Originally, was that someone in the chat had called you an H-cost denier and a Yahtzee, and I was wondering. I just wanted clarification on your beliefs so I could determine that for myself.
Even though,
I feel like.
Even though I said that the Holocaust did happen, you're still calling me a Holocaust denier. You're a hypocrite because you said that I'm not allowed to say because you believe, you believe that Israel is engaging in a genocide and because you allege to support Palestine, yet I'm calling you a potential Zio. You have a problem with that, and yet you want to call me a Holocaust denier, even though I literally said, and prior to Confused coming up here, I already told you that I believed it happened. Do you see the hypocrisy there?
Yeah, sure. This is the same thing that Nick Fuentes
did university teach you to use fallacies to make your point?
But I question the numbers. Right? Hang on. This is the same
did
thing. Did
university teach you to be a hypocrite?
He believes that the Holocaust happens, but he questions the numbers. By the way, it's the same thing that David Eichmann said. David Eichmann. David. I've forgotten his name now. Who was the conspiracy theorist?
Real quick, Neckley, I've muted you for 5 minutes. Now you're just spamming, and that's ridiculous. So you're muted for 5 minutes. If you come back and keep doing it again, I'll mute you for the whole life. If you want to come back up here, you can't. Go ahead, Cog.
I meant David Irving. David Irving.
Wait. You don't have a response to your hypocrisy. Do you have a response? Listen. You don't have a response to your hypocrisy that I just pointed out.
Draw conspiracy theory about the numbers. Like this is like classic Holocaust denial. Like it's not
classic.
Most Holocaust deniers don't say, "Oh, this event never took place." What they do is they downplay the numbers.
Oh, right? So are you saying? So do you acknowledge? Do you acknowledge that some Zios come up and pretend as if they are in favor of Palestine? Do you acknowledge that?
Yeah, I acknowledge that thing. How many of them?
So stop questioning why I question whether or not you're a Zio, bitch.
How many of those have footage of themselves on national news? Like Confused is also one of my mutuals, by the way. And you can look at it. There's footage of me on national news getting kicked off. Because I supported Palestine against Nana Akua, GB News presenter. It's literally Nana Akua boots Ben McClain off air. He destroys her Zionist propaganda. You can just look this up. Just Google it. It's a YouTube video. It's out there. It's got 27,000 views.
I don't
know
need to.
Why I would lie in front of. I don't know why I would lie in front of. I don't know why I would lie about being pro-Palestine in front of like millions of people on national television.
Well, let me ask you a question,
and then come here.
Let me ask you a question,
Make a pro-Israeli point to 35 people. Like, why would I do that?
You didn't make a pro-Israeli point. You're obfuscating from why I believe that you might be a fucking plant. Now, let me ask you: do Zios lie? Do you think that Zios, for Hezbollah purposes, will lie?
Did you say Hezbollah or Hezbollah?
Well, okay. Listen, I know that you're just wanting to talk, but I need you to listen. Do Zios lie for the purposes of Hezbollah?
Well, yeah, all the time. All the fucking time.
Okay.
And I argue with them.
So that answers your question. That answers your question. Why you would go up in front of millions of people and do that. and then come here and engage in behavior because it's not, well, hold on. I want to make clear something. I want to make a clarifying point. I don't know if you are a Zio. What I stated and what I still state now, although I think I did make this, point, I didn't qualify this before, maybe. So to be fair to you, I don't know if you're a Zio, but you're engaging in Zio-like behavior, which is what I said. That is what I said.
What behavior are you talking about, though? Like, I'm curious what happened that made you say that.
The Holocaust denial that he continues to lodge my way. Not just that, but there was something else that he stated about me, comparing me to Yahtzees or something. I don't remember exactly what it was because that was like an hour ago. There were a couple of things that he was doing that a lot of Zionists do. Well, they'll come up and if the moment you say anything critical of Israel, you're an anti-Semite. Or if you call into question
hang on. I didn't call you. Hang on, dude.
Hold on.
I did not call you an anti.
You never did. That was an example. That's it. Cog. That's an example. I never said you said that. This is an example. This is what they do. And then also the Holocaust denial. I've never denied the Holocaust. But yet even though I told you that I know that the Holocaust is real, even when I said it could be 7 million for all I know, he still claimed that I was denying the Holocaust. This is Zio-like behavior and
I have a
confused.
question for you, host.
Sure.
So do you see why someone might think that a fixation on the numbers of how, like, in this particular event, is potentially a dog whistle that people who do deny it use?
In both directions, when they are completely and totally infatuated with this number on the Zio side, where they will call anybody a Holocaust denier, that exists. And you are right. Somebody that constantly is like, there's 6 million. I'm calling this into question. Yes, you're right. That can point to somebody who is a Holocaust denier, right? But I didn't do either of those things.
But I think that maybe when someone saw the prompt, they perhaps misconstrued your intention, and assumed that you were of that group of people that would do that.
Can I comment on that?
Okay, so you would be right if that's what happened, but that's not how that happened. He didn't make those statements until, I don't know, maybe a half hour into our conversation. Yeah, because he asked me about what it was. In fact, it was like the same question you asked. He also asked, and I played that video where I'm literally at the end of the video. Of course, I didn't play this part, but at the end of the video, I said, "What the fuck is it with this 6 million? What's the symbology here?" That's it. It's just odd. Go ahead, Hobie.
Yeah. So I mean, I think true education is about building someone up, right? It's not about tearing them down. And I feel like I thought, and I say this respectfully, Todd, and to Neckley. I mean, I saw a bit of tearing down there. I think this is a conversation, to be had. So when I look at the prompt, I don't think denial. I think, hey, let's have a conversation about what this means, and that's supposed to be in the heart of education. Now, my wife had a student that wrote a paper about in space cess, right? I don't want to say the string word, and I had to bring it up to a dean, and because this is a controversial topic, can they, should they even be writing about it? And the conclusion was, you know what? Yeah, it's a fair topic to write about because it's in pursuit of knowledge, and what's the position that they're trying to make. So I think education is about, hey, let's try to live in an understanding way, understand the other person, but not trying to tear them down and just in the process. So I mean, so that's why, and maybe I'll land here. Look, I have a PhD in history. I don't tout my credentials because my credentials don't mean that I'm an educator or that I know that I'm wiser than anyone else. That doesn't mean jack. Honestly, I think that the host is smarter than me on a lot of other topics. So that's why I'm here listening to him.
Just out of interest, what was your specialism?
But I'm dumb, according to Cog.
Yeah, I mean that's and that's why I don't.
Specialism.
Yeah, I think he's Hobie. I think he's asking what you specialized in for history.
Yeah, you said you had a PhD.
Yeah, Latin America.
Latin America. Okay, cool. We recognize that if I was to come on and start lecturing you about Latin America, you'd recognize that would be a silly thing for me to do, right?
No, not at all.
Why would it be?
I would. No, because I think.
Well, because it's not my area of historical expertise.
Yeah, but here's the thing, that's just one component about it. It's almost like saying, hey, I've been a parent longer, so that means I get to lecture other people that haven't been a parent longer. No, I don't think that's how we base our education. I could be deemed as a more credential or a more
academic expertise.
I really
is not really
appreciate the
comparable
confetti,
to
but fuck, it's everywhere. Look at that.
Thank you, Rigo. I think Rigo trolls. I think Rigo trolls with the confetti. Thank you, Rigo. Now, look, I appreciate that you have whatever, but I want to point something out because it confused you to ask the question about, why somebody could come to the conclusion that I could be a denier if I'm like harping on a number. There's a reason that this number came up. This is in fact the first time I've really talked for more than 15 minutes about 6 million. Let me show you why. The other day, I come across this AIPAC post right here, AIPAC and our 6 million grassroots members, which led to me doing a video because I see that and I'm like, what the fuck is it with this 6 million number? Now they're using it again, right? And so I do that video because I understood the past history or whatever, but this isn't something I talk about a lot, right? This is probably
it's up from 2 million in 2022, 2023. So it's not. It's just like they just happen to have hit 6 million in 2026.
Sure,
I don't think
and they made a post about it and pinned it to the top.
Yeah, but like I don't understand what you think they'd gain from doing that.
I don't know.
Secretly drawing a comparison between like 6 million Jewish people in Russia in the early 20th century, 6 million Jewish people killed in the unalived in the Holocaust, and 6 million members of AIPAC within the USA.
Yeah, does university
I don't understand what
does university teach you to have a curious mind and to ask questions?
Yeah, a curious mind and ask questions is good.
And
but
so
also,
if I'm seeing a pattern, well, hold on. No, with the numbers, there's no story. It's a fucking joke. Do you see the trademark next to each of the numbers? Because in every format, aside from the binary code, although maybe if I Google it with quotes, maybe they've used it in binary too. I don't know. It really, I put it up there as a joke. It's like not even that big of a deal to me.
So you agree with me? Weird. So you agree with me that this is like how historical coincidence works? Like numbers crop up throughout history, and we can draw like comparison between them, but like assigning significance to them or using them to question the numbers that are well evidenced, for example, with the Holocaust, would be like just incorrect, and it wouldn't be a good basis for historical knowledge when we have like the records of historians, we have first-hand accounts, we have second-hand accounts, like backing up the 6 million figure.
Okay, Neckley, you've been muted for the whole live. Good job. I'm sorry, forgive me. I was dealing with that. I missed part of that. Can you repeat that, Cog?
Okay, so like 6 million, okay, so we recognize that at the early 20th century, 6 million Jewish people was the widely recognized number of people who were in Jewish people within Central Europe, Central Europe and Russia, so Eastern Europe, if you like. What we today would refer to as Eastern Europe. Sometimes they refer to it then as Central Europe or Eastern Europe. And we recognize that figure kept cropping up, but that's because that was, a census taken in the early 20th century. They didn't do regular censuses across Russia, so that's why that number keeps cropping up. We also recognize that separate from that, we also can well evidence the 6 million, whether it was, a bit, within 100,000 or so, within maybe 500,000 or so, either way, we recognize that is the recognized number of Holocaust victims, Jewish Holocaust victims, I should say, and it's recognized by the same scholars that are currently calling out the genocide in Gaza as the correct number, right?
I mean, I understand what your point is. I get that.
Right. Okay. But then
it's just coincidence.
We also recognize
that's what you're going with. That's fine.
Wait, and we have Neckley the second, another account spamming the chat.
Now look, do you see, guys? Real quick, I want to point something out based on what Neckley just did. This is Zio-like behavior. Not only did Cog bring Neckley in, Neckley is now going through. Well, somebody did. You guys sound fucking the same. He said the same goddamn shit. So I'm not gonna buy it because I fucking hardly ever have anybody from Europe up here. Hardly ever.
But sorry, I'm not saying he didn't come up here.
Okay,
because I was here.
I don't want to listen. I don't want to get.
He's my mutual. I do know him.
He's
my mutual. I do know.
Yeah. Okay, dude, guys, look at this. Okay, and see, this is Zio-lighting at its finest. He's trying to make me feel and act and sound crazy, right? That's what Cog is trying to do. This is what Neckley's trying to do.
No.
Cog, just shut the fuck up, bitch. Get out. You know what? I'm done with you because Cog just lied. This motherfucker just said he didn't call him in here. Okay, the dude came up here saying the same shit. Fucking, I went to university. Literally sounded like a carbon copy of each other. And these two have been doing this for a while now. Bro's in the fucking comments, spamming shit over and over again. I mute that account. He goes and gets another account. This is Zio-like behavior.
I just want to say there's a feature on TikTok where when people that you also follow are like on lives, you can see. So like what I usually do is like,
sure.
I sometimes look at what my mutuals are on, just to kind of like see what lives are interesting. It kind of makes it easier so you don't have to scroll through a bunch of random ones. From my understanding of what you're saying, you just chose this number because you noticed like a coincidence and thought it was interesting. From what you're telling me is what I gather.
Correct.
And it sounds like Cog recognized it as a HCOS denier's whistle, dog whistle, and you're saying that's not how you're using it. That wasn't your intention.
Right.
And I totally get, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and believe you because I don't know you. So I don't really have a reason not to. But I do feel like if it were me, in your position, if people came up and said, hey, this is a dog whistle, just be aware of that, I would be like, oh, that's good to know. Like, I do want to understand how this coincidence came about, but if it is a dog whistle, I personally wouldn't want to run the risk of being associated with the people that it's a dog whistle for.
Really appreciate the confetti, but fuck, it's everywhere. Look at that.
Thanks, Rico. Go ahead.
Well,
it's audio that plays with the confetti. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I was just saying, like, me personally, I wouldn't want to take the risk of people accidentally associating me with the people that the dog whistle comes from. So
here's the thing. I don't have to virtue signal, right? I don't have to virtue signal because I don't exist in those spaces. I don't exist as those people. I'm not a supremacist in any way whatsoever. I don't treat people like shit. Like Cog didn't start getting the loudmouth of me until he started calling me a fucking Holocaust denier. And this pattern of behavior. And it's also not born out of ignorance either. I understand that there's this, you cannot question the 6 million number. This is something that I very well understand. Matter of fact, there was a Jewish guy in Israel that was wanting to do a documentary called 6 Million because he was doing his own independent research into that number. And this dude's life got fucked up all kinds of ways, every which way to Sunday. You cannot question that number. And I'm not questioning it because I don't fucking know. I don't have the body counts. I didn't go and look at the grave sites. I'm going to have to accept it because this is what is officially accepted as the number. It is what it is. A lot of fucking people were unalived, and a lot of them were Jewish people, right? During the Holocaust. This is true. But when I know that the group of people that are currently engaging in propaganda that says you can't criticize Israel for triple tapping medics in Lebanon, and if you do, that makes you an anti-Semite. When they engage in that behavior and then turn around and engage in, you're a Holocaust denier, if you even question this number, which is one of the cudgels with which they beat you over the head with to try and get you to comply, then I don't care. I'm not going to virtue signal. If COG thinks that I'm a fucking white supremacist based on what I've said, then he can fucking believe that. I don't give a shit. I really don't give a shit. But I'm certainly not going to sit here and say nothing when the guy tells me that. I will sit here and argue with you all day long until I'm blue in the face.
I mean, I respect, it's your life. You can do anything you want. That's all right. I do have a question because you said that this is not the topic that you usually do. I'm curious, what kind of topics do you usually have as your prompt?
We cover everything. Usually it depends on what happens during the day. If Donald Trump farts and he shits all over the floor, we would talk about that. Thank you, Hell on Wheels. I appreciate that. Love the show too, by the way. Just really whatever comes up, we'll talk about.
I mean, I understand why the way that COG came at you probably felt like he was, I don't know. I understand how that might have felt.
Very
but
elitist.
I will say, on the lives that I've been on with them, they've not done anything that made me question their genuineness or integrity. I haven't seen anything to suggest that. So I guess this is the only live I've ever seen him or them, come at somebody like this. So I really didn't know what to expect.
Have you seen them come at somebody else like what you just saw?
COG.
Right.
No.
Right. So now you see what they do when somebody calls into question what they're saying.
Well,
that's how they
felt attacked.
Yeah, look, I think that in this case he was challenged, right?
COG was challenged.
He didn't like the challenge. He was challenged. Maybe in other forums he wasn't challenged. I mean, in this slide we also talk about man's topics and other topics. Look, I'm a conservative, right? I'm an evangelical. I have a lot of friends that are Jewish. I didn't find anything particularly offensive, but honestly, I once had a prompt that said, I love the devil. Do I love the devil? No, I don't love the devil, but it created a conversation, topic, a conversation piece. You know what, let's talk about it. And then we talked about pros and cons, and then everyone's like, oh, okay, resurface why maybe we shouldn't. so I mean, it's something on the news. It's current events. People are talking about the 6 million number. And so I don't know. I think it's fair. And also, and I'll land with this, I think part of being a good student is having historical empathy, and it's seeking to put yourself in the other person's shoes to understand why they believe what they believe and understand. And I think that's important. It's paramount. And I think when you disrespect someone, especially entering someone's live and name calling them and casting aspersions on them when they're clearly articulating that, hey, no, this is not what I believe, but then they continue to reiterate, no, this is what you believe, then
you get no respect from me. You get no respect from me when you engage like
Kobe,
that.
I do understand what you're saying, and that's part of I'm spamming in general, no matter who it comes from. To me personally, is a very weird behavior. It's not something that I personally would ever engage in. I feel like it's kind of pointless, and also it says more about the people spamming, unfortunately, than the people that they are talking about, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Look, there's this person, someone that says the guy named Hobie's forehead.
There's a story behind that, someone.
There you go. You know, maybe my last name is Hobie. How do you know? Anyway.
But no, like, I'm sure Cog is great on some panels. I probably would love to have and hear him, because I have historians that come up all the time. I love history. But what I don't like is to...
Thank you for following.
Thank you, Confused. I just don't like being, accused of something over something as small as that, right? When that's his only, like, point of... knowledge of me, this, and you're already going to this. What it said to me is that this is a pattern of behavior that I've seen many, many, many times before on this show, is this kind of weird, like, try to paint him out like he's this or he's that. I get them come up and try to paint me out as a misogynist by saying just dumb shit or a racist. You know what I mean? Like, so this behavior is stuff that I've seen before, and I'll admit, maybe he's not. Maybe he is, a great ally for Palestine. That's possible. I don't know anything about him aside from what he displayed on my show today, and it wasn't great. But, I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I've got people that I can't fucking stand that I allowed to come up here and say they're bullshit, and then end up dropping them if they say something out of pocket, which in Cog's instance was just, I don't know, I was just more annoyed, really.
No, I totally get that. And, like, I would have to know way more about you or hear you say other things to ever be able to give you, like, a label such as the ones... So, benefit of the doubt is typically how I operate.
Yeah. I mean, Cog, I don't hate you. But like I said at the first time, I said you're displaying Zio-like behavior. Now, I think I did call him a Zio plant at one point, which, whatever. But I was already irritated by that point. But to be clear, I don't know if he is, but it's just odd behavior to me. Because what this does is it does the Zio's job for them, honestly, because they rely on those people that exist like that, those fucking white supremacists that do question all of it. No, Jay was unalived in the Holocaust. I mean, I've heard that stupid shit before. You're putting me up against one of those guys is ridiculous. And you're hurting your own cause by diluting the value of that word Holocaust denial, right? It loses that value when you use it for people it doesn't belong to for no reason.
And Confused, you were able to make that...
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
I was going to say, Confused, you were able to make that conclusion without a PhD, right? And sometimes people who, seemingly laud their degree, well, I have this and that. Yeah, I get it. You can have some credibility in the matter, but you don't have credibility when it comes to, personally attacking someone. It's like someone saying, hey, it's like me saying, look, I'm from Colombia. And they're like, oh, no, you're not. So it's like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do about that? But anyway.
And there's some context. There's a group of about at least 1,000 people that have been told to like report and come in and fuck with my live and to do all this shit. I've got it on video of them being instructed to do this. They have monstrous groups that coordinate and come and attack me. It sounds crazy. I can prove all of it. Thank you, T-Beans. That was gorgeous. So I'm just pointing out.
Panel long enough and you will find out too.
Yes. So I'm only
and
using
I want
that.
to apologize real quick to Confucius in the comments for saying you're one of them. I assumed as well, and I want to apologize because you were able to see through the weaves.
I appreciate that because I know that like there are people that come in to support and like attack, and I that's not what I'm doing. I understand why you might be suspicious.
This panel is very defensive after things that happen to people over and over again, I think is what happens.
Weird shit.
No,
Weird shit.
I'm still impartial because to me it was almost like you were fishing for information. So that's why I hopped up here because we don't tolerate that in this live. We don't do that. But but I think you're genuine, but my guard's always up. So,
and
I mean,
this,
in this case,
what she's talking about is in reference to all of the weird fucking shit that's happened to me and to people in the panel. I know
I've been on lives enough to believe it. Trust me. I don't doubt that this has happened to you.
Yeah.
Because I know that it does happen. And for the fishing for information thing, I just want to say, like, someone that I do respect made an accusation. And so I needed to gather more information to discern whether that person was justified in that accusation. So the information I was trying to gather was just giving him the benefit of the doubt, the host, and trying to understand his perspective before just hopping on what someone I know said.
And I appreciate and respect that.
Yeah, that's why I kind of bit my tongue when I hopped up, because I'm like, I think she might be all right, might be genuine with this. But I will say, I really do think that he was pissed off that Lib was pushing back so hard.
Did you? Sorry,
I think it was a pride thing.
I didn't hear the coming in. My fault.
I think that was the masculine pride. Got, probably, and maybe he's not used to it.
I don't know if you guys noticed the tone. I wish Ball Talk was here, bro, because he would have been clocked right off the bat. Right? You know I'm right.
Oh, man.
Because the supremacy that the gentleman had in his voice and his tone and what he said about him going to school and assuming he was the smartest person in the room, and all of how long was he up here for? I'm just saying, y'all don't know each other. I've known Lib for a long time, and I still don't know how smart he is. He seems like a very intelligent person that asks a lot of questions. But that's all I know, really. Like, we're online, y'all.
Right. And, it is what it is. I'm not even the smartest person around, but, I know what I know and I know what I don't know. And when somebody comes at me and tries to beat me over the head with a degree, I think it's funny because I've met too many dumbasses with doctorate degrees.
I think it's kind of sad that he thought he could just come in and say, "Oh, well, I have a degree. Y'all don't know anything, so y'all don't need to question anything." Like that ain't what literally happened to our country to begin with.
Right.
And then on top of that, just as far as the 6 million number, I 100% believe it was probably every bit of the 6 million. But I do think that whenever you take into account that they run in and say, "Oh God, you're talking about Jews," like anybody before the Jews that got picked up didn't even happen.
Yeah.
So my point is,
that's a good point. I haven't even thought of that. That's a really good point, Shane.
Before somebody starts calling somebody a Holocaust denier, maybe they should include all the ones that was in the Holocaust.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. And I had a teacher that had 4 PhDs, probably the worst teacher ever. Why? Because I couldn't understand them. It was just, they spoke like either so technically, it was plus the accent because, English is my second language. But so that doesn't mean jack. Honestly, that's actually how you lose the uneducated, quote unquote, population when it comes to voting. Pretending like, hey, you know what, I'm from, I'm this elitist because I came from this school. Yeah, that's great. It's a beautiful thing. But then, you almost come off like you're talking down to someone and like, no, you know what, you don't know as much, you are beneath me. And,
I also think there's issue in the UK with because this person in question was from the UK, I think. There's an issue with the kind of understanding of the privilege of higher education, because in the US, it is way more expensive and the value of higher education is way more complex. Whereas in the UK, for example, I live in Scotland, my partner went to university completely free. So that difference in accessibility is something that I feel like they don't realize the level of privilege that can come with being able to spend money, to spend years in these higher education institutions. And I agree with you as well. It's alienating, and it makes it harder for people to come together and have these discussions when you make it less accessible.
I mean, in all fairness, it's kicking down just like we do here.
Yeah.
And go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, because, if it's a circumstance to where, we can afford college, we can get a better education, you should listen to us. It's no different than the kicking down that's done here daily.
I mean, I think another thing that people should really realize is that just because you have an education doesn't make you the most intelligent person in the room.
Yeah.
I mean,
100%.
I have met some of the smartest people that barely made it out of high school, but that person could school me in real life like 1,000 times over.
Yeah, especially when you consider that a lot of neurodivergent people are some of the smartest people you will meet, but also often have difficulties in academic settings. When you are aware of that, it makes it even more believable and understandable that higher education is not synonymous with greater intelligence or wisdom.
I don't even, maybe this surprised somebody. I don't have a high school diploma. I know that I'm more intelligent than a lot of people. Even though I just because of my lack of social skills, as it were, or emotional regulation in my youth, I didn't get through it, and that's fine, but that doesn't take away from what I do know. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I wanted to point out that I'd never met the guy. So he sounded intelligent enough. I could just tell based on the way that he spoke that he was not stupid. But he doesn't know what I know. He doesn't know what information I have. He's assuming that I don't have as much as him. Right? And that assumption comes from, I believe, a superiority type complex.
Elitism is a fair word to apply to somebody who makes that assumption.
Right.
I'm neurodivergent myself, and I can say that one of the biggest obstacles on a daily basis is the hard line of fairness and justice. Okay, that's literally built in. You will not accept one person not getting the same treatment as the other, no matter how hard you try. And when you take that into account and then turn around and say, you shouldn't be questioning anything because you didn't go to college. Yeah, good luck with that.
Right. No, it is kind of weird, but it's, I don't know. Maybe he's a decent guy. You said you've known him for a while. We're
mutuals, and he's always been lovely. So I'm gonna be paying attention from now on. But so far, this is the only weird incident I've witnessed.
Yeah. To be fair to him, okay. I'm sure he's a decent person, right? I'm sure that he maybe, assuming that he's not a plant, some Zio plant. Oh shit, that's cool as fuck. Thank you, Hobie's forehead. He's a guy, and I think his pride was questioned, right?
Oh yeah.
And as a dude, in a Neckley, probably this is true as well. Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate that. So that may be what that was that you saw. If something you saw was not pleasurable to you, or what makes you call into question, that could just be his manliness, right? His manhood.
I just
literally
could
just be.
To Jesse in the chat, you clearly seem to have a problem with me. If you want to just come up and talk, I'm happy to do that. I don't know what has you so convinced that I'm something. I honestly don't even know what the issue you have with me is.
Jesse. Okay, let me give some context here, and I'm not going to speak for Jesse, but Jesse's been around. She got her 1 year on my show today. I started my show maybe a couple of weeks prior to today, maybe a month or so. So she's been around from the beginning. And we've had all kinds of weird, crazy things, people pretending to be friendlies, people pretending to be nice, to then turn around and find out that they're actually, you know, just trying to stab you as hard as they can in the back. So that's probably where Jussie is coming from there.
Yeah, I totally understand that. I think it's just like, because I'm giving people the benefit of the doubt, to then have that not reciprocated is a little bit frustrating, but I'm trying not to, you know, take it to heart too much, because I do get that TikTok
That's
is
why,
like that.
yeah, that's why I came up and I had to say that, because I saw you searching through the weeds, as you say. You know, you saw some irregularities on that other gentleman, so that's why I had to come up. And I've done it to Aaron as well. I'm only human, but I will man up, or whatever you want to say, like, and apologize when I see fit. So I do have my guards up. I just want you to take it for a grain of salt what she's saying in the comments. I can't say I don't know her either very well, but like I said, this panel has been through it.
Yeah,
still going through it. Still going through it.
Just having those honest. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, being able to have these honest, open conversations. You know, sometimes you don't get the truth about someone for months or years, or not even like your whole life, right? You never know like where they stand, what was in their heart. So I just appreciate, you know, this panel, because they tend to be pretty straight with you. So
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things is like that was his first time here that I have seen, and I'm a pretty religious watcher. And I mean, we talk about all kinds of stuff. Like, I mean, off
all
the
over
wall
the map.
yeah, like we go from talking about ghosts to time warps to groceries. Like, I mean, it could be anything and everything. So, like, this topic is new-ish. But, like, if Ball was still here, I think he would have gotten a whole other outlook on things.
Oh, he would
It
not
wouldn't
have
have been
liked
towards
Ball.
Lib.
I have a feeling the live would have been taken down an hour or two ago. Oh my God, I miss Ball. She got sick of the Zio shit, for the record, confused, and she quit.
Deleted her account.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just
mean,
want to
it's
say,
just
for context,
constant.
for anybody that's doubting my position or belief, I am a Black person that was raised in the U.S., but I was born in Africa. I am not a Zionist, and I am pro-Palestine. Obviously not an HCOS denier, and it wouldn't make a lot of sense for me as a Black queer woman to be anything but left-leaning, to be quite frank. So just know I'm genuine when I'm coming on these lives.
Good to know. Yeah, again, I mean, I had a Black lady once. She was up on this panel and she said, oh, fuck, wait. This was at the beginning. So I've been having like this same group of just coming after me for a year now. I got a matter of fact that Hobie's forehead, there's a story there related to this stalkery shit. But this Black lady, they were trying to find a way to make me out to be a misogynist. But I had all of my mods, except for one, they were women. And two trans women, and then I had a man as a mod. And so they're trying to figure out how to, like, make me look bad. And this Black lady's like, well, I don't understand. Like, why is he, if he's this bad, why is he having women as his mods? I probably should play the clip because I'm sure I'm fucking it up. But she's like, she eventually comes to the point that, oh, he just wants women as his mods to serve him because he thinks women should serve him. And this is, so when you say I'm a Black woman, I'm like I know why you're telling us this, and I appreciate that. But I've also had those people come at me like that too, sideways. So
I mean, I believe you.
Yeah, Buffy was her name. BM Buffy was her name. That fucking, of course, she, I don't know much about her, but that was so fucking weird. He just wants women to serve him. Okay. Whatever it takes. And see, that's Zio shit too, where you just pretzel anything into it being bad. No, no matter what you say, what you do, they'll find a way to make it look like you're that thing that they want you to be, or that they want other people to think that you are.
You want lettuce on your sandwich, or?
I'm going to make you a mod. Thank you. For the record, now I don't have any mods. There are no mods. Just my wife, who apparently stayed with me for 27 years to serve me. Apparently.
That's a 10 out of 10 choice.
She didn't get that memo, but apparently that's the case. Do what?
So I'm at work, so I might have to be teaching. You might not be able to hear me. Yeah, bro.
What's up, man? Good to see you.
Hey, I just want to be clear. I only came for the man show, dude. I don't know what the fuck you guys are all talking about.
Man, you know what? Maybe I need to send Cog an invite to the man panel. So on Mondays, Confused, for the record, I do a man's only panel from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Central Time every week on Monday. But I was bananaed, so yesterday I didn't do it because I was still bananaed yesterday, and I just came back today and I haven't done the man panel. So if you want to come by and hang out or whatever, if you could get a message to Cog, he's welcome to come up on the man panel. He might need some of that, honestly. You might need some of that.
I can just imagine the topic. Oh man, there's this liberal host that just read me the other day. Oh, let's talk about it.
It's like there are 6 million men that are at risk for self-unaliving. If I see Cog come in, that's what I'll say and see what he says. No.
No. I mean, and I say this joking. We say this all jokingly, but that would be funny.
That would be kind of funny. Yeah. No, it's good.
I just wanted to pop up and say what's up. I saw Hobie. That's so funny that's still your name, dude.
it may change. It may change. We'll see.
You haven't put a quest up yet, but I just want to say what's up to Hobie and what up, Rigo, Miss Beans, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and drive. I want to make a funny comment. I came here for the man show, dude. You guys are fucking blabbing about all kinds of shit, dude. Fuck, come on. Hey, much
it's good
love,
to see you, man.
Yes, sir. You too. I'll DM you later, brother.
All right, man. Yeah, we'll catch you later.
All right, later.
So you. And
you
now,
heard that he came up for me.
He came
up for me.
Not
for you, but for me.
And
it gets under their skin though.
And so Confused, just so you know, the man panel is not a woman bashing panel at all. And
I assumed it was like a space to help men grow.
Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah, because fucking 80% of self-unalivings are dudes. I'm like, well, nobody cares about us. What about us? We matter too. But no, I mean, it's better that than some Andrew Tate piece of garbage doing it. I mean, hopefully we can pull in some younger guys so that, people the age like me, Hobie, Hooligan, and whatever can maybe help somebody, get out of some bullshit. But it's taking time because a lot of people look at it and they're like, oh my God, this is misogynistic.
I mean, I love when men do that because I think that it takes some of the burden of education off of women. Because I think, and also, let's be real, I think a lot of men are more inclined to listen to other men.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And I'm the treasurer of American Foundation for Unalivement Prevention for my local chapter. And in 2023, there were an estimated 1.5 million unalivement attempts and 49,316 Americans unalived. Unalived that way. So that's
crazy.
So it's a real thing, and a lot of it men, but also rainbow community too. So it really is an epidemic.
Yeah, good work you're doing. I love to hear that there's somebody taking it seriously and helping, because I think when men's mental health is bad, it affects everybody, men and women. And I think it's great that you're doing stuff to help with that. And also, like you said, rainbow community, because that's another big group for that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I, unfortunately, after what happened, I don't get a lot of trans people that come in anymore, because that stalker, she has essentially, she'll like reach out to, you're probably going to get a message, for the record, from this person. You'll know who it is. And then you might even laugh about the name of Hobie's forehead. Because after a year of it, we were like, I'm like, okay, ignoring it doesn't fucking help. But damn it, I lost my fucking train of thought. I was going somewhere with that, but now I forgot
Your
what I was.
stalker who might message me?
Yeah, well, that was a side point to my original statement. I don't remember where I was going with it now.
Yeah, your original statement was that you don't get many trans people that join.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah, because they, basically went around and called me a transphobe, even though, like, I had a trans person reach out to me one day at a church in my area. There was this fucking group of old bigots going out there with a fucking loudspeaker in front of this church who is LGBTQIA inclusive.
Mm-hmm.
And they were in this church scared to fucking death. And so when I got that message, I drove down there and it's me basically screaming in the faces of, over this loudspeaker, these fucking bigots who are freaking these people out inside the church. And despite this, I'm a transphobe. Like, I walked up there to the church to get water, because one thing I forgot to bring was water. I mean, I had cotton mouth so bad I could barely say anything. So I go up and walk up there, and they thought that I was, I guess, part of them. The look on these people's faces when they're like peering through the window, they were freaked out. They were really freaked out. Yeah, and it just pissed me off even more when I came back out once they did give me some water. And, what the hell? My fucking phone, that's weird. Anyway, and despite that, still a transphobe. And so they've spread that crap around. So, sadly, I don't get a lot of those anymore, people anymore. But we do with what we got, I guess. I'll speak on behalf of their community if they aren't willing to come up here and do it for themselves, I guess, because somebody has to defend them, even if they're not here.
Yep, fair.
Look, I get criticism because, I identify as a Christian. I've gotten criticism from my own church.
I was going to ask you to tell that story. Yeah. You want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah. So I had a pastor come up to me, asking me, why, I was, promoting the rainbow, community. And what I was doing is I was fundraising, for AFSP, and they just happen to be a group that is under a lot of distress because there's acts of, and I'm preaching to the choir here, I know, but there's a lot of hate crimes against them, especially from individuals who do label themselves as Christian. So it's a good conversation, to have. And I've gotten flack from both sides, from rainbow community is like, hey, aren't you hypocritical? But also, from members of the church, like, hey, why are you prioritizing, this? And I'm like, well, aren't we supposed to, love thy neighbor? And we're supposed to love people. So it's, so what I do is, our organization has been able to, I think 10, 11 times year over year, raise more and more funds for the rainbow community. And I think that's a great thing. So we're able to do that, to fund a lot of advocacy programs. We're able to even do some works with the legislators, to push, bills and referendums on the state level. And that's good. And people are like, well, doesn't that conflict with your faith? And I'll land here, and I'm like, look, I don't think it should be against someone's faith, to not show love towards someone. I may not agree, and maybe that's a learning, opportunity, for me. But it doesn't mean that I don't show love. And so, and my brother was actually part of the rainbow community too, and he unalived himself because of
I'm so sorry.
that, and no, it's I'm sure that it's a story relatable to some people, even those listening. So I think we are called to live in an understanding way, and I feel like I'm doing just that.
Yeah, I completely agree. My brother is also part of the rainbow community. Yeah. And I actually got kicked out of my church because I went up for a prayer session and prayed for the survivors of Pulse and their families. So I was kicked out of my church. Yeah.
Wow.
So needless to say, I never went back there. But yeah.
You know what? They did you a favor.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, the institution of religion has become very problematic in my view. That is ridiculous. Life is the most precious thing, except for those lives. You can't pray for those lives. Those are sinners. What the fuck?
Yeah, it was actually crazy. They kicked me right out of the prayer session, and my pastor told me I was never welcome back there again. So, and their entire food program I put together in their food bank went to shit after I left because nobody did it. So,
are they even allowed to do that? Like ban people since they get tax cuts?
I guess so, because like in the Catholic Church, if you get divorced, they can X out you from the church as well.
That's crazy.
Really? Because I mean, we're helping them avoid taxes essentially. So
yeah.
Aren't their doors supposed to be open to?
It's supposed to be, but they also don't allow the homeless to live in churches either.
That's so crazy. What
or
is
even
wrong
shelter.
with us?
I'm not even saying living there. At least shelter.
Yeah. No, they won't do it because they don't want to have to clean up the mess.
Hobie, are you still religious as like individual, or have you found a new?
Yeah,
I guess church it would be called.
Yeah, so
He has faith.
I have a clerk. Yes, so I'm still a Christian, and
I'm glad someone does. That's good.
So, and the irony is that the most egregious of sins, you always hear about the seven deadly sins, right? And they tend to be also like if you have hate towards someone or pride or sometimes the deadliest of sins are ones that are not visible. So maybe they could be visible like through acts, but they live within your heart. So I always find it ironic that people say, hey, that looks like a sinful act. But you know what? Just the fact that, how they're acting or reacting towards that, trying to find fault on other people, but also casting salt on their wounds, because there are a lot of people that are hurting, too. That means that they've 9 out of 10 times they've committed a bigger sin. So it's just ironic.
I find it. Yeah, I find it very interesting that you have a similar path to probably many people in the same faith. And I've had a similar path, very indoctrinated into the Catholic faith. And I ended up going away from it so much so that I follow Buddhism at this point. So it's just, I mean, I'm not perfect by any means in practicing it, but definitely has been because of the church itself, like the institution, I would say, more so than anything else.
Yeah.
I completely agree. My upbringing was super religious, and I went to Catholic school initially. And then it went through a period of deconstructing that at one point I was in that kind of like, oh, well, I'll go to an Episcopal church and, blah, blah, blah. And then eventually it moved to agnostic theism, where I'm like, there could be something out there. It would make sense, but I don't know what it is.
I mean, I just blow by my own britches, if I'm being honest. I did find a church that I go to on Christmas and Easter, and that's about it because my mouth is really sour from churches. So now most of my volunteer time that I do is with homeless shelters and DV shelters. So now I do that mostly, but I still consider myself a very religious person, but I choose the path that I want to follow, and I don't force anybody else to, and I respect everybody else's religions.
I mean, just by the work you say that you were doing, volunteering and things like that, how many people do you know in the church that you went to or the place of worship you went to that don't go on their own accord to do things like that? That's why the hypocrisy within it is what got me out of it, to be honest.
Pharisees.
Not a single one has showed up to either of those places.
Yeah,
and they turned down helping.
It's like it's become like a tribal status symbol anymore. You know, like I don't know, like somebody running in. I think it's in Oklahoma. The state superintendent. It's like all over his pages, pastor. I'm this with my church. It's like a resume type thing. I feel like, because like they don't
even follow. Sorry.
Well, I think you and I were about to say the same thing, because like I don't know that they engage in their beliefs that come from like the New Testament or whatever. Like in the case of Hobie's Forehead's church or T-Bean's church. They don't practice it. But
they don't even follow the 10 Commandments. The basis of what I see as the basis of like how to act or your morals are from, right? They want to push it into these schools and things like that. Well, y'all don't even do unto others as you want done to you. Look at Delaney Hall. Look at all these other places that are happening. Would you want that done to you?
You know, it's interesting that you say that, because like Galatians 5:13.
I'm going to look it up.
Yeah.
Became a religious debate now.
I think you'll appreciate what I'm about to say, because this should summarize what Christians should stand for. So, like Galatians 5:13, like, you, my brothers and sisters, were called to be free, but do not use your freedom to indulge the flesh, rather serve one another humbly in love. For the entire law is fulfilled in keeping this one command: love your neighbor as yourself. If you bite and devour each other, watch out, or you will be destroyed by each other. So I say, walk by the Spirit, and you will not gratify the desires of the flesh. I'm getting to that closing argument in a second. For the flesh desires what is contrary to the Spirit what is contrary to the flesh. They're in conflict with each other, so that you are not to do whatever you want. But if you are led by the Spirit, you are not under the law. People are like, what the? Hold on a second. So the 10 Commandments is the basis of the law of Moses, right? The law of Moses has like over 600 commands. So Jesus makes it very clear that there's a difference between the law and the spirit of the law. And then in the following verses, he goes and he contrasts, okay, this is the acts of the flesh are obvious: sexual immorality, impurity, debauchery, etc. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, forbearance, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Against such things, there is no law. So what he was clearly trying to contrast is that, look, by the letter of the law, everyone fails, because you cannot follow the letter of the law, right? It's just meant to be a mirror, a divine mirror, as to how far we've fallen. But that's
and
why,
it's ironic, because
you know,
that superintendent from Oklahoma wanted to enforce having the 10 Commandments on the walls in the classrooms.
Oh, to be clear, the one I'm talking about is running currently. That guy had corn playing on a TV and he resigned. Ryan Walters. He yeah.
Big surprise.
Surprise. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and the only point I was trying to make is when I talk to someone, I look for the fruit first. Are they talking to me in a loving way? Do I find like peace in this person?
Oh, hold on. I got something contrarian to that. What about ball talk?
Hold on.
I'm just messing with you. I'm messing with you. The words are always great. It's the tone, I think, is what gets people.
But you see, in her defense, her
I was
intent.
talking with you.
No. I think it's important because her intent is loving. Like
Yes, that's exactly right.
That's so she's coming to a place where she's being honest with you, and they say that lying to someone is the worst form of theft because, like, I could lie to you and say, hey, look, I like all of you. You know, you guys are amazing, and maybe I don't. But lying is the worst form of theft because you're stealing someone's reality, and that's something that Bold Talk never did. Bold Talk gave it to you straight, and I think that's an act of love.
Right.
I'm gonna drop down, but thank you for having me up. It was really lovely talking to you guys, and I really appreciate you hearing me out.
Yeah, no,
Have a
I
good day.
appreciate you giving me the opportunity to, to speak instead of just jumping to conclusions. I appreciate and respect you for that. Thank you.
No, I'll be back. Have
And
a good day.
Cog is welcome to come back too. Although I can't
Yeah, I
promise
might
he
say
won't be
something,
dropped if he keeps doing that.
enough.
Thanks a lot. We'll see you. Yeah, so I had looked up that Bible verse that you were talking about. And you like have that shit memorized. What the hell?
Yeah,
like
so
almost
I-
verbatim, y'all. What he said. 5:13 Galatians.
Yeah, it's because that's kind of like the most important. Like people say, start with the gospel, start with the old, start with the, and I'm like, no, because you should really understand if a person is really a Christian by looking at what their fruits should be. So if there's someone that comes, saying, hey, I'm a Christian, I believe in this, and then they come and they sound like the Pharisees, where they come off as holier than thou, and they just argue to win, as opposed to to understand or to build someone up instead of tearing them down, then I don't listen to them, and they're not a Christian no matter what they say. So that's or at least they're not acting Christian like. Maybe they aspire to that, but for me, they're not that. So
Crazy.
But you can tell that you practice your religion a lot better than most because you understand the text for the text, and you understand what I'm trying to get at. Like some people have an assumption they understand, but when you start viewing it for what the basis of the text is, it's a lot different. You can see like that lovingness,
Well, I appreciate that, but I mean, to the point, a lot of Christians won't listen to Lib, and I think they'd be wrong because they'd be like, hey, he criticizes the end all side. I'm like, look, I find a lot of love in the host. I should say that respectfully. It wasn't your chest hair, it wasn't the lipstick,
Are you sure it wasn't the chest hair?
Find a lot of truth in what like he's saying, right? He's not trying to he's giving it to you straight. He's speaking his mind, and honestly that's so much better than sometimes what I surround myself with. So thank you.
I appreciate that. I care about justice and doing what is right. In my view, maybe what I think is right isn't always right, but that's what drives me. And I still remember that old fucking dude. He was like, I don't understand why you would try to get a pornographic book removed from school and you're not a Christian. He just couldn't understand it. I'm like, bro, morality doesn't come from this, sir. Like, I don't know.
Morality comes from self and your inherent morals from your ancestors and stuff. But also, if you reset that jar now that you made it smaller and it got bigger and I could see more of the gifts, don't reset that jar.
Okay, I was gonna say I didn't want to because that
No,
thing
I
is
just
looking.
wanted to put a little.
Yeah.
God, the forehead's all the way up in that fucking jar. Jesus, the head's so big.
I don't even know. Is it even showing new gifts plop in? I don't think it can.
I can't see the French potato I just put in there.
Oh, dang it. Let me see if I can.
Because it only gives you so much space. Hobie, do you want him to reset it? Can he reset it?
I mean, it's. I
Please?
don't care.
It
I don't
won't
care.
fill up as quick. That's all. No.
I mean, you can reset it if you like. I mean,
There we go.
fine.
It's a teeny jar.
Oh, it popped it out.
Oh my lord. You made it teeny tiny. Oh.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
I don't know what to do with it
Yeah,
at
I
this
love-
point.
Well, at least I can see the hammer that Rigo sent.
Oh, there it is. I see it. Yeah. And thank you,
Because in all
guys.
actuality,
I appreciate it.
well, when people start getting into the morals concepts with religion and stuff, and it's mainly Christians that'll do it. I'm not saying all of them because I grew up Southern Baptist, but majority of the issue that some of them cannot wrap their head around is that morals have been a thing since before Christianity was a thing. How do you think Norse religion did it? How do you think Buddhists have their own? Like, it's mind-boggling to sit there and listen to some of them. They're like, "Oh, well, you do this, so you have no morals." I'm like, "No, nobody said that." "Oh, well, you don't believe in the one God." What? What does that have to do with me wanting better for everybody else?
Right. Yeah, I don't. And studies have shown that there is basic morality embedded in babies. Like that babies know right from wrong. They have even prior to being trained with this.
I mean, babies are the best testers. Like, if you take a baby into a room with a bunch of people, right? They will tell you who is a bad person behind your back or not.
They will also try to unalive themselves 90 times with a spoon.
Wait, what?
Yep.
I said they'll also try to unalive themselves 90 times with a spoon.
Oh, girl, I'm convinced until they hit like 5, they're made out of rubber.
Yeah.
Amen.
My kid
My
saw
5-year-old pulls way too much.
My kid saw a cop towing a vehicle the other day because they parked in the wrong spot during an event. And they just moved the vehicle from one parking lot to another parking lot. And she looked at the cop with this face of, "How dare you touch another person's items?" I can't. I was like, "Baby, it's okay." But she looked at him like, "Why is he taking that?" And I was like, "It's okay. Like, they weren't supposed to park it, but it's not theirs."
Yeah,
She
because that's what we teach them.
understood.
Don't touch it. It's not yours.
Exactly. I was dying. And Liv, before I drop down, I'm gonna drop down. But before I drop down, thank you for the audio on the gift. I use it as sparingly as possible. I needed your attention in the chat because the spam was out of control. I couldn't breathe at one point.
Oh,
so I
right.
appreciate it.
No,
I
no,
don't
no.
want to abuse it, so don't take it away, please.
No.
Now I'm gonna abuse it.
I intend to do voiceovers for like certain gifts, especially.
I really appreciate the confetti, but fucking everywhere. Look at that.
It's great.
That's fucking funny. Now there is I think it should be a 60-second delay. I think I added to it, but no, that way maybe I can put something in there like, "Lib, look at the chat," like a specific gift or something,
Because that was obnoxious.
That shit was weird.
Thank you, guys. I'm gonna get out.
Okay, I fell asleep listening after that. I don't know what it is, why I fall asleep in here. I don't know. It's safe, I guess. My anxiety's like, okay, we're cool. But when I came in, because I didn't come in when y'all were talking about something else. I came in when he started complaining that you had that up there as a prompt. Now, what he should have listened to was, "I don't know why this is here. I don't know why this keeps popping up. Can you please stop telling me I'm this? I see your point, but you as a European who eats beans on a fucking tuna sandwich should not be telling anybody in the United States, especially an indigenous man, anything."
I really appreciate the confetti, but fuck, it's
There we
everywhere.
go.
Look at that.
Thank you, Rigo.
That's fucking funny. No, it was weird and like
why are you fixated on it just being a dog whistle? Like, you're not listening to Lib say what he's saying, because Confused did. She listened to you.
She did. Yeah.
Now, she might be in the same circles as them or whatever, but kudos to her for having her own brain. I love that.
Absolutely.
But you just find it sus that this number keeps popping up since even before the Holocaust happened. So it's
right.
It's a whole thing.
Still to this day,
Yeah.
still using it now. And the number is so protected by this group of people who also will call you an anti-Semite every time you fucking turn around. I mean, that's a shield that they have up. Oh, you're just a H-cost denier. That's why I called him a potential Zio plant, which maybe he is, maybe
Which
he isn't.
he needs to remember that his country is the main one of the main ones that has went and done a lot of egregious things to other ones.
That's right.
Like you have to remember, like I have to remember sometimes because, I'll get into hoorah and whatnot, trying to protect my friends. And then when I sit back and listen, they're like, oh, well, why aren't you protecting me? I'm like, no, I have to listen first before I protect you. Because I also have to remember I'm white. So I have to be very calculated in what I say to these other white individuals to get them to actually get the point.
Yeah.
Without over speaking you. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And something I've also noticed is that when I hear that fucking accent, it triggers me. I don't know why.
Inherent trigger, I guess.
Because I don't know if the last couple of times somebody come up doing that with that accent, I just turn into ball. I don't know what it is. I don't. I never really
British
even.
People are lovely. They can be the loveliest people.
Like
But
Hecate.
most of them from over there get on everybody's nerves. I'm sorry you eat beans on everything. I'm sorry you don't know what fucking seasonings are. I'm sorry your tea sucks and we gave it to the fish and they didn't even want it. So hush.
The tea, the beans on tuna.
They eat beans on toast. They eat
Thank
beans.
you, hubbies.
I've seen it on TikTok. They put it on baked potatoes, tuna sandwiches. I'm like, why? Why are you doing this? Or they have to put this massive amounts of gelatized gravy on it.
Ugh.
I need to drop
I'm like-
for a client
I'm
call.
like, your gravy's not even gravy.
Thanks,
It's
Hobie. I
Jell-O
appreciate you being up here, man, and thank you for all of the gifts too.
Oh, thank you,
Much
Jesse.
appreciated. Much
Bye,
appreciated.
Jorge.
We'll see ya. See ya.
Bye.
Bye, chaos.
But also, sorry, not to bring it back around to religion, but isn't it odd that that's the choice number?
The 6. It is. I don't get it.
Especially when they claim to be Christian and they don't 666 popping up all the time.
Right.
I'm like,
yeah.
Why
Yeah,
are you
that's
so
what
obsessed
I'm
with
saying.
sixes though? Oh, well,
That's
it's
what
an
I'm
angel
saying.
number. It's never been an
Yeah.
angel number. If you go
No.
look at the original text, it has because raised Southern Baptist and then deconstructing, I went and researched the original text. Well, what pieces of it that we have never does it mention anything about angels having numbers. They have names.
Yeah, and the 6 is the evil number.
Why
It's
6?
the serpent.
Why not 2?
Yeah.
Why
It's
not
the
7?
serpent.
And
Why-
it's
why
like
are we doing
Beetlejuice.
that?
You say Beetlejuice 3 times, right? If you take the first digit of the 6 million and you do Beetlejuice, that's 666. I figured it out, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
You
Nailed it.
Beetlejuice the shit out of it. Now we know.
It's almost like them saying monsters are the mark of the beast because it looks like claw marks. I'm like, come on now. Or that if you separate the M's or separate the M for
Yes.
monster,
Yes,
it's like
Jesse.
a Hebrew 6. I'm like, what? That doesn't. Okay, whatever.
Yeah. And
Y'all are reaching, and it's not.
now some of those, like the numerology stuff, that stuff is some of those people go way out of fucking left field with that shit. I don't understand it, but
They're
there
like
is
flat
something
earthers.
to it.
I just okay,
Basically.
and pat your head.
Right. And yet there is truth to these symbols in numbers, but because of like the crazy weird shit that some of these people do, every time I see that numerology stuff, I'm like, whatever, bro. You know, because I don't know what the fuck is real or not real.
Because
but like,
he could have came up and discussed that why it's a dog whistle for the H cost, right? He could have been like, oh, well, they use it for this. Okay, well, why that number?
Right.
That would have been the question then. Why do they only call out this number? Why don't they call out 5.2? Why do like
or
what?
5.7, which he acknowledged. One group said 5.2, the other group said Avail. Thank you, or a volley. I can't tell. Anyway, you know, or 5.7. You know, I'm like, well, is that Holocaust denial? It's not 6 million,
I
bro.
heard you say that. You're like, what about the other numbers? Does that make me a thing? Because you never, ever has said that it did not happen. You're like, well, why is this number attached to this thing happening?
Right.
That's what he like got hooked on.
The critical thinking skills is not there. And I'm convinced it's a lack of seasoning.
A lack of seasoning.
Yeah, and
Their
beans.
food
And
going back to
beans.
the. That is funny.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the
But,
fact that like Gordon Ramsay is one of the most well-known chefs, and yet their food sucks, is also kind of funny.
His famous beef Wellington. Guess what a corn dog is? It's a beef Wellington
Oh
in
my
a different
God.
tax bracket.
I never thought of that. I've never thought of it that way. That's fucking funny. He's made me want the fuck, oh God, like the beef Wellington I've wanted to try because of Hell's Kitchen.
The corn dog.
Which is a corn dog, so I've had beef Wellington. What's the other thing? The risotto. I actually became an expert at making risotto. Oh my God, that shit is so good.
I
Even
love
when
good
it's
risotto,
bad,
but some people can't
it's still
make it
good.
right. They make it too mushy. Hold on,
Oh,
my dog
man.
might start barking. Hold on.
Yeah, no, my I don't know what gourmet risotto is supposed to taste like, but my risotto is delicious.
I mean,
Takes a little bit,
The
but
tax bracket.
the text
Came out of a box.
Inside
does it
the-
have caviar on it? And do we drink like this?
I got too
I'm
much
sorry.
ADHD. I'm not eating no caviar. No, thank you.
I'm sorry. That shit's disgusting.
It is.
You eating fish eggs? Just go buy.
I'm like, why is it
freaking
popping?
I've never had caviar.
It's
Ugh.
It's an acquired taste, kind of like people say sauerkraut and hominy is an acquired taste.
Wait, people think hominy is an acquired taste?
Yeah,
Hominy is
I'm like,
delicious.
I could never. My mom, no, I grew up with too many Spanish-speaking people that it's a thing.
I have a lot of spoons. Rigo.
How many spoons do you?
I think that's in relation to the risotto. Like tasting the risotto.
Spoons do you own, sir?
I don't know. I like rusty
Better question
spoons.
is, what kind of spoons do you have?
I like rusty
See, Ray, you
spoons.
should have bottled those up and sold them. $50 a cap.
Yeah, I mean, well, does the type of caviar matter? Like, from what fish it comes? Do they have different flavorings?
They
I don't
They
know.
go
That's out of
from-
my tax bracket.
they go from different fish. So it would be different fish and different age levels and their process. That's their 3 factors.
I'm gonna look up
It's like a lot of work.
what's the least expensive caviar. Let's see, salmon caviar, $37.50 a can. American farmed sturgeon, such as hackleback, spoonbill, or white sturgeon, ranges from $35 to $70 an ounce. That's still too fucking expensive. What the fuck?
That's insane.
That's why I'll never taste it. Well, even if we were in the 6 figures.
I'm sorry, but
And I
gardening
still
supplies are
wouldn't.
cheaper than that. I'll just go with
Yeah.
that. I'll be okay.
Hell, it might be cheaper
Still
to
not
start your own fish farm and just Get your own caviar.
I'm sorry, but I'm not squeezing a mama fish to get all her eggs out. No,
Well,
thank you.
Can you get the fish
Wait,
out
don't they
without
poop them out?
unaliving? Yeah, that was going to be my next question.
No. All you have to do is just squeeze on their abdomen and they come out. And it doesn't really
not
hurt
doing that.
them. That's just
I
how
ain't
it goes.
squeezing no fish. No, I ain't
Okay.
doing that.
I'm
That's a
gonna-
lot of work.
let's see.
That's like
Why
somebody
are-
trying to
why
squeeze
would
me
rich
out, trying to get all my eggs out. No, thank you.
Yeah, like why would? Don't tempt them. Don't give them ideas.
Okay, I'm going to look this up. How to get caviar without killing the fish. Milking, gently massaging the eggs out. Okay, 57-second video. Here we go. Let's watch this.
When the
I've
belly of
never.
the sturgeon is gently rubbed,
Oh,
caviar
God.
flows continuously.
Okay, hold on. We're going to do this. See,
Caviar
just
is
like we
so
were telling Confused, we talk about all kinds of weird shit up on here. All right, here, let me refresh.
Oh,
When the belly of a
not the
sturgeon
fish
is gently
ussy.
rubbed, caviar flows continuously from within.
Oh, she
A single
loves
sturgeon
it.
can produce a significant amount of caviar. This sturgeon also has its belly
Why
stroked
is
with a
that
thumb, almost like a
speculum in
massage, and caviar streams out through a small opening, filling a
Oh my
basket.
God.
This method of harvesting caviar through massage is called stripping. It's an animal-friendly technique that allows caviar to be collected without killing the sturgeon. Before this method was known, sturgeon were killed and cut open to retrieve the caviar.
Wow!
However, as public concern grew over the cruelty of killing sturgeon solely for their eggs, people began researching ways to collect caviar without harming the fish. This led to the development of the technique where a small opening is made to extract the caviar. After this new method became widely known, many fish farmers saw substantial economic benefits. The reason was so that they could keep the sturgeon
See the
alive,
difference
allowing
between
for
one fish
continuous
and another one?
long-term egg production. As a result, stripping is now increasingly
see,
used
that
not
one's-
only for
that one's
sturgeon,
bait.
but also for other fish. In modern aquaculture, which values environmental
So you poke a
protection
hole
and
in 'em.
sustainability. For reference,
No,
a
let-
single sturgeon's caviar can
No.
cost around $30,000. When the belly
It
of a
comes out of their
sturgeon is-
hoo-ha.
Well, he said you poke a hole in it. That's what he said.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Because that looks like a
Yeah.
Badissi to me if I've ever
This
seen
method
one.
of harvesting
Yeah,
caviar
that looks like a hoo-ha.
Yeah, because in one of them you saw it was coming out of his back. Listen.
Stripping. It's an animal-friendly technique that allows caviar to be collected without killing the sturgeon. Before this method was known, sturgeon were killed and cut open to retrieve the caviar. However, as public concern grew over the cruelty of killing sturgeon solely for their eggs, people began researching ways to collect caviar without harming the fish. This led to the development of the technique where a small opening is made to extract the caviar. After
Yeah, see, a small opening is made to extract the caviar.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, so it's like it's like a C-section, basically.
Oh my God. I had to have 2 of those. I would not wish those on my worst enemy.
That's crazy. Okay,
Say, we're
so
canceling caviar.
now we know. Now we
No,
know.
thank you. You're
Oh,
giving
sorry,
fish a
Little Red.
C-section?
Maybe I should have trigger warning that. I didn't know what I was about to watch either, so my bad, y'all. Yeah, I mean, I guess at least they don't unalive, but I imagine hopefully they track the fish to see if it changes their behavior. It's like going around, you know.
Well, I mean, they're in a farm. They're in big containers on a farm. So I'm
Oh, I
pretty
guess
sure they
that's
have them
true.
like isolated, like this we did this day, this we did that day, just so they can keep an eye on them. I'm assuming.
I wonder if it turns religious. They're like, oh, I am a holy fish. But
I'm better than you. I got my pootie massage.
hold on, I gotta get it. Hold on, let's see. There it is.
When you mature, your pootie will get massaged.
I'm a holy fish.
That needs to be a sound lib.
Yeah.
Beans. Just-
Oh my god.
and they wonder why they massage each other's bungholes in the Illuminati. I'm just saying.
Non-holes don't play with holes. So like they have these tribal fish where if you have a hole, you're ostracized from the non-hole community.
Ugh. It's okay. I've been ostracized my whole life. It's all right. It's all right.
Oh my god.
Because now back to the religion thing, what my whole family is like mind boggled about is that I still have the same morals. Like, don't lie to people, don't hurt people, protect people, be nice to your kids. You know, the same be nice factor. They are mind boggled by it. And I'm like, they have the same. I'm still the same person. I just refuse to listen to your Sky Daddy.
Sky Daddy.
And deal with your F-ass churches who wanted to tell my mom that my brother was possessed by a demon because he's autistic.
That's crazy.
They don't make sense.
That is crazy. They used to think like people that had seizures were
Yeah. I'm like,
demonic.
and then they want to say, oh, because being a military, oh, we'll go to Valhalla. Actually, no, you're not. None of y'all are. Nobody is anymore. Because nobody fights like that. Nobody does anything like that anymore.
Does
You can go
anything
wherever
like
you
what?
want to, but that's not where you're going. People like to use, especially white supremacists, they like to use the, oh, see you in Valhalla thing.
Oh, right, right,
I'm like, first of all, nobody's doing that anymore.
right.
Because one, Ragnarok happened. Two, or may have not happened. That's up for debate. But nobody fights and dies like that anymore, like they did back when Norse paganism was a bigger deal before it got whitewashed by the church. So
Right.
I'll spar the bitch.
Well, I mean, martyrdom is still a thing, like in the Muslim community where they're willing to unalive because of they're it's
yeah.
not to the same degree where they aren't conquering for the sake of like we need to go get in battle so that we can get to this place. That's not a thing anymore.
Yeah, and if they actually read Valhalla, was never truly about that. It was, oh, we're having battles and you're a warrior and you died in battle. There was a lot of other things that happened before Odin picked you to go to Valhalla. I'm just saying. And nobody wants to go there because you're fighting 24/7, 365.
Right.
Nobody wants to do that no more.
I wonder.
I'll go to Helheim with Hel and just live and exist.
Did you say
standing there.
Helheim?
Yeah.
Did you say Helheim? That's
And then
funny.
they equate our Helheim to hell. And I'm like, no, there is no burning lake of fire in Norse paganism at all.
I wonder how many like Vikings felt peer pressured into having that ideology versus the people that really believed.
What do you mean?
I broke my arm. We're still going. Let's go back to battle with my flappy arm. You know what I mean? Like versus the people that were like, oh, fuck, that hurt. I don't want to go out there. But because everybody else is doing it, now I feel compelled to do it. And I'm going to pretend like I'm engaged in this for the sake of, whatever. I wonder,
well,
you know what I mean?
Let me teach you a little bit of something. And you can do your own research past mine. Vikings are not a people. It was, you went a Viking. You went places. It was a job.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Well, we reference to that as
Yeah.
Vikings, I guess.
So Vikings, quote unquote. I know you can't see me use my fingers right now. Vikings, yeah, they went into battle, but if you were hurt in battle, you were still perceived as a worthy person. Nobody peer pressured you into going into battle unless you were a man and they needed numbers, right? But they wouldn't take children into battle.
So that's
Unlike
like
our
a
English counterparts
glamorized.
who did.
That's like a glamorized version of it. So it was.
Yes.
It was a warring
it's very-
band, just like any other that existed, basically.
Yeah, so it's
With
a
technological
lot of things.
advancements.
Technically, whenever you get down to how the people actually lived back then, it was, can you fight? Yes. Are you are you adult enough to fight? Which would mean that they have a bracelet, they've pledged their loyalty to their king or whatever nuance they used. If you done that and you were ready for battle, now sometimes when you got a bracelet, and you were still, under the age of getting married and stuff like that, they still wouldn't let you go. But with Norse paganism being so non-existent anymore, or because the Yahtzees have taken it over, and it drives me effing nuts because I'm like, how can you believe that when Odin doesn't believe that? Okay. So no, them coming in and pressuring the Norse folk to move over to Christianity just to survive, that was a whole different issue. But nobody forced people into battle, really. It was a choice, because you can choose to stay at home and do the hard stuff, or go a Viking and go find new land and stuff like that. See, everybody had their own role in what they wanted to do. And I think the reason why Christians get so triggered with Norse paganism is because women have more of a voice back then within these circles. If you didn't like how the dude was in bed, you could get a divorce. Nobody would have thought different. If you didn't like how one day you didn't like how he was breathing one day, divorce. Okay, bye, see you later. We had more of a voice, and I think that's what they want to equate it to, this glamorized version of from the show Vikings and stuff like that they forget the
great show
basis of Vikings.
Great fucking show. But
it is a good show.
But maybe, I guess, glamorized, because they
so there is a better show. I don't think it's a movie, but it has one of the Skarsgård brothers in it that played in True Blood. His movie that he played in is a little bit more accurate. Now the names will never go. The names will always be there. But
what do you mean the names?
Ragnar, for example.
Oh, right.
That is an actual name.
It's a badass name.
Whether it was an actual person, we'll never know, because nobody's found anything other than just a few writings about him. Because all of our shit's lost, because we were all word by mouth, not writing shit down. So it's a whole thing.
Yeah, see, I don't know as much about that stuff. My knowledge of it goes to basically Vikings and other Viking shows. It is, so you're kind of deflating. You're deflating my inflated view of that. I gotta say, I was like Skarsgård, but now.
Well, no, because Bill Skarsgård, who plays Pennywise, is one of the brothers. They're all Norwegian or Swedish, one of the two. Beautiful.
Well,
and Floki, who is on the show Vikings, is a Skarsgård brother.
Wait. The Floki is a Skarsgård.
Yes, he's a Skarsgård brother.
I didn't know he was a Skarsgård brother.
Just look up Billy Skarsgård's brothers, and you'll see all four of them.
He looks nothing like him.
I know.
He was my favorite character in Vikings, Floki.
Yeah, I love Floki. Which, with Norse pagan, we can get the reference of why Floki is the way Floki is because of Loki, the god. That's who he's supposed to kind of represent in the show, and Odin's supposed to be so
that's cool. Have you played Valheim
for
on Steam?
Assassin's Creed?
Well, no, Valheim is the name of a game on Steam. It's
I saw it and I liked it, but I'm not into that type of game. I like battle royale games,
like Fortnite or
Apex. COD.
God, what was the one that just came out? Let me pull up my Steam, because I can't fucking think of the name of it. It is, I'm pulling up my library here.
Marathon? I guess that's more of an extraction shooter.
Family Man first. Yes, that is a theory that Loki is actually the Christian god. Because why doesn't he want you to know about other gods? And why does he keep mentioning that there's other gods, but you should only worship me? It's a theory. A loose leaf would. What a theory. But also, the same tree that is used in Christianity is also the same one used by the Vikings.
Ark Raiders. That's what I was thinking.
Ark Raiders? I love that game.
That is an awesome game. I haven't played it.
Boring.
Yeah, I haven't played it in a minute. They did just release a new map.
I'm telling you, you should come play Fortnite with me, Lib.
See, I've played it a couple of times. I couldn't get into it because I didn't like.
Well, you need to play with
It's like,
your favorite
you can
marshmallow.
build shit, and it was like, yeah, when I lay something
I don't
down,
do builds. I know how to aim. I'm
unalive.
sorry. No. Don't put me with builders. Don't do that.
Yeah, I don't.
I know how to aim. They do
Well,
not.
I'm like, I want to build stuff, and it's you're unalived. Oh, look at you! Ha ha ha! So much for that. Like, what's the fucking point? It's like, I'm going to put a wall here, but before I do that, I'm going to die. That's how my game goes in Fortnite.
Then you need to play with me because I play 0 builds. Because I actually know how to aim.
You know how to aim.
I don't even make it past the builds.
That's like the running joke between Fortnite builds and 0 builders. They tell us we don't know how to build. We're like, yeah, nobody cares about your fucking TP in the middle of a fucking meadow. I can just bulldoze it down with one of the cars and you're dead. Like,
That's
or
funny.
I can just snipe you out of existence and you're dead. We know how to aim and y'all do not.
Yeah, maybe I ought to play. But Ark Raiders was just
Ark Raiders is good if you can get into it and you have a good team with you.
Yeah, well, I would go in solo too because they they do alter the maps, and what I found was when you go in solo, you don't get as much of those fucking gankers on solo maps. When you get into a fucking team, and then all the other teams are fucking gankers, and then so you're like, you don't want to pew them back because it can alter your next map so that you might get into a PvP fight if you're fighting back. And I'm like, well, I don't want to PvP. I'm not good at that. I just want to go around and unalive robots and shit. Leave me be.
You should get H-divers.
Yes.
H-divers? Isn't that like a World War II?
No, it's you against like aliens, but they're robots. It's HE double hockey sticks divers.
Yeah, I've seen it before. Let me pull it up here. I know the name.
Yeah, it's strictly PvE.
Now, Helldivers 2 or 1?
Yes, Helldivers 2.
Oh, it's at mixed reviews
update.
now.
So good.
Yeah.
The reviews now are mixed.
Well, you're gonna get that with people getting irritated with anything in a game, and that's what bothers me too. I'm like, look, they are putting out this game, so if you don't like it, it's not your cup of tea, then keep your review off of the reviewer. Please.
Yeah.
Let's see. This guy is
Like, if you're a
71
COD
hours.
person commenting on Fortnite, shut up. Nobody cares. We got cheaters too.
I have like 300 hours into Ark Raiders, and I'm just totally beat because it's just the same thing every season refresh. I wish that they would have done better.
You talking about Ark Raiders?
Yeah. 'cause,
Yeah, I've
like,
been told they need to do a little bit more with like making things a little bit more interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, like
add like a little sneaky peek, or add a what do they call it? A goose egg or egg, something.
yeah. I mean, my biggest problem with it is like the expedition is just not worth it. Like,
Right.
you don't get enough rewards at the end, and then half the people stop doing it, so I'm going into fresh lobbies just getting smacked right off the clip because I've got nothing, because they take everything when you expedite.
Hey, Ray Day question. What was linked to what? What was linked to that?
Because it was linked to the CK unaliving. Wait, what was linked to the the Helldivers?
How was that?
Jesse says, I just play Sims and pull the ladder out of the pools.
Listen, Jesse, that is the best. That is the best got you moment on that effing game.
So Paralives. Have you guys seen Paralives?
No.
It's a new Sims type game. It looks awesome. I haven't played it, but it looks awesome. Of course,
I don't know. I'm trying to learn Apex right now, and my brain is rattled. Okay.
Apex is so fun.
I think I played it.
It's fun, but holy shit! Why is this so fast?
Oh,
It's like Blitz on crack.
Are you in the regular battle royale, or are you in the?
When I'm playing with my friends, it's normally in wild card.
Yeah, that's why it's fast.
Yeah, but that's what they mainly play. And if I don't play, okay, look, how I played Fortnite was, and this is true with any game. If you want to learn any game, play with your sweatiest people and learn.
Mm-hmm.
And so when people take a shit on sweats, I'm like, no, watch them. Try doing what they do. Ask them questions. I don't know if you know who Cross is.
I don't think so.
I don't think, cause I don't think he goes into those circles because he's mainly on mine, Dave B 1013 and Sedusa, which you probably know Sedusa. She's all about cows. But anywho, we learned a lot of our movement and stuff, and learning how to talk with each other. Even if Cross is muted because he doesn't talk, you learn their patterns and you learn and you get better.
Yeah, I'm Siege Girly Pop, so I play with champs so that I can learn off of them. So I definitely get it.
Yeah. What in the heck?
This is Astroneer. This is years ago. I made this video 9 years ago. This was a bug, and that game had so many bugs. And I was just doing a bug video about the game.
Isn't that what you were playing the last time I watched you play?
Maybe it might have been. Yeah, it's a fun game. I don't know. They made it way too complicated. Later on, like I don't know. It's still a good game.
I'm gonna need you to hurry up and do a follow back. That way I can teach you how to use things.
Do I not follow you?
No. The whole reason why you can't ever get any of my messages is because you have to mark me safe.
Oh, there you go.
You have to mark me. Now watch your phone go.
Oh, here's this how-to video. This one's funny, actually. This one has 19,000 views. This video. This was a tutorial at Black Desert Online. Watch this. It's funny.
Tim with Gamersgate. I'm here to show you how to milk a cow. No, not a real cow. Milk a cow in Black Desert Online. Now, you want to make sure you're milking cows and not bulls because the stuff that you get from the bull is not milk. It may be of a white substance, but it is not milk. Do not drink that from the bull.
Listen, I'm gonna need you to do more of those, okay? Because your funny is appreciated. Especially when you started talking in a British accent earlier. Oh my god, I was cackling.
Was that funny?
I scared my poor husband. He's like, "Are you okay? You're about to like start coughing, dying." I'm like, "I know I'm previously sick, but holy shit, listen to Lib." And he's like, "Oh, Lib's letting him have it, ain't he?"
I was having none of that shit. That was like, I don't know. That shit's so annoying.
When you come up and you want to constantly interrupt because your Euro whiteness does not allow you for other people to talk, then, you know, I found that it got progressively worse when you're like, you want to tell me, an indigenous man, what to fucking do? Fuck you. It's like they got worse. And then they just wanted to pinpoint this one thing.
Right.
Like,
Then I never even said.
Educated, and y'all go to university. Nobody gives a shit at this point. Anybody can read a fucking book. Shut up.
That's right.
Now, kudos to you if you can go read a book and get a diploma off of it and make all that money. But still.
Yeah, that elitist, the elitism is also something the Democrats have that turn a lot of
it's the
regular
inherent
people off.
How do I put this? Because this is something. One of the people I follow, Ebony, she will read the definition of inherently because people think it means the same thing as inherent, and it's not. Yeah, it's two weird different definitions. So an inherent bias would be you learn it from your parents, so on and so forth. That white people are inherently racist, that comes from a deeper meaning. Let's use me as an example. So I go up to a said black person. I'm like, hey, do you use only cocoa butter, right? You use only cocoa butter, right? That's my inherently biased brain. Because how do I know they only use cocoa butter? They could be using Vaseline for all I know. Like
or nothing.
Or nothing. They could just be ashy. I mean, I live in a desert. I'm not about to be out here being ashy. But anyhow, or if you ask them, oh, well, do you braid your hair? You must braid your hair. Do you braid your hair? No, some of them like to have natural hair. What's with
wanting to like touch black people's hair?
Why are you touching people's hair? I don't know.
I'm so not racist. I want to tell you how much I love your hair so that you think that I'm not a racist. I think that's what that is.
That's exactly what it is. Or,
weird. Can I sniff
black guy
you?
comes up on a panel and they automatically, without listening to him, they think he sounds a certain way, he looks a certain way, this, that, and the third, because of the media that we are given.
Right.
That's where the inherently comes from. Like, just like if I can be inherently ableist because I'm not disabled, I can be offensive to somebody who is disabled without even realizing it. And that comes in with microaggressions too.
Or like, you think about this, people that are left-handed, all the things that this world makes difficult for them, you don't really think about it until you know somebody that's left-handed. But it's, I don't know why that made me think of that, but it's kind of crazy. But no, like
you can always be inherently wrong against another person if you are not in that light. Does that make sense? You always have the potential. Like, you can not be like me. I'm not racist at all. I'm not none of the isms or the isses or the obias. Okay, I just think it's weird. So everybody always has that potential to be.
I'm right-handedist. Even with my son, I have to I don't think about the fact that he's left-handed, and then I'll be like giving him something like a broom or whatever, and it's so weird when I'm watching, and then I have to realize, oh, he's left-handed. That's right. Guitar, piano, you name it. Like, I'm trying
something you'll never be able to get fully out.
It can't.
But your awareness and your actions towards something is what sets you apart from the isms and the is and the obias. Okay.
But in his case, like, I don't know, what's the term for people who, because of their background, like have a degree, they're incapable of understanding that they may not know more than somebody else? What's the word for that? Where, like, for example, with him in his degree, he assumed that I couldn't know what he knows or as much as he knows because he has this degree. There's a fucking
That could
word
be
for
a
that.
double-edged sword because that could just be his Europeanness saying all Americans are stupid, for one. Because we talked about this when it came to Hooligan and Bitch Face, who wanted to go back and forth with Hooligan about Job. We brought it up then because that was a good example of that. So,
I don't know.
What would that be?
I don't know what because I mean it's an appeal to I guess authority. It's a credentialism. I guess I just checked it out. Credentialism.
Credentialism?
That's not the word I was thinking of, but that's
No.
Yeah, I think that
To
works.
me, it would be like scholarists. No,
You're
that's the actual
you're
word.
a credentialist. You're a credentialist.
Old snob.
What are you talking about, punk? What is my problem? What are you talking about?
Europeans.
What?
That's what I'm wondering.
I have
Europeans
a
what?
bunch of European friends, and they agree that some Europeans.
You just tokenized Europeans. You're a tokenizer.
I'll tokenize my indigenous friend. Let's get them.
Hey, I was the token liberal for a bunch of Republicans for a while. They literally, one of my good friends he's a Democrat. I'm bipartisan. Look at me. I'm like, shut up.
Yes, you talk about Europeans. Why can't I talk? Can I not talk about Europeans?
European.
I can also talk how
I'm
Spaniards were Europeans too, because they believed and did the exact same things that quote unquote Great Britain and Europe did. It's all the same.
there's
but
only
there's a difference between a normal European living their life, not thinking they're better than anybody else. Then there's those two jackasses that came up and did exactly what the fuck we all think. That's the difference. So I'm sorry if you can't get past that. I'm sorry if I'm being like ball right now, but I really don't give a shit. Because Americans do it to other people too. Americans think that we're better than Middle Easterns. We think that we're better than Koreans. We think that we're better than the Canadians. It's a mindset. The peninsula. Oh, God.
Yeah,
Then why are you mad about me talking about Europeans? Why does it matter?
Unicorn said that they tied their hand to a chair because they were left-handed, and now they can, I guess, write with both.
What?
Yeah, that's
Why would
crazy.
you hurt yourself to do that?
No. Somebody, the school.
Oh, somebody did that to them?
Yeah, the school did that to Unicorn.
And you did-
That's terrible.
And you're a grown adult, and you didn't go, them for doing that to you as a kid?
I mean, being.
I'm more concerned now because now I feel bad.
I mean, it can happen, but that's that like we shouldn't do that, right? No. Unicorn, I assume you would agree that we should not do that to children. Put their tie their hands to a chair and then make them. You're gonna fucking use your right hand. Right hand supremacy, is that a thing? Right-handed people are superior.
I think people would contribute that to the H-man with the right hand shit.
Interesting. Yeah, I just well, maybe, but to me, it's human nature of if you can't explain why something is different or when somebody is different from the group, they have to be the same as the group because otherwise it's weird and there's something wrong with it. And so they try to force conformity.
Mm-hmm.
It's really
kind of like
what
how
it
they
is.
force conformity over here.
Right.
But they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about still finding, graves of babies.
Yep. And because it's for convenience of others. Like, we don't want to be inconvenienced by having to make a guitar where it's strung the other
Europe
way
as
or
a country,
whatever the case
I can
is.
also hate the shitty things that country did. Does that make sense, Unicorn? Like I can go over there, love the history, go look at all the things because I like doing all those things. I like going looking at history. I like going and learning. But what I cannot get around is whenever these snobby ones that you have on your peninsula, that we can fit into one of our states, by the way, is that there are so many elitists over there that think they're better than people, even their own people. It's insane. But you have to remember the length of time that Europe had. What's the word, Lib? What's the C word? Colonized.
Cunt. Oh, colonized. Yes.
How they colonized everybody in order to get there. America hasn't been there that long, but we are the loudest at it.
Colonizing. Well, I mean, effectively, that's what we're doing. It maybe even on behalf of shit row.
Yeah. All right. Somebody was calling me from the school. I love y'all, but I need to get out of here.
All right. Well, thank you for being up. I mean, it's timely anyway. The timer is over. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much, T-Beans. Did you want to say anything about what we were just talking about before I go? T-Beans.
No, I was just gonna say it's on both ends. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry, my connection's not great. I was gonna say it's on both ends, but those guys were super condescending.
Oh yeah, yep. And it's like a cultural thing. It really is. I mean, it just that's what I have to assume. They just think they're high and mighty and better than everybody, and obviously not all of them. But
came up and was like. Yeah, whenever he was like, "Oh, I've been on TV for this, blah blah blah," I don't care.
Right? He's like, I can prove that I'm not what you've assumed based on how I've been acting on your panel. I can prove it by having you go listen to me talk to somebody else. And I'm like, why would I not just accept my own view of what you're doing and saying right now? Like, you told me you're opposed to Israel already. I get that, but that doesn't change the fact. And you notice he didn't have anything to say about the hypocrisy, where he's like, well, I told you I was against what's happening in Palestine, so I'm not a Zio. And yet I told him I believe that the Holocaust did happen. He's like, yeah, but you're a Holocaust denier. And in shock that I would call him a Zio, even though he has said that, you know what I mean? Like, dude, what? Crazy. Anyway, sorry I dropped. Yes, it did happen. I'm not sure what Punk is talking about at this point, but either way, the timer is up. T-Beans. Now, every time I see your name, I'm going to think T-Beans and tuna. Don't ask me why.
No.
The beans and tuna comment. Who was it? Was that Miss Chaos that was saying that? Or was that you?
It was. It was Miss Chaos.
Okay, I thought it was. Yeah. T-Beans and tuna now forever. It's what I'm going to think when I see your name. I'm sorry.
I love it. Love it.
T-Beans and
all
tuna.
All right, have a good day. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Guys, we'll see y'all tomorrow. Now, this week will be a little bit different. I'm going to be able to see the wife. It will be the first time for a long time. So that's exciting. That's coming up later on this week. So I may not be around for a while. But I will see you guys tomorrow. And thank you all so much for the support. And we'll see you in the morning. Peace.